Chapter 1737. When the words Sword Master Destruction occupied Fang Chen's mind, a terrifying aura of destruction gushed out from the Golden Heart. All along, the Golden Heart had given Fang Chen an incomparably calm and gentle feeling. But now, the Golden Heart was completely different from usual. The Golden Heart was completely enveloped by the killing aura, turning scarlet red. At the same time, the 7 stars on the 7 ultimate falling star sword shone brightly. Dong Fang Chen waved his hand and the 7 ultimate falling star sword slashed down. A thick sword light fell on the ground. Crack! The mummy crawling on the ground did not have any strength to resist and was instantly smashed into pieces by the sword light. At this moment, Fang Chen was like a peerless sword god. He dragged the 7 ultimate falling star sword and walked down the altar step by step towards the green-eyed mummy. Along the way, all the mummies that tried to block him were unable to resist the heavenly divine weapon. How is this possible? Liang Hongfei and the other 2 widened their eyes and looked at Fang Chen in disbelief. A heavenly divine weapon could only be fully activated with heavenly divine energy. Fang Chen was just an eternal realm warrior. He did not even have divine energy. How could he activate a heavenly divine weapon? However, although they were shocked, they were very happy. The green-eyed mummy seemed to feel threatened. It gave up attacking the 3 of them and turned to attack Fang Chen. Fire refining the heavens. The 7 ultimate falling star sword danced in the sky. The killing aura from the Golden Heart rushed into the heavenly divine weapon and formed a scarlet domain. In this domain, Fang Chen was a demon god. The killing aura from Fang Chen's body was enough to immobilize a true god realm disciple. Even a divine spirit realm expert would not dare to face it head-on. Too strong. All is empty was shocked. A fire dragon with terrifying destructive power struck the green-eyed mummy's body. Crack! The green-eyed mummy let out a frightened cry. It was enveloped by the destructive aura and its body gradually cracked. Roar! The green-eyed mummy wanted to kill Fang Chen, but it could not resist the power of the heavenly divine weapon. Bang! Fang Chen swung his sword again. This time, the sword directly pierced through the green-eyed mummy's body, blasting it into pieces. Within Yue City there were wild cries. All of the disciples felt as if they had just survived a disaster. The mummy had been destroyed, and the danger had been removed. They could finally leave this damned place. The radiance on the 7 ultimate falling star sword gradually dimmed. The destructive aura in Fang Chen's body gradually subsided. In the blink of an eye, the Golden Heart calmed down. Fang Chen felt pain all over his body. The 7 ultimate falling star sword fell from his hand and stabbed into the ground. All is empty and the others approached the 7 legendary meteor sword and observed it carefully. Brother Fang, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise we wouldn't know how to deal with the green-eyed mummy, said All is empty with a smile. Liang Hongfei and Lei Kong recovered from the shock and looked at Fang Chen with a complicated expression. Even they couldn't fully activate the power of a heavenly divine weapon, but this guy in the eternal realm did it. What kind of secret was this guy hiding? Could there be an old monster behind this guy? Liang Hongfei and Lei Kong shook their heads. They had made up their minds to never become enemies with Fang Chen. He was too terrifying. After the mummy was dealt with, the disciples of the sect who had survived the disaster came out one after another. Their eyes were attracted by the heavenly divine weapon. No one noticed that on the cracked black altar, a wisp of black smoke drifted with the wind. Is this a heavenly divine weapon? It's so powerful. Yeah, if I could have a heavenly divine weapon, I would be willing to die on the spot. I didn't expect Yue City to have a heavenly divine weapon. Many disciples were discussing with each other. Their eyes were filled with greed. However, no one acted rashly. After this battle, they clearly knew that they were not strong enough. Among the people present, only Fang Chen and the other 3 were qualified to compete for the heavenly divine weapon. As for the others, they had all kinds of thoughts. We don't have the fortune to enjoy a treasure like the heavenly divine weapon. Let's take this opportunity to explore other places in US City. Maybe we can find other treasures. Yeah, after all, US City used to be the place where the disciples of the seven ultimate God live. There should be many inheritances left behind. Such a voice came from the crowd. Suddenly, many disciples were very sensible and left the place. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chun and the other three were left standing in the four directions of the seven ultimate meteor sword. Liang Hongfei looked at the other three and finally his eyes fell on Fang Chun. Although he was reluctant, according to the previous decision, Fang Chun had to try first. Brother Fang, you contributed the most in killing the green-eyed mummy this time. According to the previous agreement, you should try first, Liang Hongfei said. Only by truly obtaining the weapon spirit's recognition could one become the owner of the heavenly divine weapon. Unexpectedly, Fang Chun shook his head and said, "It's better that the three of you try first. Otherwise, there won't be any more chances." Seeing that Fang Chun was so confident, Liang Hongfei did not say anything more. He stretched out his hands and held the seven ultimate meteor sword. Rise. Liang Hongfei used all his strength but was unable to pull the seven ultimate meteor sword. Whoosh, he persisted for a long time but to no avail. In the end, Liang Hongfei gave up. As expected of a heavenly divine weapon. If you can't obtain its recognition, you won't be able to pull it up. Liang Hongfei shook his head and sighed. Let me try. Jie Kong chuckled, narrowed his eyes, and gripped the seven fatalities starfall sword. His result was the same as Liang Hongfei's. He was also unable to move the heavenly divine weapon. The last one to try was Lei Kong. He also failed. Brother Fang, since you're so confident, you must have a way to obtain the heavenly divine weapon's recognition. All is empty smiled. Under the gaze of the three, Fang Chun held the heavenly divine weapon with both hands. To be honest, the reason why he was able to pull it up on the black altar earlier was largely because of the golden heart. And now, Fang Chun wanted to use his own strength to pull the heavenly divine weapon up. If he really couldn't, then he would use the golden heart. Buzz. Strands of sword Dao aura emerged in Fang Chun's mind. Fang Chun sank into the sea of sword Dao. He attempted to communicate with the seven ultimate meteor swords artifact spirit. A moment later, a weak voice entered Fang Chun's ears. Are you the artifact spirit? Fang Chun hurriedly asked. I am the seven ultimate meteor swords artifact spirit. The artifact spirit seemed to be very weak as it answered intermittently. Are you injured? Fang Chun continued to ask. The artifact spirit said, Back then, when I followed Master to battle, I almost died. I can feel that your sword Dao is very peculiar. It is very attractive to me. As it spoke, the artifact spirit's voice became softer and softer. In the end, it almost fell into a deep sleep. My injuries are too severe. I can't recover in a short period of time. I will sleep first. The artifact spirit left such a sentence and fell into a deep sleep. At the same time, it also acknowledged Fang Chun. Fang Chun shook his head violently. His thoughts came out of the sea of sword Dao. At this moment, he felt that the seven ultimate meteor sword that was as heavy as Mount Tai was incomparably light, like a goose feather. This, Fang Chun was overjoyed. He held the seven ultimate meteor sword and danced with joy. After all, this was a heavenly divine weapon. How could Fang Chun not be excited? Congratulations, Brother Fang. Looks like Brother Fang is really a person with great luck. Your future is limitless. Brother Fang, although a heavenly divine weapon is very powerful, you don't even have divine power now. It won't be easy for you to unleash its full power. All is empty reminded. When you go out, it's best not to let others know that you have the seven ultimate meteor sword. Otherwise, it will bring you a fatal disaster. Thank you for the reminder. Fang Chun cupped his fist and thanked him. Brother Fang, don't worry. We have been through so much together. We have long regarded Brother Fong as a good friend. Naturally, we won't betray Brother Fong. When we leave here, if anyone asks, just say that the heavenly divine weapon disappeared. I don't think they will suspect that Brother Fong has the heavenly divine weapon. Lei Kong said to Liang Hongfei. That would be great, Fong Chen said with a smile. Then, he kept the 7 ultimate meteor sword. However, what Fong Chen did not notice was that in his mind, there was a very small black dot that was blooming a black flower. The black flower contained a terrifying murderous aura. Chapter 1738. The Heavenly Divine Artifact 7 Deadly Meteor Sword. Those ordinary true gods and transformed God Realm disciples would never know who got it. They only knew that it must be one of the 4, but they didn't know who it was. Serene Moon City regained its peace. Many sect disciples were looking for inheritances and opportunities everywhere. Even Lei Kong and Liang Hongfei led the Lightning Fire Temple and Dark World to look for the legendary Supreme Grade Divine Artifact. They didn't get the Heavenly Divine Artifact, but they must get the Supreme Grade Divine Artifact. All is empty and Fong Chen left Serene Moon City together. Brother Fong, I admire you more and more. All is empty was very happy that Fong Chen got the Heavenly Divine Artifact, but he wasn't jealous at all. It's just luck. Fong Chen smiled. During this period of time with All is Empty, their relationship was very harmonious. It felt good. Fong Chen also treated All is Empty as a good friend. All is Empty was a person worth befriending. Brother Fong, I might not be able to explore the Heavenly God's ruins with you for the rest of the time. All is Empty said reluctantly. Oh, All is Empty, where are you going? Fong Chen asked. All is Empty shook his head and said, after going through so much, I have some enlightenment. I need to find a safe place to break through. Then congratulations, brother All is Empty. In fact, Fong Chen was able to protect himself in the Heavenly God's ruins alone. Brother Fong, we killed the disciples of Sky Gazing Mountain and killed by Li Xingyan in front of Serene Moon City. Mochizuki definitely won't let us go. All is Empty said worriedly. Moreover, with such a great reward, there will be brave men. Although those ordinary sect disciples aren't strong, they can't be underestimated. I can't travel with you. You must be careful along the way. All is Empty warned. Fong Chen nodded and said with a smile, All is empty. Brother, don't worry. If I want to leave, I don't think anyone can stop me. When he thought of Fong Chen's tricks and the fact that he had a heavenly divine artifact in his possession, his strength had skyrocketed and all is empty. He finally felt at ease. A heavenly divine artifact is of great importance. Unless it is absolutely necessary, you must not reveal it in front of others. Once they are exposed, don't be soft-hearted and kill them to silence them. All is Empty said. Even divine spirit realm experts can't resist the temptation of a heavenly divine artifact. If others find out that you possess a heavenly divine artifact, even if you leave the heavenly God's remnants, you will still be in great danger. Don't worry. Other than the 3 of you, no one else knows that I have obtained a heavenly divine artifact. Fong Chen said. In the end, Fong Chen parted ways with All is Empty and proceeded alone. The heavenly God's ruins were filled with opportunities. Of course, on this basis there were also dangers everywhere. Dangers and opportunities coexisted. This was a test of a warrior's overall strength. It was not enough to rely on strength alone. One must also have an extraordinary mind. Fong Chen strolled on the wasteland. He recalled the process of pulling out the 7 ultimate falling star sword. When the 7 ultimate falling star sword was in his hand, a terrifying destructive power emerged from the golden heart and instantly rushed into the 7 ultimate falling star sword. At that time, Fong Chen felt like he was a bloodthirsty demon. Is that the destructive power? Fong Chen muttered to himself. Even if it was just a memory, his heart was still incomparably shocked. The power that erupted from the golden heart was beyond the scope of Fang Chen's knowledge. After this incident, he felt more and more that the Sword Master's destructive power was terrifying. At the same time, he was also worried that if he really walked on the path of destruction, he might not be able to control his mind in the future and become a sword puppet. However, when this question came out, Fang Chen shook his head and denied it. All paths lead to the same destination. Whether it was the destruction sword principle or other sword principles, the ultimate goal was to reach the peak of the sword principle. Moreover, Fang Chen had always remembered that the owner of the Golden Heart had left behind 6 great sword principles. His destruction sword principle was only one of them. I wonder if the other 5 successors are also in the God world. Fang Chen's deep eyes looked at the blue sky. Thousands of thoughts flashed through his mind. Only by combining the 6 great sword principles could one walk to the peak of the sword principle. This also meant that the 6 of them were destined to not be able to coexist peacefully. In the future, there would definitely be a terrifying battle. In the end, only one of the 6 could survive. I hope that the one who survives in the end is me. Fang Chen clenched his fist and thought to himself. Just as Fang Chen was thinking alone, a deafening sound suddenly came from afar. Fang Chen stopped thinking and looked up. He was surprised to see a large group of sect disciples rushing over. Yes. Fang Chen realized that the target of these sect disciples was him. He immediately raised his guard and stared at the rapidly approaching crowd. It's really him. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect to meet him here. The heavens are really helping me. I'll take his head to Mochizuki to receive the reward. Kid, you can't escape. Immediately, the crowd surrounded Fang Chen. Roughly looking, there were about a few hundred sect disciples surrounding Fang Chen. There were a total of 3 or 4 sects, but they were all small sects like the Black Fire sect. Among them, the strongest was only at the True God realm. None of them were at the Divine Spirit realm. The serious look on Fang Chen's face disappeared and was replaced by a cold smile. Just as All is Empty said, there would be brave men when there was a great reward. He didn't expect that these people would even throw away their lives for a great reward. According to the portrait, this should be the thief who traveled with All is Empty, someone said. That's right, it's him. I would recognize him even if he turned into ashes. When the sky-gazing mountain disciples were killed, Bai Li Xingyan sent the portrait of Fang Chen and All is Empty to Mochizuki. After that, Mochizuki spread the portrait. Therefore, although the crowd didn't know Fang Chen's name, they recognized Fang Chen. Kid, you're pretty awesome. You actually dared to team up with All is Empty to kill the sky-gazing mountain disciples. A True God Realm disciple sneered. Fang Chen grinned and said, I really admire your courage. I even dared to kill so many sky-gazing mountain disciples. Do you think you can survive under my hands? After saying this, Fang Chen seemed to have thought of something and added, Oh, right. I almost forgot to tell you that not long ago, in front of Yue City, Bai Li Xingyan was also killed by me. If you think you're stronger than Bai Li Xingyan, then go ahead. Fang Chen wanted to kill one to warn the others. Otherwise, there would be more sect disciples harassing him in the future. You don't even know how to brag. We know your background very well. If it weren't for All is Empty, you wouldn't even be able to defeat a true god. How dare you say that you killed Bai Li Xingyan? If you can kill Bai Li Xingyan, then I can kill Mochizuki. Kid, no matter what you say, it won't change the fact that you've been killed. Surrender obediently and we can still leave your corpse intact. Looking at these people, Fang Chen felt that it was funny. I only have one head. There are so many of you. Even if you kill me, who will take my head? Fang Chen looked at the crowd mockingly. In an instant, the crowd started discussing. By the way, why didn't they think of this problem? Fang Chen only had one head, which meant that only one person could claim the reward. This was a very serious problem. Seeing that the confidence of the crowd was shaken, the leading True God disciple shouted loudly, Everyone, don't fall into this kid's trap. He wants to make us fight among ourselves and then take the opportunity to escape. Yes, we should work together to kill him and then take his head with our own abilities. This person's words calmed the crowd of sect disciples. Kid, give me your life. A true God transformation realm disciple couldn't help but attack. Too weak. Fang Chen didn't throw out a punch until the person was close to him. Dong, with just one punch, the true God transformation realm disciple was killed. If you want to kill me, then you should be prepared to be killed by me, Fang Chen said coldly. In an instant, the true God transformation realm disciples in the crowd retreated. Killing a true God transformation realm expert is nothing. In front of us, you're just trash. After that, many true God sect disciples attacked at the same time. I hope that after this battle, no one will disturb me. Fang Chen narrowed his eyes and waved his hand, instantly setting up a universe array. Then, he set up a 3-layered array. Chapter 1739. After entering the heavenly god's relic, Fang Chen's strength had undergone an earth-shattering change. Although his cultivation was still in the eternal realm, it was unable to display his true combat strength. Sometimes, cultivation wasn't the only criterion. For those outstanding geniuses, cultivation was only a small part of cultivation, and it was easy. During this period of time, Fang Chen's research on the triple chain array had become more thorough. The combination of the three could unleash the greatest power. Kill! Many disciples of the sect began to attack Fang Chen. However, in just a few breaths' time, they began to regret. Puchi! Fang Chen held the high-grade divine artifact Bright Moon Sword in his hand and displayed the heavenly flame refining technique. A thick fire dragon with terrifying sword cheat pierced towards the crowd. Ordinary True God Realm disciples couldn't withstand it at all. Even the top True God Realm disciples had to withstand the attack of the triple chain array and Fang Chen's attack. It was very difficult. In just a short while, several True God Realm disciples had fallen. How is this possible? Someone cried out involuntarily. The offensive power that Fang Chen displayed was simply too strong. They were no match for him at all. However, what they didn't know was that Fang Chen still had a trump card that he hadn't used yet. Otherwise, once the 7 legendary Falling Star Sword was used, no one below the Divine Spirit Realm could resist it and they would all be killed. After a quarter of an hour, someone finally began to beg for mercy. Fellow cultivator, we were wrong. Please let us go. Yes, fellow cultivator, we were blinded by greed. Please let us go. Facing the crowd's begging, Fang Chen shook his head and kept the Bright Moon Sword. He then removed the triple chain array. Get lost, Fang Chen said coldly. Suddenly, the crowd quickly left the place in horror. In the blink of an eye, only Fang Chen was left in the wasteland. In fact, Fang Chen had left some people alive for a reason. If he let them spread the news, those True God Realm disciples who had their eyes on him would not dare to act rashly. As for Divine Spirit Realm experts, they disdained to look for trouble with him. To them, finding fortuitous encounters was the most important thing. This way, Fang Chen could have a lot of peace and quiet. It's finally quiet, Fang Chen said. Boss, where are we going next? Little Mouse asked. Of course it's to improve my strength, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. He was 100% confident that he could leave the heavenly god's relic alive. However, there was no use in leaving this place alive. If one's strength was too low, even if they managed to step onto the Lotus Flower Mountain, they wouldn't be able to compete against the other Divine Spirit Realm disciples. Therefore, the most important thing now was to increase his strength. Boss, with your current strength, you can kill any True God Realm disciple. As long as you can step into the Divine Transformation Realm, you will be invincible among the deities, the little mouse said with a smile. Fang Chen nodded. The deity's relic was vast. Fang Chen strolled forward. 7 days later, they arrived in front of an extremely dangerous cliff. Looking at the cliff, Fang Chen's heart was slightly moved. This cliff seemed to have been cut open by a sharp weapon. It was extremely shocking. After walking for so long, I haven't even found a single inheritance. Fang Chen leaned on a piece of bluestone and said with a curl of his lips. The harvest from the beast garden and the trip to Yue City was huge. His strength had also increased rapidly. However, it had already been 7 days since then, and he still hadn't found anything. Therefore, Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry. If an inheritance opportunity was so easy to find, would it still be called an inheritance opportunity? Leaning on the bluestone, he rested while looking at the golden heart. After the transformation, the golden heart was completely different from before. Even Fang Chen had a familiar yet unfamiliar feeling. After thinking about it, Fang Chen felt that the reason for this should be because of that sentence that shook the ancient and dazzled the contemporaries. The destruction of the Sword Master has the power to destroy the world. That time in Yue City, after activating the 7 legendary meteor sword, Fang Chen had a more comprehensive understanding of this sentence. If he wanted to walk the destruction sword principle, he must first comprehend the destruction rules of order. However, for now, Fang Chen had no clue. However, he had some clues about the rules of time and space. As time passed, the true meaning of time and space had gradually faded. It was replaced by the materialization of the rules of order. I should be able to comprehend a rule before leaving the deity's relic, Fang Chen said to himself. He was still very confident about comprehending the rules of order. Boss, Little Mouse suddenly called out. Yes. If you want to comprehend the destruction rules of order, you can try to comprehend the destruction rules of order, and then use the rules of order as a transition. This way it will be easier. Little Mouse was a mutated divine beast. It had inherited memories in its mind. It was relatively clear about the rules of order. What you said makes sense. After I find the star and moon, I will cultivate wholeheartedly in the Xingsun sect, Fang Chen said to himself. Suddenly, a deafening noise came from the cliff in front of him. What's that sound? Little Mouse frowned. There seems to be a battle. Just as Fang Chen finished speaking, he saw an old lady with a head full of white hair. Her body was covered in blood as she rushed over from the cliff. Behind her, there were more than 10 old men in the true God realm. Fang Chen was not surprised by these old men at all. When the deity's relic opened, God Lien Yi had only set a rule that deities could not enter. As for those below the deity realm, anyone could enter. In this way, those deities who were stuck at bottlenecks saw hope. A large number of deities entered the deity's relic. In addition to the younger generation, there were also the older generation. These older deities had limited potential. If they did not have opportunities, they would not be able to break through in their lifetime. Therefore, they entered the deity's relic to look for opportunities to break through and become deities. Fang Chen shook his head and ignored these things. Xinghua, you can't escape. One of the old men with white hair shouted coldly. More than 10 true gods were chasing a white-haired old lady. Obviously, this old lady was injured. In a short while, they caught up with her. The deities who were chasing after the old lady found Fang Chen on the bluestone in the distance. Kid, who are you? I was just passing by and wanted to take a break. Fang Chen spread out his hands and said. He did not want to cause trouble, and he did not know these people. Whoosh. However, these deities did not believe him at all. The one who asked the question waved his hand and a bright light shot toward Fang Chen. Bang! Fang Chen made his move and blocked the attack. Then, his face darkened. What's the meaning of this? Asked Fang Chen coldly. Kid, who knows if you're with this old woman? The deity sneered. He saw that Fang Chen's cultivation was too weak and wanted to kill him. I don't want to be enemies with you. I hope you know what to do, said Fang Chen coldly. Then he jumped off the bluestone and left with the little mouse. Stop! Shouted one of the deities. Kid, you came here and you still want to leave like this? Fang Chen stopped in his tracks. His face was gloomy as he turned to look at the crowd and asked, "What else?" "Leave your life behind." "I'm afraid you don't have the ability to do that," sneered Fang Chen. "Even a clay bodhisattva would have some anger, let alone a living human." Fang Chen was completely infuriated by these deities. A bunch of fellows who have lived for tens of thousands of years but haven't even reached the divine spirit realm. "I really feel sorry for you," sneered Fang Chen. "There are plenty of trash like you in the divine world. You still dare to be arrogant in front of me?" "That's right. Our boss even dares to kill divine spirit realm experts. You deities are simply courting death," said the little mouse angrily. "Kid, you're too arrogant." More than a dozen gods glared at Fang Chen with dark faces. The old lady with a head full of white hair took advantage of the distraction and suddenly ran wildly, wanting to escape from this place. "You want to leave?" One of them had clearly been paying attention to what was happening here. He suddenly sent the old woman flying with a punch. Hiss! A ring of flames appeared on the old woman's body. Seeing these flames, Fang Chen frowned. He felt a sense of déjà vu. Yes. Right at that moment, the person who had attacked shouted coldly, "Queen Mother Holy Flame, it's best that you obediently allow yourself to be captured. Otherwise, only death will await you." Chapter 1740. Fang Chen took a step forward and walked to Lady Holy Flame's side, standing in front of her. "Seeing injustice on the road, I draw my sword to help." Originally, they wanted to silence the witness. Seeing Fang Chen's action, the other true gods were enraged. "Kid, since you want to die, then die with her." With that, more than 10 true gods attacked at the same time. "Be careful." Lady Holy Light, who was lying on the ground, shouted when she saw everyone attacking Fang Chen. Rumble in an instant, Fang Chen was engaged in battle with the crowd. Using the 3 layers of array as the main array, he held the bright moon sword and executed the fire-refining heaven's art. The golden heart transformed, allowing Fang Chen to see a trace of destructive power. Thus, the fire-refining heaven's art was instantly mastered. The perfect state of the fire-refining heaven's art was not to be underestimated. Puchi, a bright fire dragon, shot out from the bright moon sword and pounced towards one of the true gods. Suddenly, Fang Chen saw a black light flashing on the true god's body. That is, Fang Chen recognized that black light. It was extremely evil. So that's how it is. Immediately, Fang Chen understood that these people were related to the Holy Light religion. All of you deserve to die. The remaining evil of the Holy Light religion, everyone had the right to kill them. Originally, Fang Chen only wanted to save Lady Holy Light and let them go. But now, it seemed that there was no need for that. He kept the bright moon sword and took out the 7 ultimate falling star sword. Since he wanted to kill them all, he was not afraid that the news would leak out. Fire refining heaven's art. Using the 7 ultimate falling star sword to execute the fire refining heaven's art, the power of the fire refining heaven's art had increased by a lot. The golden heart was beating rapidly. Terrifying sword chi poured into the heavenly god artifact. Suddenly, the heavenly god artifact emitted a bright light. Puchi with a single slash, the true god expert did not have any power to resist and was instantly split into 2 halves. His body and Tao dissipated. Not good, it's a heavenly god artifact. Everyone was frightened and retreated. The power of a heavenly divine artifact was too strong. They were only true gods, and they did not dare to fight it head-on. What followed was a one-sided battle. The might of the 7 ultimate falling star sword was fully displayed. A few moments later, more than 10 true gods had fallen. Fang Chen put away the 7 ultimate falling star sword and removed the triple array chain. "Thank you for saving my life, young hero." When the holy light goddess saw Fang Chen calmly appear before her, she was completely stunned. There were more than 10 corpses lying on the ground, but this kid was actually unharmed. Goddess Holy Light's heart trembled. Over the years, she had seen countless geniuses, but none of them were as powerful as the young man before her. Holy Light Empress, how have you been? Fang Chen hurriedly helped the Holy Light Goddess up as he chuckled. The Holy Light Goddess was stunned when she heard that. She looked at Fang Chen in confusion. You know me? The ancestor of the Holy Fire race, the former #1 beauty of the lower realm. How could I not know you? Fang Chen said with a smile. Goddess Holy Light's body trembled. Her heart was filled with shock. The fact that Fang Chen could say this was enough to prove his identity. This kid also came from the lower realm. The Holy Light Goddess grabbed Fang Chen's hand and asked excitedly, You also ascended from the lower realm? Fang Chen nodded. Actually, the reason why Fang Chen knew about the Holy Light Goddess was because he saw her memorial tablet in the ancestral land. The bone progenitor was ranked first, while the Holy Light Goddess was ranked slightly behind it. Those who were able to have memorial tablets set up by the human race were practically all peerless experts who had made great contributions to the human race. Fang Chen only vaguely remembered that he had never seen the Holy Light Goddess before. He did not expect that he would encounter the Holy Light Goddess in the heavenly god's ruins. If it were not for the true God who was chasing after the Holy Light Goddess, he might have just ignored it. That was why it was said that everything in the world was a cycle of karma. I truly did not expect that such an outstanding genius like you would appear in our lower realm. A brilliant smile appeared on the Holy Light Goddess's face. The legends of the Holy Light Goddess in the lower realm have been passed down from generation to generation, influencing countless younger generations, Fang Chen said with a smile. Back in the lower realm, during the era of the Holy Light Goddess, there were not many people who could compete with her. At that time, the Holy Light Goddess had led the Holy Fire race to stand at the peak of the lower realm. At that time, the Holy Fire race was even more powerful than the Yuan race's sacred ground. However, any race would experience desolation after becoming powerful. The Holy Fire race was no exception. After the Holy Fire Goddess ascended to the God realm, they gradually began to decline. As a result, not many people in Fang Chen's era had heard of the Holy Fire race's existence. The Holy Fire Goddess shook her head. Back then, she was considered a peak genius in the lower realm. However, compared to Fang Chen, she was nothing. She was somewhat dim. When did you ascend to the God realm? Asked the Holy Fire Goddess. A few years ago. Hearing that, the Holy Fire Goddess was even more shocked. In just a few years, his strength had increased to such an extent? The Holy Fire Goddess's heart was filled with shock. She, the Holy Fire Goddess, had ascended to the God realm several 100 million years ago. She had been stuck at the true God realm, unable to make a breakthrough. Furthermore, due to her lack of potential, if she did not encounter any opportunities, she would not be able to become a heavenly god in her lifetime. In truth, such a situation was very common among humans who had ascended from the lower realm. Their potential was extremely high compared to the lower realm, but in the God realm, they were not much different from ordinary people. In addition, there were various reasons that caused their cultivation to lag behind. Holy Fire Goddess, why are you here? Asked Fang Chen. Why didn't you go to the Sky Bone Palace? Fang Chen was very puzzled. According to the time that the Holy Fire Goddess had ascended, she should have gone to the Sky Bone Palace. Why had she remained in the easternmost region for so many years? The Holy Fire Goddess sighed with a helpless expression. How could there be such an easy thing in the world? Although the Sky Bone Palace is a power that ascended from the lower realm, and its leader is the Bone Progenitor, the strongest expert of our human race, the Sky Bone Palace has to ascend from the lower realm. If an ascended human wants to go to the Sky Bone Palace, they will have to travel a long distance and encounter countless dangers along the way. It's already not bad if 1 in 100 can enter the Sky Bone Palace. The Holy Light Goddess slowly said, When I ascended to the God realm, there was a huge war in the easternmost region. When I first came to the God realm, I had no one to rely on and could only submit to a weak sect. Sigh, talking about it makes me cry. Hearing the holy light goddess's words, Fang Chen was startled. It seemed that he had underestimated the situation. Ever since he had ascended to the god realm, everything had been smooth sailing without any setbacks. He simply did not have the same feelings as the holy light goddess. Looking at the white-haired holy light goddess, Fang Chen felt very complicated. She had once been high-spirited and the number one beauty of the lower realm. But now she had become like this. Time had worn away the edges of a genius. After thinking about it, Fang Chen no longer felt conflicted about this matter. Everyone had their own past that they were unwilling to talk about. Holy light goddess, why are you being chased by them? One of the 4 great joys in life was meeting an old friend in a foreign land. To be able to meet a senior from the lower realm in the vast god realm, Fang Chen was also very happy. Let's leave this place first, said the holy light goddess with a somewhat worried expression. Fang Chen nodded and brought the holy light goddess to a safe place. Actually, the 10 or so true gods entered the god realm's remnant together in order to find an opportunity to make a breakthrough, said the holy light goddess softly while sitting on the ground. But when we explored a certain hidden place, we were suddenly attacked by evil creatures that appeared. The 10 or so of them were instantly controlled while I was lucky enough to escape, recalled the holy light goddess. Since then, they have been chasing after me. It seems that they wanted to kill me to silence me. An attack by evil creatures. Hearing this, Fang Chen's heart trembled. Could it be that the holy light goddess and the others had discovered the nest of evil creatures? This was an extremely important discovery. Holy light goddess, do you still remember the hidden place that you discovered? Fang Chen hastily asked. The holy light goddess nodded and said, I remember. That hidden place was surrounded by a very powerful formation. It was not far from the cliff. Fang Chen's mind was filled with a myriad of thoughts. He did not expect that the remnants of the holy light religion would be among them. Could it be that the death of the 7 extreme celestial god was really related to the holy light religion? The more he came into contact with the holy light religion, the more he felt that they were terrifying. Chapter 1741. Seeing that Fang Chen was lost in thought, Goddess Holy Light was somewhat worried. Fang Chen, you mustn't go. That place is too dangerous. There are even divine spirit realm experts there. With your strength, it's impossible to destroy them. Goddess Holy Light advised. Spirit King Han Long once said that the Holy Light religion was extremely terrifying. Their existence was the greatest destruction to the universe. Every person from the heavenly realm who encountered the Holy Light religion should do their utmost to destroy the enemy's lair. There shouldn't be any strong survivors of the Holy Light religion in this stronghold. Otherwise, Goddess Holy Light wouldn't have been able to escape. Fang Chen pondered for a moment and finally decided to give it a try. With his strength and the 7 ultimate falling star sword, as long as he didn't encounter any heavenly gods, he should be able to escape unscathed. Goddess Holy Light, this place is very dangerous. You should leave first. Fang Chen said. You. Before Goddess Holy Light could finish her words, she was interrupted by Fang Chen. Goddess Holy Light, if you can leave the heavenly gods' ruins alive, you can head to the sacred sun sect and look for Spirit King Han Long or the heavenly prison saint. Tell them that I asked you to go. They will definitely receive you. Oh, that's right. The heavenly prison saint is also a human from the lower realm. But won't it be dangerous for you to go alone? Goddess Holy Light asked. Fang Chen shook his head and said with a smile, I easily killed more than 10 heavenly gods. Don't you believe in me? As long as no heavenly gods appear, I am confident that I can escape unscathed. After hearing Fang Chen's words, Goddess Holy Light nodded slightly. She also couldn't see through Fang Chen. You must pay attention to your safety. Then, Goddess Holy Light told Fang Chen the location of the Holy Light religion's survivors. Goddess Holy Light, I saw that you also cultivated a fire attribute cultivation technique. Fang Chen asked. Goddess Holy Light nodded. Their sacred fire race mainly cultivated fire attribute cultivation technique. Voila! With a thought from Fang Chen, the undying flame instantly appeared. This is the undying flame. It was the exclusive flame of the ancient divine beast, the undying bird, known as the King of Flames. Even in her dreams, Lady Holy Light wanted to obtain the undying flame. Yet now the undying flame had appeared before her. Lady Holy Light, this is indeed the undying flame. I'll transfer a portion of the undying flame into your body. Try to control it, said Fang Chen. Hearing this, Goddess Holy Light's face was filled with excitement. She naturally knew what Fang Chen's actions meant. The Goddess of Holy Light was extremely touched by Seiji's selfless dedication. Thank you. Goddess Holy Light clasped her fists in gratitude. Fang Chen skillfully controlled a portion of the undying flames and separated it from his own undying flames. Then, he placed his hands on Lady Holy Light's body. Immediately, the undying flames drilled into Lady Holy Light's body. At first, the Holy Light Goddess was unable to accept it. However, as Lady Holy Light gradually gained control over the laws of fire, she began to fuse with the undying flames. Strangely enough, the undying flame easily acknowledged the Holy Light Goddess as its master. After that, it became much easier. An hour later, Lady Holy Light completely fused with the undying flames. The aura around her instantly became stronger. Rumble, a deafening sound emerged from her body. At this moment, the bottleneck that had troubled her for a long time suddenly broke through. After breaking through from the true God realm to the divine spirit realm, her primordial spirit underwent a qualitative leap. Hiss, the undying flames pulsed on her body. Lady Holy Light opened her eyes. She was extremely excited. Thank you very much. Lady Holy Light, I'll be leaving first. Take care of yourself. After saying this, Fang Chen turned around and left. Fang Chen was very respectful toward the human seniors of the lower realm. He would help them as much as he could. After all, they had all made great contributions to the human race of the lower realm. After bidding farewell to Lady Holy Light, Fang Chen rapidly rushed toward the location of the Holy Light sect's remaining members. Using the space-time book, Fang Chen rapidly moved through the void. After a short moment, he arrived before the cliff. After carefully inspecting it, he discovered that there was a very hidden place in the corner of the cliff. This place was the location of the Holy Light sect's remaining members that Lady Holy Light had mentioned. There is indeed a formation. Fang Chen saw that the hidden place was covered by a formation. This formation was both real and illusory. It could easily confuse people. Ordinary true gods wouldn't even be able to see the true appearance of the formation, let alone break it. However, it was fortunate that Fang Chen was a transcendent formation master. Moreover, after this period of cultivation, his attainments in the Tao of formations had reached a higher level. He had vaguely become a peak transcendent formation master. He only lacked an opportunity to become a sage formation master. Transcendence was the level of formation masters in the heavenly realm. The sage formation master was stronger than the transcendent formation master. It was said that after reaching the sage formation master, the sage formation master could even trap true God. Although this formation is both real and illusory, it can't stump me. Fang Chen chuckled. Hiding in the void, he began to explore the trajectory of the formation. The Tao of formations was as vast as the ocean. In just half an hour, Fang Chen easily grasped the trajectory of the formation. If I control the formation in secret, I will be able to exterminate all the remaining evildoers in there, Fang Chen thought to himself. Immediately, he began to reverse control the formation. Reverse control of the formation was a relatively complicated process. First of all, one's attainments in the Tao of formations must be stronger than the opponent. Secondly, one must be incomparably skilled in the actual control of the formation. Neither of these two factors could be omitted. Fang Chen closed his eyes, and a rich aura of the Tao of formations emerged in his mind. Immediately after, his hands formed different seals, quickly controlling the array in reverse. Inside the formation, more than 30 remnants of the Holy Light religion gathered here to discuss important matters. Brother Qing, our plan needs to change. Yeah, I don't know what kind of madness that old woman, True God Lian Yi, is going through. She actually opened the True God's ruins and led so many True Gods to enter. What's there to be afraid of? They're just some weak True Gods. There aren't many True Gods. Our plan can continue as before. Many Holy Light religion members had some differences. The leader was a man called Brother Qing. What we need to do now is to control as many humans as possible and make them do things for us. Brother Qing said, moreover, when we resurrect the Guardians, we need to sacrifice their primordial spirits. Brother Qing, do you think that old woman will ruin our plan? Someone asked worriedly. A mere true God is nothing to be afraid of. I'm afraid she's already died in the hands of her compatriots. Brother Qing sneered. These Holy Light religion remnants exuded an extremely evil aura. No matter what, we must succeed this time. However, they didn't know something. The formation, which they thought could defend against everything, had been silently reversed by Fang Chen. However, Fang Chen's attainments in the Tao of formations were so powerful that they didn't notice it at all. The formation didn't change at all. In the void, Fang Chen was hiding in it, looking down. Sure enough, it's the Holy Light religion remnant. Fang Chen felt the same aura from them as the Ghost Dragon sect master. Moreover, Fang Chen could conclude that the black spot on the seal of Yue City was related to the Holy Light religion. More than 30 remnants, 5 of them are true gods. Among them, the guy called Brother Qing needs to be taken seriously. Fang Chen secretly said. He was thinking about how to make his move. If the 5 true gods join hands, they will definitely entangle me. I won't be able to divert my attention to deal with the other true gods. This way there will be twists and turns. I'll wait patiently for them to disperse. Fang Chen secretly said. He leisurely lay in the void, monitoring every movement of the Holy Light religion remnants. As time passed, the Holy Light religion remnants finally became suspicious of the humans they sent out. Brother Qing, do you think there will be a change? Someone asked. Brother Qing frowned and said, there shouldn't be. But they have been gone for so long, why haven't they returned? Brother Qing thought for a moment and said, send a few people out to take a look. Yes. A few true gods left the array. Brother Qing scanned his surroundings and quickly walked into a nearby cave. Okay. Fang Chen noticed Brother Qing's abnormality and followed him into the cave. Brother Qing took out an iron box from under a blue stone in the cave. Chapter 1742. Brother Qing looked at the iron box with greed in his eyes. What is that? Fang Chen was very puzzled. What could make this Holy Light Temple survivor so greedy? He wanted to go closer to take a look, but before he got close, he felt Brother Qing's abnormality. Strange. Why do I feel like someone is spying on me? Brother Qing frowned and looked around. After confirming that there was no one, he continued to look at the iron box greedily. Then, he put it under the blue stone. He hurriedly walked out of the cave and shouted, Old Tao, check if there's any problem with the array. A fat and round Holy Light Temple survivor stood up and nodded. Okay, I'll check it now. It seems that this fatty is their array master. The fatty activated his array aura and began to check the array. Fang Chen could see that the fatty's attainment in array Tao was not as high as his. With his strength, he would not be able to discover that the array had been tampered with. Brother Qing, there's no problem with the array, the fatty said. Brother Qing's expression eased a little. However, at this time, the few people who were sent out to check the array hurriedly returned. Their faces were gloomy as they walked in front of Brother Qing. Brother Cheng, those humans were killed. What? Brother Cheng frowned and rolled his eyes. Brother Cheng, do you think that old woman will expose our location? The person asked. You guys stay here. I'll go check it out myself, Brother Cheng said. Fang Chen's heart skipped a beat. Brother Cheng's departure was a good opportunity to make a move. After Brother Cheng left, Fang Chen quietly entered the cave. Soon, he took the iron box under the bluestone. He carefully opened the iron box and found a rock the size of a thumb lying in it. What is this? Fang Chen did not recognize this item. However, when Brother Cheng looked at the stone, his eyes were full of greed. This item should be valuable. Boss, we're rich. The little mouse was ecstatic. You recognize it? Fang Chen asked. This thing is too important to you, the little mouse said. This stone is called the Divine Light Stone. With your current strength, if you were to refine this godlight stone, you might be able to become a deity. That's too exaggerated. Fang Chen was a little stunned. Obviously, Fang Chen didn't know much about the Divine Light Stone. The little mouse explained the function of the Divine Light Stone in detail. Although the Divine Light Stone was called a stone, it was actually a kind of pill. Moreover, this kind of pill could only be refined by a heavenly god alchemist. After deities refined the Divine Light Stone, their primordial spirit would be greatly enhanced. Divine Transformation Realm and True God Realm could increase their cultivation by one level by refining the Divine Light Stone. If a Divine Spirit Realm expert were to refine this item, they would have a 50% chance of becoming a heavenly god and entering the Divine Ancestor Realm. This was very impressive. After all, there were trillions of people in the firmament. How many people were trapped in the Divine Spirit Realm, unable to become a heavenly god for their entire lives? In some large sect, the Divine Light Stone was one of the most important resources to nurture the younger generation. For ordinary deities, there was almost no hope for them to obtain the Divine Light Stone. Boss, it's a pity for you to refine the Divine Light Stone now. However, the most important thing right now is to increase your strength. The little mouse said. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He didn't expect that such a small stone would have such a powerful effect. While speaking, Fang Chen carefully put away the Divine Light Stone. He was secretly delighted. Brother Cheng must have wanted to use this item to break through to the Divine Ancestor Realm. Unfortunately, it was obtained by him. After obtaining the Divine Light Stone, Fang Chen immediately acted. Before Brother Cheng returned, he had to deal with the remaining Holy Light Temple members. After leaving the cave, Fang Chen's gaze fell on one of the remaining Holy Light Temple members who was sitting cross-legged alone. He silently appeared behind them, and then the 7 ultimate falling star sword suddenly stabbed out. Pucci, the remaining Holy Light Temple member, was instantly killed. He didn't even know how he died. Just like this, after using the time book to kill 5 true gods, he was finally discovered. Thief, you dare to attack my Holy Light Temple? You're courting death. 4 Divine Spirit Realm experts joined hands to deal with Fang Chen. The latter no longer hid and showed himself. Holy Light Temple member, you actually dared to sneak into the Divine Ruins. You're courting death. With a wave of his hand, he arranged a 3-layered array. Then, he held the divine artifact in his hand and the golden heart trembled. Rumble. In order to fully activate the divine artifact, Fang Chen also injected the berserk divine power that he had absorbed earlier into the divine artifact. He didn't expect it to have an unexpected effect. Buzz, the 7 ultimate falling star sword let out a terrifying sword cry. A bloody killing power instantly emerged. It's much stronger than the last time. Fang Chen instantly understood. It must be because of the berserk divine power. The berserk divine power was broken down from the 7 ultimate gods' divine power. The 7 ultimate falling star sword was the 7 ultimate gods' weapon. Naturally, it could feel the berserk divine power. Fire refining the heavens. He suddenly used the fire refining the heavens and slashed with the sword. In an instant, a divine spirit realm remaining holy light temple member was killed. Let's work together. When the remaining 3 saw this, they were somewhat frightened. However, they still braced themselves and attacked. Within the 3-layered array, a terrifying battle broke out. The power of the divine artifact was too strong. Even divine spirit realm experts couldn't resist its power. Even though the 3 of them worked together, Fang Chun still managed to seize the opportunity. After killing one of them with a slash, the remaining 2's combat power sharply decreased. Fang Chun was completely in control of the situation. Let's end this quickly. It would be troublesome if Brother Ching came back. The 7 ultimate falling star sword was quickly waved. Rays of fire dragon sword that made people despair emerged. After a few breaths, another person was killed. The last person was extremely terrified. He kept retreating, trying to escape. Die. The little mouse used its innate ability, extreme piercing. Together with Fang Chen's fire refining the heavens, they instantly killed him. Kill them all, Fang Chen said. He and the little mouse split up to deal with the remaining true gods. The biggest threat had been eliminated. It was too easy to deal with these true gods. The little mouse's 4 innate abilities were all used, providing great help to Fang Chen. Could almost kill one person with a slash. After a while, the array was in a sorry state. All the Holy Light Religion's remaining members were killed. At this time, Brother Cheng, who was observing outside the cliff, sensed the movement in the array. Not good. Someone has broken into our base. Brother Cheng shouted. Then, he brought a few true gods with him, and quickly returned to the scene. Unfortunately, it was too late. When he entered the array, he found that all the members were lying in a pool of blood. A man and a mouse floated in the air, coldly looking at everything. You killed them. Brother Cheng's eyes were scarlet. An evil aura emerged from his body. Yes, everyone has the right to kill the remaining members of Holy Light Religion. Fang Chen said. Our Holy Light Religion's members will never die in vain. Brother Cheng gritted his teeth. Fang Chen spread out his hands. Facts have proven that they did die in vain. Believe me, I will make you suffer. Brother Cheng said. Whoosh. Without any warning, Fang Chen swung his sword. Suddenly, several sword lights shot out. Courting death. Brother Cheng waved his hand, wanting to stop these sword lights. Roar. Little Mouse used its innate ability, extreme piercing. A terrifying purple spear shot toward Brother Cheng. The latter was forced to block. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Fang Chen's sword lights pierced the bodies of his followers. Look, I killed them in front of you. What can you do? Fang Chen grinned. He was deliberately angering Brother Cheng. Brother Cheng's anger soared. Do you know the consequences of offending me? At this time, Brother Cheng became even calmer. He raised his head and stared at Fang Chen. A strange smile appeared on his face. Fang Chen shook his head. I don't know. But I know that your Divine Light Stone is very useful to me. Boom. The words Divine Light Stone made Brother Cheng go crazy. You took the Divine Light Stone? Brother Cheng angrily asked Fang Chen. If I didn't want something as good as the Divine Light Stone, then I would be an idiot. Fang Chen said, I have to say, I really have to thank you. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been able to obtain such a good thing. Chapter 1743. Brother Cheng was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The Divine Light Stone that he had painstakingly obtained was taken away by this guy. Kid, I will personally take back the Divine Light Stone. I will also take back your life. Brother Cheng said. Roar. A beastly roar came out of Brother Cheng's mouth. Then, he suddenly grew 6 arms. Multi-armed race. In fact, Fang Chen was overthinking. This person was not from the multi-armed race, but a mythical beast. I didn't expect you to be a multi-armed mythical beast. Brother Cheng's 6 arms were emitting an evil aura. Holy Light God, please grant me strength. Brother Cheng's mouth was chanting a complicated spell. Suddenly, the evil aura on his body became more intense. Not good. Fang Chen took out the 7 deadly falling star sword and decisively used the fire refining the heavens technique. Whoosh! Streaks of fire dragons with terrifying sword chi pierced towards Brother Cheng's body. Ding! Ding! What was surprising was that Brother Cheng actually caught the fire dragons with his bare hands. This scene caused Fang Chen to be shocked. Logically speaking, the fire refining the heavens technique used by a heavenly god weapon should be very powerful. However, the defense of this holy light sect member was too strong. Heavenly god weapon, 7 deadly falling star sword. Brother Cheng recognized the 7 deadly falling star sword in Fang Chen's hand, and a hint of greed appeared in his eyes. He licked his dry lips and said, "I didn't expect the 7 deadly falling star sword to appear in your hands. After I kill you, it will be mine." Brother Cheng was extremely excited when he thought of owning the 7 deadly falling star sword. Of course, there was another thing that made Brother Cheng even more excited. The 7 deadly falling star sword had a lot to do with the resurrection of the Guardian. "Kid, you should be proud to die in my hands." After that, Brother Cheng attacked again. His 6 arms clenched into fists, and he quickly threw out 6 punches. "If you want to be my enemy, you should first block my 6 fists." Brother Cheng sneered. The 6 punches in the sky underwent a huge change. They quickly shot towards Fang Chen. In the process, the 6 punches constantly changed their positions. Fang Chen's eyes were fixed on the 6 streaks of fist radiance. What a strange trajectory! These 6 fist lights actually contained traces of a formation. This was beyond Fang Chen's expectations. Crack! Just as Brother Cheng sneered, the 6 fists suddenly stopped. Then, a cracking sound was heard. Brother Cheng took a closer look, and was surprised to find a little mouse biting the fist light that he had sent out. How is this possible? Big Brother Cheng was well aware of how powerful his attack was. Even a human in the divine spirit realm wouldn't dare to take it head-on. Yet, not only was this divine beast able to withstand it, it was even able to tear it apart. Super divine beast! Elder Brother Cheng's heart trembled. He looked at Little Mouse with a complicated expression. As a divine beast himself, Brother Cheng naturally knew how terrifying a divine beast with high potential was. He was a mid-grade divine beast, so his potential could only be considered average. The little mouse in front of him was no small matter. Just its hard teeth were comparable to a top-grade divine artifact. After tearing the 6 fist lights apart and swallowing them, the little mouse patted its round belly and said, "Your attack is only SOSO. You are?" The more he looked at the little mouse, the more familiar it seemed. Finally, Brother Cheng exclaimed, "You're a mutated divine beast, heaven-devouring divine rat." In the divine beast world, there weren't many who didn't know about the heaven-devouring divine rat. The heaven-devouring divine rat was a unique existence in the universe. At the same time, it was a peak existence among super-divine beasts, a mutated divine beast. The heaven-devouring divine rat's body was very hard, and its teeth could tear apart anything. "Not bad, you actually know this great one," said Little Mouse proudly. On the other hand, Brother Cheng had a complicated expression. First, he discovered a heavenly divine artifact. Now, he discovered the heaven-devouring divine rat. Brother Cheng was a bit confused. If it was just a single human, he could easily deal with it. But now, the heaven-devouring divine rat's appearance made him a bit afraid. "Big guy, be my pet obediently, and I might spare your dog life," said Little Mouse calmly. Brother Cheng's face was solemn. If the outside world knows that the heaven-devouring divine rat has appeared again, who knows how big of a storm it will cause? Unfortunately, you won't have that chance. The 7 ultimate falling star sword swung again, and the golden heart beat rapidly. Fang Chen quickly executed the fire-refining heavens vault technique. At the same time, he set up 3 universe arrays. No wonder you could sneak into our stronghold. So that's how it is. At this moment, Brother Cheng finally understood how Fang Chen could sneak in. But it doesn't help. Brother Cheng's body moved. His 6 arms suddenly lengthened and grabbed at Fang Chen. "Boss, I'll hold him back." The little mouse jumped onto Brother Cheng's arm and bit it. Brother Cheng let out a miserable cry, and the other 5 arms turned to attack the little mouse. "Be careful!" Fang Chen shouted and stabbed the 7 ultimate falling star sword into one of Brother Cheng's arms. Brother Cheng's arm was instantly cut off. "Damn it!" Brother Cheng was furious and began to attack the triple universe formation madly. Inside the array formation, his strength was greatly restricted. Crack! Under Brother Cheng's frenzied attacks, cracks appeared in the triple universe formation, and Brother Cheng took the opportunity to escape. Where there's life, there's hope. Brother Cheng had the intention to retreat and quickly escaped. "Want to leave?" Fang Chen sneered and opened his hands to control the formation. Suddenly, the formation that originally belonged to Brother Cheng's side began to attack him. "How can this be?" Brother Cheng was shocked. The formation that Fatty set up was actually controlled by this person. Thinking of this, Brother Cheng gritted his teeth and turned to look at Fang Chen. "Brat, you asked for this." After saying that, Brother Cheng roared and directly transformed into his original form. "So ugly," Little Mouse said in disdain. Brother Cheng's original form looked like a cow. However, he had 6 arms. "Ugly guy, go to hell." A huge purple rat shadow appeared behind Little Mouse. Suddenly, a terrifying purple aura spread out. Brother Cheng's body was trembling. This was the suppression of the bloodline. Godly rats were super-mutated divine beasts. Their bloodline was incomparably noble. They were not something he could compare to. Damn it. Brother Cheng's original form rushed towards Little Mouse. Fire refining sky. Fang Chen once again used the fire refining the heavens technique. He crazily activated the golden heart and ran the sword scripture in his mind. Dong! Dong! When the sword scripture was running, Fang Chen felt a little dazed for a moment. Then, the terrifying aura of destruction attacked again and occupied his mind. Sword Master Destruction. These 4 words rang in Fang Chen's ears again. It was as if Fang Chen's body had been struck by lightning, causing him to stand still on the ground. Boom! Sword chi and sword light crisscrossed on his body. At such a critical moment, he actually had an epiphany. Sword Scripture, Sword Scripture. The Sword Scripture was very powerful in enhancing Sword Dao divine skills. It had always been one of Fang Chen's trump cards. However, the Sword Scripture had once said that if one could cultivate the first 5 levels, he would be considered a genius in Sword Dao. As for the 6th level of the Sword Scripture, only its owner had cultivated it. And now, Fang Chen was trying to break through to the 6th level of the Sword Scripture. His Sword Dao aura was rising. Sword light filled the air, and the entire space seemed to be trembling. The golden heart was beating rapidly, helping Fang Chen to comprehend the Sword Scripture. The 7 legendary falling star sword in his hand also let out a deafening sword sound. A strange scene happened within 100 miles. The sword cultivators suddenly found that the long swords in their hands were out of control. They were automatically unsheathed and inserted into the ground. They were swaying in a certain direction as if they were worshipping something. This scene caused a shock. In Fang Chen's mind, his primordial spirit turned into a giant sword and burst out with a dazzling golden light. It seemed to have merged with the golden heart. Dong! The 6th level of the Sword Scripture was cultivated in an instant. The Sword Dao power in Fang Chen's body soared at a crazy speed. Boss has broken through. Seeing this, Little Mouse shouted excitedly. Brother Cheng was even more frightened. His heart was trembling. I can't let him break through smoothly. Thinking of this, Brother Cheng suddenly attacked Fang Chen. Chapter 1744. At this critical moment, Fang Chen had just broken through and his aura was not stable enough. Sensing the terrifying aura from Fang Chen, Brother Cheng quickly made a decision. He clenched his teeth and pounced on Fang Chen. As long as he could interrupt Fang Chen's breakthrough, he could make Fang Chen suffer a backlash and escape. Kill! Brother Qing waved his 6 arms wildly and a bloody evil aura spread out. Seeing this, Little Mouse harumphed coldly and performed 4 of his innate abilities to block Brother Qing's attack. You can't stop me. Although the mouse in front of him was a godly mouse, Brother Qing could not care less when his life was in danger. Die! Brother Qing attacked crazily. His shocking aura condensed into a series of physical attacks. Little Mouse's 4 special abilities only slowed down Brother Qing's attack. Brother Qing, who had entered a frenzied state, had his attack power increased tremendously. And now, he had used a forbidden technique to save his life. In a moment, Little Mouse's attack was broken by Brother Qing. Dong! Little Mouse's body was sent flying by Brother Qing and slammed into the wall. After clearing the obstacles, Brother Qing looked at Fang Chen with bloodshot eyes and prepared to kill him. However, at this moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The moment he opened his eyes, it was as if the whole world had changed. Rumble! A strong wind blew as countless law of the sword whistled past. The 6th level of the sword scripture was a level that was difficult for anyone to reach, but Fang Chen had done it. At this moment, Fang Chen's mind was filled with a complex understanding of the Sword Dao. It was as if a new door of Sword Dao had opened for him. Seeing Brother Qing's attack, Fang Chen's lips curled into a disdainful smile. Fire refining the heavens. The 6th level of the Sword Scripture's power increased instantly. The wild aura of the Sword Dao increased at a speed that was invisible to the naked eye. Fang Chen held the 7 legendary meteor sword in his hand. 7 stars shone on the sword. Whoosh! An extremely hot fire dragon shot out from the 7 ultimate meteor sword. This fire dragon contained Fang Chen's strongest attack. Dong! There was almost no resistance. The fire dragon whizzed out and broke through Brother Qing's attack with an unstoppable force. Then, it slammed into Brother Qing's body. Crack! Brother Qing's 6 arms turned into a bloody mist as he let out a miserable scream. However, in just a moment, Brother Qing's body was burned to ashes by the fire dragon. Whoosh! In just a breath's time, Fang Chen had killed Brother Qing. This process was too fast. Even Little Mouse, who was standing at the side, was completely shocked. The 6th level of the Sword Scripture can increase one's strength by 100,000 times. Fang Chen could not help but sigh. Fang Chen had only truly comprehended the Sword Scripture after reaching the 6th level. At this moment, Fang Chen was extremely shocked. How strong was the warrior who created the Sword Manual? The Sword Scripture had already surpassed ordinary cultivation technique. His amplification of Sword Dao power had already surpassed everything. Moreover, the 6th level of the Sword Scripture could not only increase Sword Dao divine skills, but also change one's body. Fang Chen's perfect sword body could feel an obvious change. 100,000 times increase in strength was enough for Fang Chen to challenge a divine spirit realm expert. Only in a battle of life and death could one's potential be stimulated and smoothly break through. After being stuck at the bottleneck for so long, he had finally comprehended the Sword Scripture. Even the owner of the Sword Scripture would not have thought that a warrior who was not even 100 years old could comprehend the 6th level of the Eternal Realm. In short, Fang Chen, who had comprehended the 6th level of the Sword Scripture, had undergone an earth-shattering change. The power of the fire refining the heavens technique had also increased. "Boss, you're too exaggerated." Little Mouse crawled up from the ground and said in shock. Fang Chen laughed. To an outsider, it was indeed exaggerated. However, to Fang Chen, it was normal and within the acceptable range. After all, the Sword Scripture was very special and he had already prepared for it. "Boss, the current you can challenge a divine spirit realm expert. If you break through and become a true god, even Zhou Lei won't be your opponent. Heavenly Goddess Lian, he probably won't stop you from meeting sister-in-law." Little Mouse was happy for Fang Chen. Fang Chen nodded. Let's see if there are any hidden survivors, Fang Chen said in a low voice after calming himself down. The methods of the Holy Light cult's survivors were unimaginable. Brother Cheng was only an ordinary divine spirit realm expert and didn't have many methods. If he encountered those monstrous divine spirit realm experts, it would be dangerous. Those who could reach the divine spirit realm could be considered mid-level experts in the divine world. Each of them had their own unique method. Fang Chen checked Brother Cheng's spatial ring. It was empty. "Boss, do you want to check the cave?" Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen nodded and began to check the cave. This cave was actually very ordinary. There was nothing unusual about it. However, the more it was like this, the more puzzled Fang Chen was. Since the Holy Light cult's survivors chose this place as their base, there must be something different about it. Fang Chen began to slowly search. The golden heart buzzed and started to beat. Okay. Seeing this, Fang Chen's eyes lit up. Following the golden heart's guidance, he quickly arrived at the deepest part of the cave. Just as he stepped over the bluestone, Fang Chen discovered something different. Why is there a hidden formation on this wall? Previously, he was busy taking the divine light stone and didn't notice the hidden formation on the wall. After discovering the formation, Fang Chen's eyes shone with golden light. There must be something strange behind this formation. Boss, can you break the formation? Fang Chen looked at the formation and nodded. I can break it, but it will take some time. After saying that, Fang Chen began to focus on breaking the formation. As he said, the formation was broken 2 hours later. Rumble, a stone door appeared on the wall. Fang Chen's palm gently touched the stone door. Creak. The stone door slowly rotated and opened. Fang Chen entered the stone door and found that it was a stone room. What is this? Little Mouse saw that there was nothing in the stone room except for a stone platform. What a strange sword aura. The golden heart's heartbeat became faster and faster. Buzz, golden light emerged and instantly shot out from Fang Chen's body. When the golden light shone on the stone platform, the stone room suddenly began to shake. A moment later, a shadow appeared above the stone platform. Finally, an inheritor? The face of the shadow was full of smiles. Kid, when you see this shadow of mine, I will have already fallen. I, the sword fanatic, have been obsessed with the sword Tao for my whole life. Unfortunately, I have never found a suitable inheritor. In the end, I could only live here with my friend, the 7 ultimate god, with regret. The shadow slowly said. Fang Chen captured a lot of key information from the words of the shadow. Sword fanatic. Fang Chen had never heard of this name. However, Fang Chen was shocked by the profession of the sword fanatic. Swordsmith, this person was actually a swordsmith. Swordsmiths were obsessed with the sword Tao for their whole lives. Although they were also blacksmiths, they only forged sharp swords and never other divine weapons. In fact, it could be understood from the literal meaning. It was said that the long swords forged by swordsmiths were twice as powerful as those forged by ordinary blacksmiths. Swordsmiths were very close to many sword cultivators. Fang Chen had also seen the introduction of swordsmiths in history books. At this stage, there were very few pure swordsmiths. This was because there were too many restrictions for swordsmiths. They could only forge long swords. On the other hand, blacksmiths were relatively broader and could forge anything. In this way, blacksmiths were more popular. Only those experts who were obsessed with the sword Tao would choose the profession of swordsmith. I am a saint-level swordsmith, but I did not leave any of the long swords I forged for you, because in my opinion, only the ones I forged are the most suitable. I hope that after you accept my inheritance, you will be able to carry forward the profession of swordsmith. The shadow continued, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Being able to stimulate the shadow I left behind in advance means that your attainment in the sword Tao is very high. I will not make a wrong judgment or make a wrong choice. You can consider whether you want to accept my inheritance. Saint-level swordsmith. Chapter 1745. To be honest, the inheritance of a saint-level swordsmith was very tempting. Moreover, according to Fang Chen's understanding, a swordsmith would often experience the sword Dao in the process of forging swords. In history, almost every sword Dao expert who reached the peak had another identity, and that was a swordsmith. The swords they forged were different from the rest, much stronger than the ones forged by tool refiners. Fang Chen had the foundation of a tool refiner, so it shouldn't be difficult for him to accept the swordsmith inheritance. Moreover, with the help of the Golden Heart, his talent in the sword Dao was heaven-defying. Every decision he made had to be careful. Because this was the divine realm, there were some things that couldn't be repeated. Fang Chen didn't have any powerful background, so he could only rely on himself to walk the path of cultivation. Therefore, no matter what, he had to keep a clear head. He raised his head and looked at the sword addict. It wouldn't be too late to make a decision after he understood the situation. I've left behind two great benefits. One of them is the swordsmith inheritance. With my inheritance, you can easily step into the realm of extraordinary level swordsmith. The other is the swordsmith platform. This swordsmith platform was once my proudest creation. I left behind my swordsmithing methods on the swordsmith platform. If you accept my inheritance, you can activate the swordsmith platform and upgrade any weapon you have to the level of a top-grade divine artifact. To be honest, the sword addict's words were very tempting. Fang Chen was also somewhat tempted, but he held back. What do I need to do? Fang Chen asked. The illusory figure chuckled, very satisfied with Fang Chen's performance. What you need to do is to carry forward the sword Dao. If you have the heart, take revenge for me and the 7 fatalities. Who are your enemies? Fang Chen asked. Although he guessed it was the Holy Light Temple, Fang Chen still wanted to confirm. The illusory figure shook his head and sighed. Their power is too great. Even if you become a heavenly god, you can't contend against them. It's better if you don't know now. Once you grow to a certain level, you'll naturally know. The 7 fatalities heavenly god artifacts have acknowledged you. In truth, I also want to pass my inheritance to you. The shadow became fainter and fainter, as if it would collapse at any moment. Fang Chen knew that the shadow had stayed for too long. Activating it by itself consumed too much energy, so it couldn't be maintained for too long. After weighing the pros and cons, Fang Chen made a decision. Senior Sword Fanatic, Junior Fang Chen accepts your inheritance. If I have the strength in the future, I will definitely avenge you. As soon as Fang Chen finished speaking, the 7 ultimate falling star sword let out a sword hum as if it was very happy. The moment the illusory figure dissipated, a joyful smile appeared on his face. The shadow dissipated, and a golden light drilled into Fang Chen's mind. The vast swordsmithing legacy instantly spread out. Gradual Dao, Fang Chen said with a solemn expression. He closed his eyes and began to accept the sword-forging inheritance. Swordsmiths were a type of blacksmith. Therefore, it was not too difficult for Fang Chen to inherit the sword-forging legacy. Fang Chen was self-taught in many areas. Forge swords with heart, nurture swords with heart. Fang Chen muttered. He was wholeheartedly immersed in comprehending the swordsmithing legacy. In fact, what Fang Chen didn't know was that the sword fanatic was also famous in the easternmost land. However, he disappeared mysteriously later. Who would have thought that he would fall here? Even divine god Lian, he had to treat a saint-level swordsmith with respect. The top saint-level swordsmiths could even be on par with true gods. Their status was incomparably respected. While Fang Chen was accepting the swordsmithing legacy, something major happened in the divine ruins. Evil creatures invaded, and many weak disciples of the sect were killed. Those who managed to survive were all top-notch true gods and divine spirit realm experts. Among them, Mochizuki was definitely the best. On a certain mountain peak, there was no one. Suddenly, a figure broke out of the ground. Mochizuki, who had been dormant for so long, finally came out of seclusion. At this time, Mochizuki's aura was abnormally strong, and his strength was unimaginable. His appearance made the air around the mountain peak become abnormally heavy. The violent divine power in the air seemed to be unable to harm him. Mochizuki stretched out his hand, and then suddenly grasped at the void. Suddenly, a violent divine power was grasped in his hand. "Break!" Mochizuki growled, and suddenly, the violent divine power in his hand shattered. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. The surrounding space was slightly distorted at that moment. "The moment I step out of the divine ruins, I will definitely become a divine god," Mochizuki said in a low voice. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes. After receiving the inheritance of a certain expert, Mochizuki's strength became even stronger. After a long time, Mochizuki suppressed the shock in his heart and took out the communication jade pendant. Ding ding ding, countless messages came out of the communication jade pendant. After listening to the messages one by one, Mochizuki clenched his fists, and his body emitted a wild, killing intent. "All is empty, Fong Chen." Mochizuki's hatred for the two of them was monstrous. "If I, Mochizuki, don't kill you, I'm not human," Mochizuki said coldly. Mochizuki's cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he was not going to cultivate hard. "I'll let the two of you be my practice." Mochizuki was ready to attack Fong Chen, and all is empty. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from afar. Mochizuki looked up and saw that it was the Zhou family's Zhou Lei. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Lei landed on the mountain peak. "Zhou Lei. I was passing by and saw you, so I came to take a look." Zhou Lei smiled. "I don't think it's as simple as just looking at me." Mochizuki frowned. Zhou Lei laughed. "That's right. I didn't come just to see you. Mochizuki, if my guess is correct, you've already taken that step and are qualified to be my opponent. I want to fight with you and see how strong you are," Zhou Lei said. In fact, before entering the Heaven God's ruins, Zhou Lei had already regarded Mochizuki as a formidable opponent. And this time, when he happened to pass by and discovered Mochizuki's aura, he was even more impatient to fight with Mochizuki. "Zhou Lei, you and I will fight in the end, but not now," Mochizuki said. Clearly, he did not want to fight with Zhou Lei now. If the two of them fought, both of them would suffer in the end. It was not the final moment yet, so there was no need for this. "That's fine. When we reach Lotus Mountain, I'll fight with you," Zhou Lei said. "However, before that, I want to make sure you're qualified to be my opponent." Zhou Lei's words had just left his mouth when he suddenly punched. The angle of this punch was very tricky, and the power behind it was very strong. Bang! Mochizuki frowned and used the power in his body to block this punch. "Not bad. From today onwards, you, Mochizuki, are my opponent." Zhou Lei laughed and leaped away from the mountain peak. Looking at Zhou Lei's departing figure, Mochizuki said in a deep voice, "One day, I'll trample you, Zhou Lei, under my feet." Roar. Zhou Lei had just left when the members of the Holy Light Temple discovered Mochizuki. An evil aura appeared and surrounded Mochizuki. Courting death. Facing the high and mighty Zhou Lei, Mochizuki was already unhappy. Coincidentally, these members of the Holy Light Temple could be his punching bag. Bang bang bang! Wang Jiangyu, who had attacked in anger, was simply too terrifying. A moment later, the members of the Holy Light Temple who surrounded him were all killed. Too weak. Mochizuki waved his sleeves and turned to leave. 3 days later, Mochizuki was inquiring about Fong Chen and all is empty when he coincidentally met Xiao Peng. Ever since Xiao Che died, Xiao Peng seemed to have disappeared. "Senior brother Yu." Xiao Peng. "Senior brother Yu, where are you going?" "To avenge the disciples of Sky Gazing Mountain," Mochizuki calmly said. "Senior brother Yu, I know where all is empty is. I can take you there." Xiao Peng's eyes flashed with a trace of fierceness as he said in a deep voice. The death of his brother Xiao Che was a huge blow to him. All right, if you can find their hiding place and return to Sky-Gazing Mountain, I will protect you. Mochizuki nodded. Hearing this, Xiaopeng was very excited. Chapter 1746. During this time, Xiaopeng had been paying attention to the movements of All is Empty and the others. Although All is Empty's whereabouts were very mysterious, Xiaopeng still managed to capture them. Xiaopeng didn't dare to attack All is Empty alone, so he had been looking for help. He didn't expect to run into Mochizuki, the chief disciple of Sky-Gazing Mountain. With Mochizuki's help, killing All is Empty was a piece of cake. Xiaopeng had always been thinking about Xiao Chei's death. If he didn't take revenge, he wouldn't be human. Soon, he led Mochizuki to All is Empty's hiding place. All is Empty's life was very comfortable. Ever since he separated from Fang Chen, his luck had been off the charts. Not only did he obtain some ancient inheritances, but he also stabilized his cultivation base. All is Empty was lying on a blue stone, whistling comfortably. No one else could live like this. Sigh, if only All is Empty could live like this. Looking at the blue sky, All is Empty muttered to himself. Thinking of his master, All is Empty sighed. If he was in the outside world, he definitely wouldn't be as carefree and happy as he was now. His master was very strict with him and didn't allow him to be lazy at all. I wonder how Brother Fang is doing, All is Empty said. Anyway, he didn't enter the Heavenly God's ruins for Heavenly God Lien Yi's disciple. He just wanted to improve his strength. Thinking of Fang Chen, All is Empty's face was full of smiles. His biggest gain from entering the Heavenly God's ruins was befriending a prodigy like Fang Chen. All is Empty. Just as All is Empty was lost in his thoughts, a deafening voice suddenly entered his ears. Immediately, All is Empty's figure flashed and stood on the bluestone. He took a closer look, and when he saw who it was, he cursed inwardly and prepared to escape. However, the surrounding void was instantly sealed. Mochizuki looked at All is Empty with a cold expression. You killed a disciple of my Sky-Gazing Mountain. Are you not going to give me an explanation? Mochizuki asked calmly. All is Empty had a solemn look on his face. If it was any other divine spirit realm disciple, he would still be able to fight against him. However, Mochizuki was too strong. The aura emanating from his body made All is Empty feel extremely dangerous. What are you talking about? How come I don't know? All is Empty played the fool. Humph, you will know. Mochizuki didn't want to waste time with All is Empty, so he attacked immediately. Rumble Mochizuki's large hand reached out and directly covered All is Empty. So strong. After sensing Mochizuki's strength, All is Empty did not dare to fight him head-on. Pucci All is Empty spat out a mouthful of blood and used a forbidden technique. Whoosh! A golden Buddha statue appeared in the sky. It was solemn and mighty. All is Empty's blood dyed the golden Buddha statue red. Immediately, a vast Buddhist energy erupted from the statue and swept over. The sealed space was shattered. All is Empty took advantage of this opportunity to drag his miserable body and instantly disappear. You want to leave? Wang Jiangwei punched out with a single punch that collided with the power of the Buddhist sects, causing it to dissipate instantly. Then, he leaped and chased after All is Empty. Whoosh! Whoosh! A moment later, Mochizuki returned. Senior brother you, All is Empty was killed by you? Asked Xiaopeng. Mochizuki shook his head. His expression was solemn. That kid's methods were very strange. He actually managed to escape from my pursuit, said Mochizuki in a low voice. In truth, he was too careless. If he had sealed the space and used a thunderous method, All is Empty would have died without a doubt. This. Xiaopeng's expression changed. He was a little regretful. Mochizuki pondered for a moment, then said, Spread the news. Say that All is Empty was captured by me. Senior brother you. Xiaopeng was a little puzzled, but soon understood Mochizuki's intention. He was planning to use this scheme to lure Fang Chen out so that he could kill him. All is empty escaped with serious injuries. Fang Chen had no idea. He was comprehending the Tao of sword forging in the heaven and earth cave. A few months passed in the blink of an eye. It had been a year since Fang Chen entered the heavenly god's relic. During this time, Fang Chen had experienced a lot. Especially in these months, Fang Chen's body had undergone an obvious transformation. At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. His body was like a sharp sword, inserted horizontally into the ground. The sword chi around him was very frightening. At the same time, the silent sword forging platform erupted with a resplendent light. Strands of terrifying sword chi emerged from the sword forging platform. "Boss, you've completely accepted it?" the little mouse asked. Fang Chen nodded and smiled. After a few months of comprehension, he had finally completely grasped the sword fanatic's Tao of sword forging. "Doesn't that mean that Boss is now an extraordinary swordsmith?" The little mouse was overjoyed and hurriedly asked. Fang Chen shook his head. The sword fanatic had once said that if he completely accepted his inheritance, he would be able to become an extraordinary swordsmith. However, the current Fang Chen only had theoretical knowledge and no practice. "I still need to practice and see to what extent I've grasped it," Fang Chen said. Then, he began to practice. The sword forging platform had already been activated. There were many refining materials in his spatial ring. These materials were very ordinary, but they were enough to refine a divine artifact. If he wanted to prove whether or not he was an extraordinary swordsmith, he would have to see if he could refine a divine artifact. After preparing the materials, Fang Chen began to forge the sword. A large number of sword forging methods appeared in his mind. Fang Chen chose a method that he was familiar with and began to forge the sword. In truth, the process of forging a sword was the same as the process of refining a divine artifact. However, when a swordsmith forged a sword, they needed to use their own sword chi as the core. After putting away the materials, he began to forge the sword. Dense sword chi drilled into the materials and the undying flame instantly appeared, burning the materials. Time passed by slowly. About an hour later, Fang Chen completed his first forging. Picking up the sword, Fang Chen shook his head. "The difference between theory and practice is too great," Fang Chen inwardly said. However, he was not discouraged. Only through countless practice could he reach the ideal state. In the following time, Fang Chen continued to forge the sword. After a period of time, he was able to forge a sharp sword. However, he failed almost every time. Finally, after failing over 30 times, he succeeded. Looking at the sword in his hand, Fang Chen's face was filled with excitement. After practicing so many times, he had finally forged a divine artifact. This sword's body was dim, and there was a resplendent star on the hilt. This was the first divine artifact that Fang Chen had made. Although it's a low-grade divine artifact, it's still an improvement. To be able to forge a low-grade divine artifact, one could already be called a master-level swordsmith. However, it could only be considered a low-grade master-level swordsmith. "Boss, congratulations," the little mouse said with a smile. "It's not enough to forge a low-grade divine artifact. My goal is to forge a high-grade divine artifact, or even a supreme-grade divine artifact," Fang Chen said to himself as he clenched his fists. Of course, it was impossible to reach the level of a supreme-grade divine artifact in a short time. However, Fang Chen did not bite off more than he could chew. On the path of swordsmithing, he had to take it one step at a time. In any case, there are still 2 years until the Heaven God's ruins close. I can cultivate while forging, so why not? Fang Chen said. Let's try to forge a high-grade divine artifact before we leave the Heaven God's ruins. In the outside world, master-level swordsmiths who could forge high-grade divine artifacts had very high statuses. Many sects would fight to rope them in. If you wanted to gain a foothold in the Heaven God realm, You had to have a special skill. I'll be forging here for a long time. If you're bored, you can go out for a walk. However, you have to be careful. We've offended Sky Gazing Mountain, so Mochizuki definitely won't let us off, Fong Chen said to the little mouse. The little mouse grinned and said, Boss, I've been bored to death for a long time. I won't stay here to forge with you. I'm going to go out and take a look. While I'm at it, I'll bring back some precious materials for you. You have to be careful. If there's anything, just call me, Fong Chen said. The little mouse nodded, then turned and left. Fong Chen completely covered the entire cave with a formation. Even a divine spirit expert wouldn't be able to break through it in a short time. Forging a sword required a calm mind. He couldn't be disturbed by the outside world, so he had to set up a good defense. Now, he could forge a sword with peace of mind. Crash. His clone walked over to the other side of the forging table. Forging a sword with my main body and clone will save me half the time, Fong Chen said with a smile. I hope I'll get a good harvest. Chapter 1748. If one wanted to become an outstanding swordsmith, they had to be able to endure loneliness. 8 Reading. 23 swordsmiths were even more irritated than refiners because they had to face the swords they forged every day. Moreover, there were only swords and no other weapons. If a person faced countless swords every day, it would be fine for a short period of time. But as time passed, they would definitely be irritated. Swordsmiths hated irritability the most. They needed to practice countless times to improve their swordsmithing skills. Every time a swordsmith forged a sword, it was a transformation, a rebirth. During the swordsmithing process, they could experience different sword daos. Finally, they would find the path that suited them the most. Fong Chen was no exception. His main body and avatar forged swords together. At the beginning, the swordsmithing speed was very slow. Then, the speed began to increase. However, half a month later, Fong Chen stopped forging swords. This was because he didn't have enough materials. Swordsmithing was a profession that required a lot of money. This was true. Forging swords required materials. Forging swords day and night to improve one's forging skills required even more materials. Although Fong Chen had a large amount of materials in his spatial ring, he couldn't withstand the crazy forging of his main body and avatar. Ding! His main body finished forging a sword and was very satisfied. This was a medium-grade divine artifact. Compared to half a month ago, the improvement was quite high. Turning his head, he saw a pile of divine artifacts in the stone room. Roughly estimating, there were at least 1,000 low-grade divine artifacts and over a dozen medium-grade divine artifacts. Although some of them were inferior, there were also some that were perfect. His avatar was still forging swords while his main body prepared to go out and think of a way. It's impossible to trade in the Heaven God's ruins. Otherwise, if I sold these divine artifacts, I would have enough materials. Fong Chen was a bit helpless. After hurriedly leaving the cave, Fong Chen contacted Little Mouse. Where are you now? Fong Chen asked. Boss, I found a vein of ore. I'm currently investigating it. Little Mouse's voice was filled with joy. Oh, a vein of ore. Boss, I've already checked. This mine should be the Iron Sword Mine, Little Mouse replied immediately. Hearing this, Fong Chen was overjoyed. He had just come out to look for materials when he found something. Tell me the address. I'll be there immediately. Little Mouse told Fong Chen the address, and the latter used the space-time book to quickly move forward. 3 days later, Fong Chen arrived at the mountain range mentioned by the Little Mouse. The Iron Sword Mine was among them. However, Fong Chen heard some noises. What happened? Fong Chen had a bad premonition. He hurried forward, and in the blink of an eye, he saw the Iron Sword Mine. In front of the Iron Sword Mine, there was a group of disciples from the sect. They seemed to be arguing with the Little Mouse. Little fellow, leave quickly. We were the ones who discovered the Iron Sword vein first. I think you must be tired of living. How dare you challenge our Jingshi sect? If you don't get lost, you'll stay here forever. The Jingshi sect was only a small sect in the easternmost land, similar to the Black Flame sect. It was only because the little mouse was small that it was so arrogant. I was the one who discovered this place first. All of you get lost, the little mouse said arrogantly. Why are you talking nonsense with him? A true God disciple from the Jingshi sect said impatiently. Then, he attacked the little mouse. Innate ability, extreme piercing. The little mouse used its innate ability. The terrifying purple spear pierced the disciple's body at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Pucci, the true God disciple from the Jingshi sect, died instantly. Damn it! How dare you kill our Jingshi sect's disciple? The Jingshi sect's disciples were completely enraged. They all attacked, ready to kill the little mouse. Stop! Fang Chen appeared in time and blocked the little mouse, looking coldly at the Jingshi sect's disciples. Brat, who are you? How dare you meddle in our business? The iron sword vein was discovered by my brother first. All of you get lost, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Humph, you're courting death. Buzz. A terrifying sword chi instantly wreaked havoc. The Jingshi sect's disciples' faces changed. Divine Spirit Realm. They felt that the aura from Fang Chen's body was even more terrifying than an ordinary Divine Spirit Realm expert. Brother, the iron sword vein belongs to you. We, the Jingshi sect, will retreat immediately. The Jingshi sect's disciples were terrified. They were afraid that Fang Chen would really be angry. However, it was obvious that Fang Chen disdained to attack them. The Jingshi sect's disciples were intimidated by Fang Chen's strength. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. Boss, why did you come out? The little mouse asked. I didn't have enough materials to forge a sword, so I came out to find some, Fang Chen said. That's great. If we can extract the iron sword vein, it'll be enough for you to forge a sword. The little mouse danced with joy. However, it's too strenuous for just the two of us to extract it. Fang Chen was stunned. Only then did he think of this problem. Wait a moment. A thought flashed in his mind, and his figure disappeared. Outside the continuous mountain range, the Jingshi sect's disciples had just escaped death. They were still in shock. Senior brother, how strong was that person? I felt my primordial spirit tremble when he looked at me. That's right. That person was too strong. Let's leave quickly. If that person regrets it, we'll be finished, the leading senior brother said softly. Just as the Jingshi sect's disciples were about to leave in a hurry, Fang Chen appeared. Yes. When they saw Fang Chen, their faces changed drastically. Their bodies trembled. Brother, our Jingshi sect has already given up on the iron sword vein. What else do you want? That's right. Please be magnanimous and let our Jingshi sect go. The Jingshi sect's disciples thought that Fang Chen was here to deal with them. All of them begged for mercy. Fang Chen said, If you want me to let you go, you have to agree to one condition. What condition? As long as you let us go, we will agree. Help me mine the iron sword vein. Fang Chen said, Of course, I won't let you work for free. I will only take 70% of the iron sword vein mined. You can split the remaining 30% among yourselves. During this period, I will guarantee your safety. After pausing for a moment, he continued, If you perform well, I can personally escort you out of the heaven god's ruins. I can even bestow you with divine artifacts. Upon hearing Fang Chen's words, the Jingshi sect's disciples widened their eyes. They felt like they were dreaming. Brother, is what you said true? The leading Jingshi sect disciple asked carefully. Of course it's true. Are you doubting my words? Fang Chen asked. The Jingshi sect's disciples hurriedly waved their hands and said with a smile, We wouldn't dare. How could we doubt you? It's just that what you said is too tempting. It feels like a dream. Then, do you agree or not? Fang Chen asked. Yes, of course. Only a fool wouldn't agree. All the Jingshi sect's disciples agreed to Fang Chen's request. Alright. From today onwards, you will focus on mining the iron sword vein. Fang Chen led the Jing Shi sect's disciples back to the iron sword vein. Don't worry. We will definitely work hard. The reason why the Jing Shi sect's disciples could agree so readily was because the benefits Fang Chen offered were too great. They could get 30% of the iron sword vein mined. At first glance, 30% was too little. However, if one considered it comprehensively, 30% was already an astronomical figure. Most importantly, they could obtain Fang Chen's protection. This way there would be almost no danger. Furthermore, if they performed well, they could even obtain divine artifacts. This is a perfect thing, so why not do it? After all, they had only entered the Sky God ruins to train, search for inheritances, and improve their strength. As for the so-called Lotus Flower Mountain, they did not even dream of it. The Jing Shi sect's disciples entered the iron sword vein in a single file. Fang Chen set up a triple array formation here to prevent other sects' disciples from invading. Then, he and Little Mouse personally mined the iron sword vein. A day later, Fang Chen left with a large amount of iron sword vein. Before he left, he handed the entire place over to Little Mouse and let him be in charge. At the same time, he had to transport a batch of iron sword vein ore to the place where he was forging swords every few days. Little Mouse patted his chest and guaranteed that he would definitely complete the task. With the continuous transport of iron sword vein ore, Fang Chen could devote himself to forging sword. Chapter 1749. The iron sword mine was much larger than he had imagined. Fang Chen guessed that the reason why the sword fanatic chose to live in seclusion here, apart from the 7 ultimate gods, was probably because of the iron sword mine. Although the sword fanatic was a saint-level swordsmith, he often needed to put some of his research ideas into action. If he used precious materials, it would be a huge burden for him. Although the iron sword mine was not too precious for a saint-level swordsmith, it was enough for him to practice his craft. With the hard work of the Jinshi sect's disciples, the Little Mouse continuously sent the iron sword mine to Fang Chen. The latter did not have to worry about the lack of materials for forging and fell into a frenzy of swordsmithing. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Fang Chen even forgot the time. Every day, apart from resting, he would forge swords like crazy. Even when he rested, his brain would not stop. Instead, it would evolve his ideas countless times and then put them into action. In short, in the past half a year, Fang Chen's gains were too great. He had completely mastered the sword fanatic's swordsmithing inheritance and finally, one day, he forged a supreme-grade divine weapon. That's right, a supreme-grade divine weapon. Half a year ago, Fang Chen was able to forge a middle-grade divine weapon. After that, his swordsmithing skills improved and he was able to forge a high-grade divine weapon. However, there was a threshold that was difficult to cross from high-grade to supreme-grade. Fortunately, Fang Chen used half a year's time and still managed to overcome this obstacle. Phew! At a certain moment, Fang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the silver-gray longsword in his hand with a smile on his face. This longsword was the only supreme-grade divine weapon he had forged so far. Staring at this supreme-grade divine weapon, Fang Chen did not dare to imagine. Before entering the Sky God's relic, he had not come into contact with swordsmithing. He only knew a little about weapon forging. Now, in less than 2 years, his body had undergone earth-shattering changes. He was a master-level swordsmith, and one of the best. Now, just his identity as a master-level swordsmith was enough to attract the attention of the major forces in the easternmost land. Not to mention that he could forge supreme-grade divine weapons. As expected of a supreme-grade divine weapon. Unfortunately, I don't have divine power and can't fully activate its power, Fang Chen said in a low voice. In the process of forging this supreme-grade divine artifact, Fang Chen had also been inspired. The divine weapon was silver-gray and the hilt, and there were 3 points of light on the sword. The power of a supreme-grade divine artifact is much stronger than that of a high-grade divine artifact. Fang Chen thought to himself, it's time for the hidden star sword to be upgraded. After saying that, Fang Chen took out the star-hidden sword and began to reforge it. Fang Chen had set his sights very high. Fang Chen curled his lips as he carefully observed the star-hidden sword once again. The hidden star sword was his battle companion that had followed him for the longest time, and he had always been reluctant to abandon it. It was for this reason that he had never changed his weapon. However, now that he carefully looked at it, the casting of the hidden star sword was very simple and crude. It even made some mistakes in principle. However, none of this mattered anymore. Because after this, the hidden star sword would become his most perfect masterpiece. The undying flame surrounded the star sword and began to refine it. The process of refining the star sword was unusually smooth. Even Fang Chen was incomparably astonished. He had completed it in just 2 hours. Buzz. The moment the star sword was finished, it made a sword cry. It seemed to be very happy. You can fight side by side with me in the future, Fang Chen said while holding the star sword. The star sword didn't change much in appearance. The most important thing was the internal change. After becoming a supreme-grade divine weapon, it could absorb the divine power in the air. As time passed, the star sword would also grow. After the quality upgrade of the star sword was completed, Fang Chen's eyes fell on the sword-casting platform. Senior Sword Addict left energy on the sword-casting platform to instantly upgrade any weapon to the level of supreme-grade divine weapon. He was worried that the successor couldn't reach his level in a short time. Fang Chen shook his head. Fang Chen could feel the Sword Addict's good intentions. But he clearly didn't need this opportunity. Can I take this sword-casting platform away? Such a thought appeared in Fang Chen's mind. A sword-casting platform was extremely important to a swordsmith. A good sword-casting platform was half the battle won. During this time, Fang Chen had been crazily forging swords, and he could sense how powerful the Sword Addict's sword-casting platform was. If he wanted to use it for himself, the Sword Addict would definitely be happy. Fang Chen tried to put the sword-casting platform into his spatial ring, but he failed. Let's try it out, Fang Chen suddenly said. Then he dripped his blood on it. When his blood touched the sword-casting platform, it was immediately absorbed. In the next instant, information regarding the sword-casting platform appeared in Fang Chen's mind. The Heavenly Sword platform was ranked 7th on the Divine World's Foundation forging list. In the boundless Divine World, there were all kinds of rankings. One of them was related to swordsmiths called the Foundation Forging List. As the name implied, the Foundation Forging List was a list of sword-casting platforms. This list covered the entire Divine World. The sword-casting platforms that could be ranked on this list were all extraordinary sword-casting platforms. The better the sword-casting platform, the better the quality of the swords it forged. Throughout history, every powerful swordsmith had their own sword-casting table. Fang Chen did not expect that the black sword forging platform in front of him was actually the legendary Heavenly Sword platform. Furthermore, it was ranked 7th on the Foundation forging list. I've really picked up a treasure, ha ha. Staring at the sword-casting platform, Fang Chen's eyes shined with golden light. This time, he really had picked up a treasure. This was the legendary Heavenly Sword platform. Even saint-level swordsmiths would yearn for the Heavenly Sword platform even in their dreams. His luck was off the charts. Suppressing his joy, Fang Chen cupped his fists toward the Heavenly Sword platform. Many thanks for Senior Sword Fanatic's kindness. Junior will definitely not disappoint Senior, and I will not allow the Heavenly Sword platform to be covered in dust. As if it could hear Fang Chen's words, the Heavenly Sword platform let out a faint sound in response to Fang Chen. Fang Chen's hand gently caressed the Heavenly Sword platform. He was extremely excited. In the future, we'll be comrades fighting side by side. At this time, Fang Chen made another attempt. As expected, the heavenly sword platform really was placed into his spatial ring. Although he was delighted, he didn't let it get to his head. Fang Chen also knew that the heavenly sword platform was extremely important. He absolutely couldn't let the outside world know about it. Otherwise, those evil swordsmiths would definitely come looking for him. That would bring him a fatal disaster. He had to be careful. After putting away the heavenly sword platform, Fang Chen clapped his hands and happily left the cave. Of course, he wouldn't forget the divine weapons he had forged in the past 6 months. The mountain of divine weapons were all placed into Fang Chen's spatial ring. After I get out, I'll sell all of these divine weapons. Fang Chen was counting his chickens before they hatched. He wouldn't have to worry about lacking money in the future. Finally, Fang Chen bowed deeply to the stone room and happily walked out of the cave. This time, he had gained a lot from meeting Lady Holy Flame. Not only had he become an extraordinary swordsmith, but he had also obtained the heavenly sword platform. More importantly, he had obtained the divine light stone. During this time, he had been crazily forging swords and had neglected the divine light stone. Let's refine the divine light stone first. Fang Chen muttered to himself. If he wanted to display the true power of the divine weapon, he had to use divine power to activate it. Although Fang Chen was strong, his realm was too low. The most important thing now was to increase his realm. Immediately, Fang Chen began to refine the divine light stone. The divine light stone lay in the palm of Fang Chen's hand and was absorbed into his body. A miraculous scene occurred. The golden heart devoured the divine light stone. Then, it began to refine the stone. The energy in the divine light stone surged out and spread to Fang Chen's limbs and bones. Buzz. Fang Chen felt that his strength was rapidly increasing. His aura was also gradually rising. I've broken through. Fang Chen could feel that his cultivation level was rising like a rocket. 6th level, 7th level, 8th level. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation had reached the 9th level. Fang Chen was extremely excited. After the 9th level of the 10,000 Ancient Realm was the Divine Transformation Realm. Breakthrough. Chapter 1750. There was an insurmountable gap between the Eternal Realm and the Divine Transformation Realm. In the Divine World, those in the Eternal Realm were called humans, while those in the Divine Realm were called gods. Fang Chen's understanding of the Eternal Realm had already reached a certain level. This time, he had used the power of the Divine Light Stone to raise his cultivation to the 9th level of the Eternal Realm. This was the most critical moment for him to break through. Breaking through from the 9th level of the Eternal Realm to the Divine Transformation Realm was a problem that troubled countless martial artists. Boom! With the help of the Golden Heart, the speed of refining the Divine Light Stone became faster and faster. In a few breaths' time, the power of the Divine Light Stone was completely refined. Fang Chen's body was filled with vast power. He was ready to break through to the Divine Transformation Realm. In order to break through to the Divine Transformation Realm, the first step was to transform his body. To Fang Chen, transforming a mortal physique into a divine physique was not a problem. After all, the perfect sword body was known as the strongest body constitution in the universe. It could easily transform into a divine body. Secondly, he had to let his body gradually adapt to the divine power. After achieving these 2 points, he was qualified to break through to the Divine Transformation Realm. Buzz. The river of laws had expanded to its limit. He was only 1 step away from transforming it into a river of divine power. However, at the most critical moment, the Divine Light Stone shattered. Crack! The shattering of the Divine Light Stone made Fang Chen feel helpless. Whoosh! The divine power in the air quickly dissipated. Fang Chen's body also recovered quickly. He sighed and shook his head helplessly. He had failed to break through. He had been full of confidence, but he had failed at the most critical moment. After feeling helpless for a while, Fong Chen calmed himself down. Although I failed this time, I've learned how to break through to the divine transformation realm. I'll definitely succeed next time. This failure was nothing. After all, the divine light stone had raised his cultivation to the 9th level of the eternal realm. This was not a small gain. After stabilizing his cultivation, Fong Chen stood up and prepared to leave. However, at this moment, Little Mouse sent him a message. "Boss, quickly come to the Iron's Word Mine." Fong Chen wanted to ask what had happened, but he didn't get any response from the little mouse. Fong Chen's heart was shaken. He was extremely anxious and worried about the little mouse's safety. Immediately, he used the space-time book and quickly headed to the Iron Sword Mine. When his cultivation base reached the 9th level of the eternal ancient realm, the Book of Time and Space had also reached the 15th level. The 15th to the 16th level was a hurdle. It was very difficult to break through this hurdle. The 15th level of the space-time book had more than doubled Fong Chen's speed. Fong Chen was shuttling rapidly through the void. At this moment, even if a heavenly god saw Fong Chen's speed, he would be shocked. His speed had already surpassed that of an ordinary heavenly god. From this, one could tell exactly how fast Fong Chen's speed was. Iron Sword Load. Little Mouse was fighting fiercely with Mochizuki. Too weak. Mochizuki's face was full of disdain. After he and Xiao Peng had discovered this place, they had started to encircle Little Mouse. They had thought that Xiao Peng's strength would be enough to kill Little Mouse. Who would have thought that Little Mouse had 4 gifted superpowers? This scene made Mochizuki's heart skip a beat. He began to have ideas about Little Mouse. If he could control this divine beast, it would be a great fighting force. Submit to me. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Mochizuki had completely controlled the battle and suppressed Little Mouse. However, Little Mouse would rather die than submit. You won't be able to jump around for long. Little Mouse sneered. He had already sent a message to his boss. As long as he could hold on until his boss arrived, Mochizuki would be nothing. What a joke. I, Mochizuki, am not afraid of anyone in the Sky God's relic. Mochizuki sneered. If it wasn't for the fact that he valued Little Mouse, he would have killed it. Below, Xiao Peng's expression kept changing. His gaze fell on the disciples of the Jingxi sect. All of you, hand over all the iron sword ores you have mined. With Mochizuki's reputation, Xiao Peng began to flaunt his prowess. Upon hearing Xiao Peng's threat, many disciples of the Jingxi sect had a look of horror on their faces. Their gazes fell on their eldest senior brother. Eldest senior brother, what should we do? Yes, eldest senior brother. We can't afford to offend the people from Sky Gazing Mountain. With Mochizuki personally taking action, Little Mouse will definitely die. If we resist, we will only end up dead. The disciples of the Jingxi sect wanted to compromise. After all, in the face of danger, their lives were the most important. However, eldest senior brother shook his head. Although our Jingxi sect is a weak sect, we keep our promises, eldest senior brother said in a deep voice. But, no buts. If he wants to kill our Jingxi sect's disciples, he will have to pay the price. Eldest senior brother waved his hand to stop them. Upon seeing this, Xiao Peng spread out his hands and said, "In that case, there's nothing more to say." After saying that, Xiao Peng attacked. Boom! Xiao Peng and the disciples of the Jingxi sect started fighting. At the same time, the battle above the iron sword ore vein had also ended. Little Mouse was injured. Its body crashed heavily into the iron sword ore vein. It spat out a mouthful of blood and its face was pale. What do you think? I'll say it again. If you submit to me, you can live. Otherwise, only death awaits, Mochizuki said calmly. It was as though everything was under his control. I only have one boss in my life. You want me to submit to you? Dream on, Little Mouse said. Mochizuki's face turned completely gloomy. Who was Mochizuki? He was the chief disciple of Sky-Gazing Mountain and an expert at the peak of the divine spirit realm. Among the younger generation in the easternmost land, only Zhou Lei was comparable to him. After lowering his status to such an extent, Little Mouse actually refused. Mochizuki was completely enraged. He wanted to kill it. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. Mochizuki was extremely terrifying when he was angry. Crash! Mochizuki stretched out his hand. Crackling sounds could be heard. Die! The word die came out of Mochizuki's mouth. In the next moment, a terrifying divine power instantly enveloped Little Mouse. As long as Mochizuki's hand continued to press down, Little Mouse would be seriously injured even if it didn't die. At the same time, the disciples of the Jingxi sect below also suffered casualties. Although Xiaopeng was in the true God realm, the disciples of the Jingxi sect were no match for him. The entire scene was very bleak. Rumble! Wild divine power wreaked havoc in Mochizuki's hand. He was waiting for Little Mouse's final decision. After all, it was such an outstanding divine beast. It would be a pity if it died. However, he had obviously underestimated Little Mouse's determination. It would rather die than submit. Die! Mochizuki sighed softly and pressed down with his hand. Extremely violent divine power enveloped Little Mouse's body. Fang Chen, who was not far from the Iron Sword Mine, was hurrying over. Chaotic energy. Fang Chen's heart tightened and he increased his speed. I hope nothing bad happens. If nothing happened, Little Mouse would definitely not send him a distress signal. However, before Fang Chen arrived, he felt a strong murderous aura. He couldn't care less. He immediately took out the 7 legendary meteor sword. Stop! He cast the fire-refining heavens skill. This was the first time Fang Chen had used his full strength after his strength had increased. Moreover, it was an attack filled with anger. Swoosh! The thick and solid fire dragon, carrying an extremely terrifying power, instantly whizzed out. In the sky, the 7 legendary meteor sword instantly expanded and slashed toward the Iron Sword Mine. This attack was too powerful. When the 7 legendary meteor swords slashed down, the entire mountain range seemed to have been cut in half. Mochizuki, who was dealing with Little Mouse, looked grave when he saw the sword light slashing down. Crash! Mochizuki felt the terror of the sword light. He didn't face it head-on. Instead, he quickly dodged. The 7 legendary meteor swords slashed through the mountain range and landed on the Iron Sword Mine. The divine power that enveloped Little Mouse was shattered without any resistance. Crack! The Iron Sword Mine couldn't withstand the sharpness of the heavenly divine weapon. Instantly, cracks appeared and the ground trembled. Although Mochizuki managed to dodge, Xiaopeng was in a more miserable state. He was flaunting his prowess and suppressing the Jinxi sect's disciples. He didn't have any chance to dodge and was directly smashed into pieces by the 7 legendary meteor sword. Boss! Chapter 1751. The 7 stars on the 7 ultimate falling star sword's blade shone brightly. The illusory sword light hacked at the iron sword vein, directly splitting it in half. Xiaopeng died. Mochizuki's body floated into the distant sky, watching everything. Crash! The 15th layer of the Book of Time and Space activated. Fang Chen's figure instantly walked out of the void. He helped Little Mouse up, his eyes flickering with anger. How are you? Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse shook its head, indicating that it was fine. Go and rest first. Leave this to me. Fang Chen tried hard to calm his shock. Little Mouse knew that it was seriously injured, so it didn't force itself and retreated to a safe area. Fang Chen's gaze fell on the battered and exhausted Iron Sword Mine. He happened to see the Jinxi sect's disciples lying in a pool of blood, lifeless. I said that I would protect you, Fang Chen said calmly as he walked towards them. But now you died because of me. I will definitely take revenge. Boss Fang. The Jinxi sect's eldest senior brother had a complicated expression as he spoke. Fang Chen waved his hand to stop him. He knew what the eldest senior brother wanted to say. At a time like this, there was no need to say anything. He wanted to use his own hands to take revenge for these disciples who had died. "Kid, who are you?" Mochizuki's voice suddenly came from the sky. Hearing his voice, Fang Chen suddenly raised his head and looked at him. "Haven't you been looking for me? Why don't you recognize me when I'm standing in front of you?" Fang Chen asked. "You are." Mochizuki was stunned. Then, he gritted his teeth and said, "You are all as empty's accomplice, Fang Chen." "That's right. I am Fang Chen." Fang Chen was abnormally calm at this moment. Anger alone couldn't solve the problem. Only iron fists were the truth. So it's you. I've searched high and low for you, only to find you by sheer luck. All as empty was heavily injured by me and almost killed, but luckily managed to escape. Today I'll start with you." Mochizuki sneered. Fang Chen pointed at the Jinsei sect disciple who was lying in a pool of blood. "A debt of blood must be paid in blood. Their deaths will be on your head." How can trash like this be compared to me?" Mochizuki said disdainfully. "As for you, since you dared to kill the disciples of my sky-gazing mountain, you should be prepared to be killed by me." Killing the disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain caused a huge commotion. However, in Fang Chen's opinion, the disciples of the Sky-Gazing Mountain deserved it. As expected of a disciple of Sky-Gazing Mountain. "You're all the same," Fang Chen said. "The lives of your Sky-Gazing Mountain disciples are important, but are the lives of others not important? The disciples of the Jinsei sect had an agreement with me. They helped me mine the iron sword lode, and I had to protect them until they left the heavenly god's relic. However, today you wantonly attacked them and even injured my brother. If I had come a little later, my brother would have been killed by you. Do you think I should take revenge? If you want to take revenge, I'm afraid you'll pay with your life." Fang Chen's cultivation was only at the 9th level of the eternal ancient realm, so Mochizuki didn't care about him. He was at the peak of the true gods, so it was laughable that he would be afraid of a 9th level of the eternal ancient realm trash. "To deal with trash like you, I, Mochizuki, should be proud of myself," Mochizuki mocked Fang Chen. Fang Chen spread his hands and said, "It's the trash you speak of." He personally planned and participated in the killing of the so-called elite disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain. If that's the case, then the disciples I killed are even worse than trash. You're a genius among trash. What kind of bullshit genius are you, Mochizuki? Can you only find your presence among the weak? Fang Chen's series of insults made Mochizuki furious. Mochizuki flung his sleeves and said coldly, "Boy, if talking big could solve problems, then there wouldn't be so many people killed in the divine world." Boom. Mochizuki's body surged with wild divine power. Moon God slash. Moonlight illuminates heaven and earth. When Mochizuki used his unique skill, a high-grade divine weapon appeared in his hand. He waved his hand, and a crescent moon appeared in the sky. After a while, the crescent moon merged with the high-grade divine weapon to form the strongest attack. Go to hell. Mochizuki didn't want to waste time. He wanted to end the battle quickly and kill Fang Chen. However, he had underestimated Fang Chen's strength. Fire refining the heavens. With the 6th level of the sword scripture and the 9th level of the eternal ancient realm, Fang Chen's strength reached its peak. The golden heart beat rapidly, and the heavenly divine weapon was fully activated. Boom! 7 stars shone, and a terrifying power surged. Fang Chen waved his hand, and the 7 legendary falling star swords slashed at Mochizuki. Dong! Mochizuki's high-grade divine weapon collided with Fang Chen's 7 legendary falling star sword. Ha! The power of the high-grade divine weapon exploded, and Fang Chen's heavenly divine weapon was enveloped. Mochizuki laughed heartily. Victory was in his hands. However, in the time it took to take a breath, the scene changed drastically. The 7 stars shone in an extremely strange way, and completely corroded the power of Mochizuki's high-grade divine weapon. Then, it began to corrode the high-grade divine weapon. No. Mochizuki felt that something was wrong and he roared in anger. But it was too late. The power of the heavenly divine weapon was fully released. Crack! A crack appeared on Mochizuki's high-grade divine weapon. A supreme-grade divine weapon? Mochizuki cried out. Boom! Just as Mochizuki was about to die, his high-grade divine weapon was broken by Fang Chen's 7 legendary falling star sword. How is this possible? Even a supreme-grade divine weapon couldn't break his high-grade divine weapon so easily. At this moment, a terrifying thought appeared in Mochizuki's mind. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked at the 7 legendary falling star sword. Buzz! The sword chi emitted from the 7 legendary falling star sword forced Mochizuki to retreat. A heavenly divine weapon! Mochizuki roared. The moment he discovered that the 7 legendary falling star sword was a heavenly divine weapon, Mochizuki's body retreated rapidly. Die! Fang Chen chased after him, and the 7 legendary falling star sword slashed out continuously. Streaks of fire dragons shot towards Wang Jiangyue. How is this possible? As Mochizuki retreated, he had a complicated expression on his face. He couldn't accept the fact that a 9th-level Eternal Realm guy with a heavenly divine weapon could force Mochizuki to retreat. I can't fight him head-on. Mochizuki instantly made a decision and retreated rapidly. You can't escape. The 7 ultimate falling star sword slashed down again, directly hitting the ground. Rumble! The ground trembled and a terrifying crater appeared. Mochizuki disappeared into the dust. Damn it! Seeing this, Fang Chen cursed. He was too careless. If he had set up the Cosmos formation at the beginning, Mochizuki wouldn't have been able to escape. With his current strength, it would be difficult for him to deal with Mochizuki, but he could defeat or even kill him. I won't be so lucky next time, Fang Chen thought to himself as he put away the 7 legendary falling star sword. This battle allowed Fang Chen to see the strength of a top genius. Although Mochizuki was defeated in the end, his strength was still impressive. The disciples of the Jing-Shi sect were dumbfounded. They were glad that they had chosen to follow Fang Chen. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It was a miracle that a 9th-level Eternal Realm martial artist could defeat the chief disciple of the Sky-Gazing Mountain. Boss, you're too strong, Little Mouse said with a smile. Are your injuries serious? Fang Chen asked. Little Mouse shook his head and said, Boss, you're underestimating me. These injuries are nothing. Fang Chen nodded and looked at the disciples of the Jing-Shi sect. There was a trace of guilt on his face. I'm sorry. I didn't keep my promise, Fang Chen said apologetically. Boss Fang, you've done enough. Their deaths are not your fault. It's the Sky-Gazing Mountain's fault, the eldest senior brother said. Fang Chen looked at the disciples of the Jing-Shi sect. I swear that none of you will die in the coming days, Fang Chen said in a deep voice. Boss Fang, since we've followed you, we believe in you unconditionally. Chapter 1752. Even when their lives were in danger, they did not hand over the iron sword ores they had mined. Fang Chen was rather touched. In addition, Mochizuki's appearance had caused the deaths of some disciples. Fang Chen felt somewhat guilty. Each of you will receive a superior-grade divine artifact. Take it as your reward for mining the iron sword ores, said Fang Chen. When the Jing-Shi sect disciples saw the superior-grade divine artifacts, their eyes widened. Their Jing-Shi sect was very small. The outstanding disciples in the sect only had medial-grade divine artifact. As for superior-grade divine artifacts, only the higher-ups had them. They did not expect Fang Chen to be so generous as to take out so many superior-grade divine artifacts. Boss Fang, this, just as the eldest senior brother of the Jing-Shi sect was about to speak, Fang Chen stopped him. Take them. What a joke. Fang Chen was an extraordinary level swordsmith. Furthermore, he was a top swordsmith. Superior grade divine artifacts were nothing to him. Although the Jingxi sect disciples were not sword cultivators, they did not have much difficulty using swords. After accepting the superior grade divine artifacts, the Jingxi sect disciples were clearly very excited. Thank you, Boss Fang. Boss Fang, are we still going to continue mining here? Someone asked. Fang Chen's gaze landed on the battered iron sword mine. After thinking for a moment, he nodded and said, "There's still some time before the Heaven God's ruins close. During this time, you can focus on mining here." "Don't worry, Boss Fang. We will definitely work hard to mine the mine," the eldest martial brother of the Jinxi sect said solemnly. Fang Chen nodded and then helped the Jingxi sect disciples settle down. Finally, he set up a 3-layered array formation outside the mine. For the time being, Mochizuki would definitely not dare to come here. "Boss, where are you going?" asked the little mouse. "All is empty. He's seriously injured. I don't know if he's dead or alive. I want to find him," said Fang Chen. "You should stay here and cultivate." The little mouse had heaven-defying talent, but the little mouse didn't like to cultivate. Therefore, his strength didn't increase. Otherwise, how could Mochizuki, who was merely in the divine spirit realm, dare to be so arrogant in front of the heaven-devouring divine rat? There was another reason for leaving the little mouse behind. It was to control the triple-linked array formation to protect the Pinnacle Stream sect's disciples. After settling everything, Fang Chen left the iron sword lode. In a dark place within the heavenly god's ruins. This place didn't see sunlight all year round. It was extremely gloomy, and an evil aura pervaded the air. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the silent and gloomy land, breaking the tranquility of this place. The figure was covered in blood. His face was pale and he was staggering as he walked. Mochizuki, the Mochizuki who was seriously injured by Fang Chen. After fleeing in a panic, he arrived at this dark place. "Damn it!" Leaning against a bluestone, Mochizuki gasped for breath. He tapped his body a few times to stop the bleeding. Thinking of his previous experience, Mochizuki's heart was filled with anger. Ever since he, Mochizuki, had risen, he had never tasted defeat. But this time, he had actually lost to a weak Eternal Realm warrior. The heavenly divine artifact, I must obtain it. Mochizuki attributed all of this to the heavenly divine artifact. His heart was filled with greed for the heavenly divine artifact. "Wait until my injuries are healed. I will definitely kill you. The heavenly divine artifact is mine. You are not qualified to possess it," Mochizuki said in a deep voice. Mochizuki tried his best to calm the anger in his heart and began to heal his injuries. In the gloomy place, an evil aura pervaded the air. In the pitch-black darkness, a melodious voice suddenly sounded. "Do you want to take revenge?" The voice was filled with confusion. Dong Mochizuki felt his mind shake. He looked left and right, but found nothing. "Who is it? Who is it? Come out!" Mochizuki roared in a deep voice. However, there was still no trace of him. Mochizuki began to be vigilant and carefully looked around. "I can feel the anger in your heart. You want revenge, and you can't wait to take revenge. I can help you." The voice was slowly luring Mochizuki. For some reason, the voice was filled with irresistible temptation. Mochizuki's eyes became blurred. "Relax, I can help you take revenge." The voice gradually approached Mochizuki. He was comforting Mochizuki. At the same time, wisps of black light drilled into Mochizuki's mind. "Ah!" Suddenly, Mochizuki struggled desperately and let out a roar. "Who the hell are you? Get out!" Mochizuki was shocked to find that there was an additional remnant consciousness in his mind. This remnant consciousness was trying to take over his body. I finally found a suitable body. How can I give up?" A sinister voice came from the remnant consciousness, and an evil aura filled the entire brain. Mochizuki was injured and couldn't resist. "Damn it! Mochizuki cursed angrily. There is a lot of anger in your heart. Why don't you vent it out? The remnant consciousness said, as long as you join forces with me, I can help you do anything you want. You are very ambitious. The divine spirit realm is not your end. I can help you. I can help you. I can help you. The sinister voice echoed in Mochizuki's mind. From the beginning, he struggled desperately, to the later confusion, and then to the dullness. The entire process only took a quarter of an hour. Dong. The remnant consciousness entered Mochizuki's primordial spirit, but it hadn't completely taken over his body. Although Mochizuki was confused, there was still a lot of resistance in his heart. Therefore, the remnant consciousness was temporarily unable to completely control Mochizuki's body. Ah, get out! Mochizuki suddenly woke up and held his head with both hands, shouting loudly. Now that I have merged with you, we will live and die together. You should accept this reality. The remnant consciousness said. There is no harm in merging with me. You can continue to control your body and your strength will greatly increase. No. Although he struggled and wasn't willing to submit, he was still subdued by the remnant consciousness in the end. After knowing that all is empty was heavily injured, Fang Chen had been looking for him. Along the way, he met many disciples of the sect. Fang Chen also asked around, but no one knew where all is empty was. Half a month later, Fang Chen met the disciples of the Thunder Fire Temple. With Lei Kong as the leader, the disciples of the Thunder Fire Temple worked together to deal with a divine beast. When Fang Chen arrived, the Thunder Fire Temple couldn't hold on anymore. Voila! A Qiankuan array formation appeared, trapping the divine beast within. Seeing this, the disciples of the Thunder Fire Temple were overjoyed. Fang Chen. The disciples of the Thunder Fire Temple had seen Fang Chen set up the universe formation. They were about to retreat when they suddenly discovered the universe formation. They were invigorated and crazily attacked the divine beast. Lei Kong took the lead and with the help of the universe formation, he defeated the divine beast. The disciples of the Thunder Fire Temple swarmed forward and finally killed the powerful divine beast. Thank you, Brother Fang, for your help. After killing the divine beast, the universe formation collapsed. Lei Kong cupped his fists and thanked Fang Chen in the distance. The other disciples of the Thunder Fire Temple were overjoyed. They were familiar with Fang Chen. Fang Chen had a good relationship with all is empty, and they called each other brothers. This made them have a good impression of Fang Chen. Brother Lei Kong, you flatter me. Even if I didn't do anything, you could have killed it. Fang Chen smiled. Lei Kong shook his head. He knew better than anyone how powerful the divine beast was. Brother Fang, how have you been? Lei Kong changed the topic and asked with a smile. Not bad, I have some gains. Fang Chen said, by the way, do you know where all is empty is? All is empty. Lei Kong and the others shook their heads, indicating that they did not know. Mochizuki took revenge for the disciples of the sky-gazing mountain. First, he found all is empty and seriously injured him. However, all is empty still escaped in the end. Now we don't know if he is alive or dead. I am worried about all is empty's safety. Fang Chen said simply. What all is empty is seriously injured. Hearing this, the disciples of the Thunder Fire Temple were furious. The sky-gazing mountain is too much. Lei Kong's eyes flickered. He clasped his hands together and pondered for a moment before saying, Brother Fang, all is empty is very important to our Thunder Fire Temple. He is now seriously injured, and we don't know if he is alive or dead. We have to find him. We will split up and search. If you have any news, send me a message. Fang Chen said. No problem. Lei Kong led the people of the Thunder Fire Temple and quickly left. They left in a hurry and were very anxious. Looking at the disappearing figures of Lei Kong and the others, a layer of frost appeared on Fang Chen's face. Chapter 1753. The search for all is empty was full of twists and turns. But in the end, they found all is empty. The news came from the Thunder Fire Temple. Lei Kong said that he had found traces of all is empty. He told Fang Chen the specific address and the latter rushed over immediately. When Fang Chen arrived, he finally heaved a sigh of relief. All is empty was sitting cross-legged with his palms together and a huge golden Buddha statue behind him. What's going on? Fang Chen pointed to all is empty and asked. Lei Kong's face was filled with excitement. As expected of the person valued by the Thunder Fire Temple. All is empty's Buddhist talent is really too high. He is cultivating nirvana. If he succeeds, he will most likely master the most important Buddhist heart, Lei Kong explained. Fang Chen was shocked when he heard that. At the same time, he was happy for all is empty. It's good that he's fine. Fang Chen nodded. All is empty was at the most critical juncture of his cultivation. Fang Chen and many disciples of the Thunder Fire Temple worked together to protect him. The eyes of many disciples of the Thunder Fire Temple were filled with envy. The most important thing for Buddhist cultivation was the Buddhist heart. If one could master the Buddhist heart, their cultivation would improve by leaps and bounds. Buddhist disciples who could master the Buddhist heart were often the most talented and the most suitable people to cultivate Buddhism. Even in the Thunder Fire Temple, no one other than the abbot had mastered the Buddhist heart. It was no wonder that when the abbot saw all is empty, he said that the future of the Thunder Fire Temple depended on this young man. No matter what price he had to pay, he had to rope him into the Thunder Fire Temple. Back then, many disciples of the Thunder Fire Temple did not understand the abbot's crazy approach, but now they finally understood. Especially the first disciple, Lei Kong, who was full of admiration for all is empty. I hope you can succeed. Lei Kong prayed for all is empty. All is empty's body was emitting a golden luster. The golden Buddha statue behind him was constantly emitting faint chants. Golden light filled the air. Fatty's cultivation of all is empty had reached the final juncture. He put his palms together and was stimulating his Buddhist heart. A moment later, all is empty's golden luster drilled into Fatty's body. The golden Buddha statue behind him also gradually dissipated. At this moment, a vast amount of Buddhist power suddenly surged out from all is empty's body. Like a wild gale, it blew past Fang Chen. Fang Chen subconsciously blocked it with his hand. He could clearly feel the power of Buddhism in the wind. It was very shocking. Is this the power of Buddhism? Fang Chen muttered to himself. The path of martial arts had countless branches. Among them, Buddhism had always been benevolent. Once a Buddhist cultivator reached an extremely high level, they would be extremely terrifying. For example, although the abbot of the Thunder Fire Temple was only a divine lord, he was so powerful that even heavenly gods had to be wary of him. In the eyes of the celestial deity realm powerhouses in the easternmost land, the Thunder Fire Temple's abbot was on the same level as them. Crash! Fatty all is empty suddenly opened his eyes. He had already grasped the Buddhist heart. All is empty was stunned when he suddenly saw so many people in front of him. How did you find me? All is empty opened his eyes wide and asked in disbelief. Damn Fatty, we heard that you were seriously injured by Mochizuki. We were very worried about you and looked for you everywhere. The place you found was really hidden. It took us a long time to find you, Fang Chen said with a smile. Hearing Fang Chen's words, Fatty all is empty chuckled. Although he didn't say anything, his heart felt warm. After knowing that he was seriously injured by Mochizuki, Fang Chen resolutely came to find him. This was a true brother. All is empty, you have grasped the Buddhist heart? Lei Kong asked. All is empty said, I'm bound to have good fortune after surviving a great disaster. Mochizuki, that son of AB*TCH, almost killed me. However, I have also grasped the Buddhist heart. The next time we meet, it's not certain who will win. Having grasped the Buddhist heart, all is empty was very happy. However, at the same time, he was also a little distressed. He once said that he hated monks the most. However, he had now grasped the supreme Buddhist heart. What a sin! Seeing the change in all is empty's expression, Fang Chen laughed out loud. Lei Kong struck while the iron was hot and asked, "All is empty. Being able to grasp the supreme Buddhist heart proves that you are a once-in-10,000 years genius. Why don't you join the Thunder Fire Temple?" "Yes, all is empty. The Thunder Fire Temple needs you. Only the Thunder Fire Temple can help you grow faster." Facing the persuasion of the Thunder Fire Temple's disciples, All is Empty rolled his eyes. However, he did not directly reject the Thunder Fire Temple's request as usual. "Let's talk about this after we go out and ask my master." All is Empty waved his hand and said impatiently. Having hope was always good. Lei Kong and the others were naturally overjoyed when All is Empty said that. "We'll wait for your good news," Lei Kong said. All is Empty walked to Fang Chen's side and asked, "How have you been recently? Did Mochizuki find trouble with you?" "I've gained quite a lot during this time. Mochizuki did find me, but I scared him away." Fang Chen spread his hands and said, "What? You scared Mochizuki away?" All is Empty asked with his eyes wide open. His eyeballs turned and instantly thought of the heavenly divine artifact, 7 Ultimate Meteor Sword. Looking at Fang Chen's face, All is Empty nodded heavily. He mistakenly thought that Fang Chen used the 7 Ultimate Meteor Sword to force Mochizuki away. Fang Chen was too lazy to explain. "Brother Fang, what do you plan to do next?" All is Empty asked. "We've killed so many disciples of the Mountain of Emptiness. With Mochizuki's personality, he definitely won't let it go. Rather than waiting like this and being ambushed at any time, why don't we take the initiative to attack?" Fang Chen said. All is Empty's eyes lit up when he heard that. Taking the initiative to attack, that was his personality. Immediately, he clapped his hands and said, "All right, let's take the initiative to attack and destroy Mochizuki's reputation." The Thunder Fire Temple's disciples wanted to follow All is Empty and protect All is Empty. However, All is Empty vehemently rejected them. In the end, Fang Chen and All is Empty walked together, leaving behind the helpless Thunder Fire Temple's disciples. The two of them walked side by side, discussing how to find Mochizuki. Finding Mochizuki is very simple. He's the head disciple of the Mountain of Emptiness. He's very arrogant and cares a lot about his reputation. As long as we spread the news and openly provoke him, I'm sure he won't be able to resist appearing. All is Empty said. Fang Chen frowned. Things weren't as simple as he thought. "Brother Fang, what are you worried about? Are you worried that Mochizuki will be scared away by you and won't dare to come find us?" All is Empty asked. "Although Mochizuki is arrogant, he's also very quick-witted. If we openly provoke him like this, he'll definitely think of a trap." Fang Chen pondered. All is Empty chuckled. "Brother Fang, you don't have to worry about that. I know Mochizuki better than you do. If he doesn't appear, we'll keep humiliating him. It won't be long before he can't resist anymore." Fang Chen thought for a moment and finally nodded in agreement. "Okay, let's do that." After the discussion, Fang Chen and All is Empty released the news that they were challenging Mochizuki. In a few days, the news spread like wildfire in the entire Tianshan ruins. All is Empty and Fang Chen publicly challenged Mochizuki. The disciples of the sect were all speechless. All is Empty was too arrogant. He even dared to challenge Mochizuki. Was he not courting death? When the news spread, it caused an uproar. However, the main character, Wang Jiangyue, had never appeared. At this time, All is Empty released the news again, saying that Mochizuki was a coward who didn't dare to accept the challenge and had gone into hiding. This was an obvious provocation. Many disciples of the sect guessed that All is Empty might have received some kind of inheritance. That was why he was so arrogant. Mochizuki didn't appear for a long time, which made people even more suspicious. In a certain area of the Tianshan ruins, Zhou Lei killed a divine spirit realm divine beast with one hand. Then, he heard the news from the communication jade pendant. He frowned slightly. A guy who just broke through to the divine spirit realm publicly humiliated Mochizuki. He didn't hesitate to use this kind of provocation to lure Mochizuki out. There are only two possibilities in this situation. First, he's fearless and has some kind of treasure. He thinks he can defeat Mochizuki. Second, he's bluffing and deliberately humiliating Mochizuki. Zhou Lei thought for a while and made a decision. Chapter 1754. Who was Zhou Lei? He was a prodigy of the Zhou family and had great potential. The ancestor of the Zhou family had personally met Zhou Lei once. It was a great honor for the younger generation to be summoned by the ancestor. The ancestor of the Zhou family had said that Zhou Lei had the potential to become a top expert among the Divine Realm experts. If he could break through, it was very likely that he would become a true god. This sentence made Zhou Lei the most popular prodigy among the younger generation of the Zhou family. Although it was only very likely that he would become a true god, this sentence was too shocking. Moreover, it was said by the ancestor of the Zhou family, so it was very credible. A true god was in existence above the Divine Realm expert. Under normal circumstances, only the 7 top forces had the existence of a true god. A true god expert was almost at the top of the Divine Realm. Anyone below a true god was an ant. Even Divine Realm experts like Divine Realm experts could not withstand a single blow from a true god. The reason why the Zhou family could become a clan second only to the 7 top forces was because they had a true god expert. However, this true god expert would never make a move unless the Zhou family was in a life-and-death situation. Zhou Lei was very talented and quick-witted. From a few words, he could tell that All is Empty must have obtained some great opportunity. Otherwise, he would not dare to humiliate Mochizuki so fearlessly. Therefore, he decided to go personally. It had been almost 2 years since the Divine Realm relic opened. There were many true gods who had died. Basically, those who had survived were all outstanding true gods and Divine Spirit Realm experts. As for those in the Divine Transformation Realm, almost all of them were dead. Fang Chen was an exception. He was in the Eternal Realm, not even a true god. Not only did he survive, but he also obtained the inheritance of a swordsmith and became an extraordinary swordsmith. To him, a supreme-grade divine artifact was no longer important. After discussing with All is Empty how to deal with Mochizuki, Fang Chen gave a supreme-grade divine artifact to All is Empty. After spending so much time together with All is Empty, they could be considered to have gone through life and death together. They could be considered good brothers, so there was no need for him to hide anything from them. This is a supreme-grade divine artifact. I can't accept it. All is Empty shook his head and refused. Brother All is Empty, supreme-grade divine artifacts are nothing to me, Fang Chen said. Although you have the 7 absolute Starfall sword, you can't bring it out so easily. Besides, you are a sword cultivator. This supreme-grade divine artifact is very suitable for you. All is Empty's attitude was firm. Until Fang Chen told him about his identity as a swordsmith. All is Empty stared at Fang Chen with wide eyes. Brother Fang, you are a swordsmith. All is Empty's heart trembled. To him, a swordsmith was simply a legendary existence. He didn't expect to see it with his own eyes today. Brother All is Empty, please keep my identity as a swordsmith a secret. Fang Chen smiled. All is Empty nodded repeatedly. Don't worry, I will definitely keep it a secret for you. At this point, Jie Kong's face was filled with envy. Brother Fang, you really are amazing. You can fight against a divine spirit realm expert with your eternal ancient realm cultivation. You even have the identity of an extraordinary swordsmith. I really envy you. All is Empty laughed mischievously. Fang Chen smiled faintly. All is empty was about to say something when he noticed a few sect disciples at the foot of the mountain. They should be here to scout for information, all is empty said solemnly. It's normal. We are openly humiliating Mochizuki. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that we are provoking Mochizuki and luring him out. Many people will definitely be curious about what we have to fight Mochizuki, Fangchen nodded. He had thought about this before. In fact, besides baiting Mochizuki, Fangchen also had another idea in mind. That was Zhou Lei of the Zhou family. He would never forget Zhou Lei's ugly face in the star relic. In order to force him to give up Star and Moon, he had almost killed him. If not for Star and Moon's firm attitude, he might have already died at Zhou Lei's hands. At that time, Zhou Lei wasn't as strong as he was now, but killing Fangchen was as easy as squashing an ant. In the end, before Zhou Lei left, he set up a formation to trap Fangchen. His intentions were extremely vicious, and he even arrogantly left behind some ruthless words, saying that he would wait for Fangchen in the God world. After so many years, Zhou Lei's words often echoed in Fangchen's mind. Daring to be tempted by one of his women was courting death. You said you would wait for me in the God world, and now I'm here. Where are you? Fangchen muttered to himself. As time passed, more and more disciples of the sect gathered at the foot of the mountain Fangchen was at. Regardless of whether the sect had a good relationship with Sky Gazing Mountain or a bad one, almost all of them came here. They wanted to see what ability All is Empty had to challenge Mochizuki. Unfortunately, Mochizuki never appeared. Brother Fang, is Mochizuki afraid? All is Empty asked. Fangchen shook his head, his pitch-black eyes staring at the distant sky. Although they had only met once, Fangchen understood Mochizuki very well. He was a very prideful person, and being provoked like this would definitely make him furious. But so many days had passed, and there was no movement at all. Should we continue waiting? All is Empty asked. Wait. Fangchen spat out a word, then closed his eyes. 3 days later, there was an uproar at the foot of the mountain. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the void, a figure shot over at high speed. Seeing this figure, the crowd below exclaimed in surprise. It was Zhou Lei from the Zhou clan. Who would have thought that he would come instead of Mochizuki? Look, it's Zhou Lei. Heavens, even Zhou Lei is here. Does All is Empty really have the strength to defeat Mochizuki? Those two are just trying to please the crowd. Zhou Lei is here. They're dead meat. Zhou Lei's appearance caused an uproar. Whoosh whoosh. Zhou Lei landed on the peak of the mountain. His gaze fell on Fangchen and All is Empty. Finally here? Seeing Zhou Lei, Fangchen clenched his fists, and his body tensed up involuntarily. When his eyes met Zhou Lei's, intense sparks instantly burst forth. A 9th-level Eternal Realm trash dares to enter the Heavenly God's relic? Zhou Lei sneered. Zhou Lei's body had an innate aura of a superior being. Facing Fangchen and All is Empty, he was like a high and mighty emperor looking down on them. In his eyes, a 9th-level Eternal Realm cultivator was worse than trash. He looked at Fangchen with eyes filled with disdain. It only paused for a second before shifting its attention to Jiekong. In his opinion, a 9th-level Eternal Realm trash could survive until now because of All is Empty's protection. Your All is Empty? Zhou Lei asked. Fangchen had been staring at Zhou Lei since the beginning. However, it was clear that Zhou Lei ignored him. Fangchen could read some information from Zhou Lei's gaze. He doesn't recognize me. The current Fangchen and Fangchen in the lower realm were very different. Moreover, Zhou Lei did not expect that the guy he met in the star relic would stand in front of him so soon. Fangchen's heart burned with anger as he clenched his fists. However, he did not act rashly. That's right. I'm All is Empty, All is Empty said. How dare you provoke Mochizuki with your strength? Zhou Lei sneered. All is Empty wanted to say something, but Zhou Lei interrupted him. Bang! Zhou Lei suddenly attacked, sending All is Empty flying with a punch. Trash. With that, Zhou turned and left. He had thought that all is empty had obtained some kind of inheritance, but now it seemed like a joke. Zhou didn't want to waste his time on these two sensationalist guys. Where do you think you're going? At that moment, a voice rang out. Then, a cosmos formation spread out and surrounded Zhou. Yes, a master formation master. Zhou looked at Fang Chen with a hint of emotion in his eyes. No wonder a 9th-level Eternal Realm cultivator dares to enter the Heaven God's relic. You're a master formation master, Zhou said. After setting up the Cosmos formation, Fang Chen set up the Illusion formation and Golden Sword formation as he stared at Zhou. Who are you? I've never seen you in the easternmost land, nor have I heard of someone like you, Zhou asked. A master formation master could not be unknown in the easternmost land. Chapter 1755. Seeing Zhou frown, Fang Chen smiled. His smile was cold. Of course, you don't know me. You're the prodigy of the Zhou family. I'm just a piece of trash that ascended from the lower realm. Fang Chen did not forget a single word that Zhou had said back then. He remembered it deeply in his mind. He even remembered Zhou's every expression. Zhou was so arrogant back then. He didn't know Fang Chen, but Fang Chen knew him. Your talent in array formation is not bad, but your cultivation is too weak. Lack of resources is your biggest problem. You can consider joining the Zhou family to make up for your shortcomings, Zhou said arrogantly. When Fang Chen heard this, he sneered. Are you inviting me? You can say that, Zhou said. A master-level array formation master is worthy of my personal persuasion. Saying this, Zhou paused for a moment before he continued. If you agree to join the Zhou clan, I, Zhou, can promise you that all the resources of the Zhou clan will be given to you, and we will also nurture your achievements in the field of formations. As for your status, you'll be a consecrator. If it was someone else, they might be tempted by Zhou's offer. Unfortunately, he was Fang Chen. Someone who wanted to steal his wife was trying to rope him in. How could he agree? Zhou, what you said is not important to me. If you can promise me one thing, I'll join the Zhou family immediately, Fang Chen said. This was his first time facing Zhou. Moreover, he was talking to Zhou as a master-level array formation master. I can agree to 10 requests, let alone one. Hearing that Fang Chen was willing to join the Zhou family, Zhou was secretly delighted. If he could rope in a master-level array formation master, those stubborn old men in the Zhou family who opposed him would definitely stand up and support him. In that case, there would be no suspense as to who would be the next patriarch. My request is a little special. I'm afraid you won't be able to do it, Fang Chen said with a smile. All is empty at the side looked at Fang Chen in confusion. His opponent was Zhou, so he had to be careful. Hearing this, Zhou waved his hand and said confidently, In the easternmost land, there are very few things that I, Zhou, cannot do. Of course, if you want me to help you kill a heavenly god, that's simply a fantasy. Fang Chen shook his head and said, How can I casually say this kind of nonsense? My request must be feasible. Why don't you tell me about it? Zhou looked straight at Fang Chen. My goal in entering the Empyrean God's ruins is to get out alive and then step onto Lotus Mountain. As for the outcome of stepping onto Lotus Flower Mountain, I'm sure you, Zhou, can already guess. That's right. My only goal on this trip is the star and moon. I wonder if you are willing to withdraw from this competition, Fang Chen said slowly. You won. Hearing this, Zhou's expression changed. Then, he stared straight at Fang Chen. In the face of Zhou's cold gaze, Fang Chen did not cower in the slightest. He looked straight at Zhou. The atmosphere in the air was very tense. The two of them could fight at any time. All as empty stood to the side and stared at Zhou cautiously. If Zhou made the slightest move, he would immediately attack. Even if Zhou was the Zhou family's prodigy, he was not afraid. No matter what, he had to ensure Fang Chen's safety. After a while, Zhou retracted his gaze and a faint smile appeared on his face. However, the vicious look in his eyes that flashed for a moment was caught by Fang Chen. I, Zhou, came here for the sole purpose of Xingyue. Therefore, I will definitely not withdraw, Zhou said. Although he hid it very well, Fang Chen still caught a trace of killing intent. Fang Chen sneered in his heart. Zhou was a hypocrite. Then there's no other way. Fang Chen spread his hands. He never thought that Zhou would agree. In the eyes of Zhou and the Zhou family, Lotus Flower Mountain was obviously more important than him, a master-level array master. Therefore, Zhou refused without hesitation. Aren't you afraid that I'll kill you? Zhou threatened. If you were confident, you would have done it long ago, Fang Chen said calmly. Hearing this, Zhou was stunned. He looked coldly at Fang Chen and said, Boy, the next time we meet, you won't be so lucky. Seeing this, Fang Chen waved his hand and a gap appeared in the Qian Kuan array, letting Zhou out. In fact, with Zhou's strength, he could break the Qian Kuan array by force. However, it would be very time-consuming. Moreover, Fang Chen and all is empty were watching from the side. Most importantly, Zhou could not see through Fang Chen. An eternal realm warrior dared to enter the god's relic alone. If he did not have a strong background, he would not believe it. Yu too. Although his opponent was a master-level array master, Zhou did not believe that he did not have a trump card. Zhou was not in a hurry to act. He wanted to observe secretly. It would not be too late to act after everything was clear. Seeing Zhou leave, all is empty wiped the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, Zhou did not act. Otherwise, we would be in trouble, all is empty said with lingering fear. Zhou's strength was too strong. All is empty did not have confidence. Fang Chen ignored all is empty. His deep eyes pierced through the void and fell on Zhou, who was leaving quickly. His mind was filled with thoughts. He clenched his fists so tightly that his nails dug into his flesh and blood seeped out. Fang Chen swore in his heart. This time, I will not allow you to interfere with our relationship. The Qian Kuan array was deactivated. There was an uproar below. Countless disciples of the various sects exclaimed. They were all curious about whether Zhou had made a move on the mountain peak. Why did Zhou leave while the two of them were unharmed? Everyone was talking about Fang Chen and all is empty. In a dense forest, Zhou landed on a bluestone. In his mind, he was thinking about Fang Chen. What kind of person is he? Zhou muttered to himself. At this moment, a figure appeared silently. Who is it? Zhou was startled and immediately roared in a deep voice. Mochizuki's figure gradually walked out of the darkness. Yu 3. Mochizuki, it's you. Zhou frowned. He did not sense that Mochizuki was approaching. Moreover, he vaguely felt that Mochizuki was emitting a strange aura that made his heart palpitate. What did Mochizuki go through? Zhou thought to himself. Mochizuki walked to Zhou with a smile on his face. Zhou, you went to see those two, right? Mochizuki asked. How did you know? Zhou asked. You don't have to worry about that. Mochizuki continued. How about it? Are you interested in working together to kill them? Zhou frowned and stared at Mochizuki. Then he sneered. If I wanted to kill them, I wouldn't need your help. Mochizuki, why did you come to find me? Mochizuki's strength was second only to his own, and he was quite famous in the easternmost region. However, Zhou looked down on Mochizuki and thought that he was not worthy of being on the same level as him. Zhou, put away your arrogance. Don't think that I, Mochizuki, am afraid of you. Mochizuki said sinisterly. What? Do you want to fight? Zhou sneered. Boom. A terrifying aura emerged from Mochizuki's body. In an instant, a dense divine power engulfed the entire area and surrounded Zhou. Zhou's expression changed when he sensed the dense divine power. You've taken that step. Zhou cried out involuntarily. He thought that by taking that step, He was already far ahead of the younger generation. Who would have thought that Mochizuki would also take that step? No wonder Mochizuki dared to challenge him. The two of us will definitely fight, but not now. Mochizuki said coldly. Wait until we reach Lotus Mountain and fight in front of the star and moon. Wouldn't that be more exciting? The star and moon is mine. You can't take it away from me, and you don't have the qualifications, Jolie said. Whether I have the qualifications or not is not up to you to decide. Mochizuki said, I don't want to talk about those useless things with you. I just want to ask you one thing. Are you willing to work with me to kill those two? Chapter 1756. After a few twists and turns, Mochizuki finally convinced Jolie to join forces and eliminate the two of them. In their opinion, All Is Empty was weak but had great potential. Leaving him alive would only be a problem in the future. As for Fangchen, he was a master-level array master. If they couldn't get him, then they would completely eliminate him. Before Fangchen and All Is Empty could leave, Jolie and Mochizuki arrived. Rumble! A deafening sound came from the sky. On the wasteland, countless sect disciples raised their heads and were instantly shocked. That's Mochizuki and Jolie. What are they doing here? Are they going to attack Jolie? Could it be that Jolie really lost to those two? There was an uproar below. On the mountain peak, Fangchen and All Is Empty looked at each other with serious expressions. They didn't expect Jolie to join forces with Mochizuki. They had to take this seriously. I didn't expect Jolie of the Zhou family to find helpers, All Is Empty mocked. On the mountain peak, the four of them faced each other. You two killed so many disciples of Wonkong Mountain. Today you will die. Mochizuki's attitude was very tough, and his body emitted a terrifying murderous intent. Whoosh! Without any hesitation, Fangchen set up a three-layered array. You're courting death. Jolie saw this and sneered, then attacked. Rumble! A terrifying force instantly collided with the array. However, the Qianquan array still managed to block Jolie's attack. Kill! At the same time, Mochizuki also attacked. His opponent was All Is Empty, and Jolie's opponent was Fangchen. The four of them tangled together. Buzz! Facing Mochizuki again, All Is Empty didn't dare to be careless. He activated his Buddha's heart. Suddenly, a tall golden Buddha statue appeared behind him. In the palm of the Buddha statue was a golden heart. There were complicated patterns on the heart and it emitted a Buddhist aura. It was extremely terrifying. Yes, Buddha heart. When Mochizuki saw this, he frowned slightly and said in a low voice, No wonder you dare to be so arrogant. It turns out that you have grasped the Buddha's heart. However, even if that's the case, it won't change the outcome of your death. Mochizuki waved his hand and a violent force collided with the golden Buddha statue behind All Is Empty. A wild power swept over. The commotion caused by the battle on the mountain peak was huge. Many disciples of the sect below watched the scene with their mouths agape. Jolie and Fangchen clashed. The latter pushed the 15th level of the space-time book to its limit. Swoosh! His figure flickered in and out of existence. Jolie could not capture Fangchen's true divinity at all. Damn it, is running all you can do? Jolie roared furiously. His eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists and punched out. Donga frightening fist radiance struck the void, causing cracks to appear in the void. Hiss hiss hiss! The space-time true meaning on Fangchen's body was about to completely fade. The law wrinkles were becoming more and more substantial. Time, space. As Fangchen was shuttling, his mind was filled with rich information about the space-time true meaning. Crash. Every time he shuttled through space, Fangchen could clearly feel that the law wrinkles were changing greatly. A grayish aura formed an armor around his body. His speed was getting faster and faster. Teleportation. At a certain moment, Fangchen felt that his mind was suddenly enlightened. Suddenly, his body disappeared into thin air. Fangchen widened his eyes and looked at his body. At that moment, He seemed to have merged with heaven and earth. That wonderful feeling was too difficult to bear. Yes. Just as Fong Chen was thinking, he suddenly realized that the space-time true meaning had undergone a huge change. Am I going to break through? Fong Chen was looking forward to it. He didn't know if the law he comprehended this time was time or space. Could it be the space-time law? A bold idea appeared in Fong Chen's mind. The space-time true meaning meant that time and space were inseparable. The same went for the laws. They merged together and reflected each other. Dong. Before Fong Chen could finish his thoughts, he felt a sharp gust of wind. A crane spread its wings and whizzed over. Be careful, this is the Zhou family's heavenly crane divine technique. Jie Kong, who was fighting in another battle, shouted loudly to remind Fong Chen. In the blink of an eye, the crane arrived in front of Fong Chen. Go to hell, kid. The Zhou family's heavenly crane divine technique was extremely powerful. As long as the crane got close, no one could survive. Zhou Lei didn't believe that Fong Chen's defense could withstand the crane's attack. So strong. Fong Chen felt his scalp go numb. The crane's attack made him feel as if he was facing a god. I can't fight it head-on. Using the space-time book, his body moved in an instant and dodged the crane's attack. Damn it! Zhou Lei cursed angrily when the crane's attack missed. Eat my sword too. A voice appeared behind Zhou Lei all of a sudden. Soon after, an unimaginable sword light slashed down fiercely. This sword light contained the light of extreme flames, which was extremely terrifying. This is Zhou Lei opened his eyes wide and looked at the long sword in Fong Chen's hand. A heavenly divine artifact. Zhou Lei cried out involuntarily. His heart was shaken and even his blood was trembling. He actually has a heavenly divine artifact. I must get it, Zhou Lei shouted in his heart. At the same time, he controlled the crane to attack Fong Chen. Crack! The powerful crane was forced back when it came into contact with the heavenly divine artifact. Zhou Lei licked his dry lips. His eyes were burning. He must get the heavenly divine artifact no matter what. Thinking of this, Zhou Lei continued to attack. Dong! Just as the battle reached its climax, a deafening sound suddenly resounded in the sky. Then, the entire heavenly god's relic trembled. What happened? In the wasteland, the crowd exclaimed. What was going on? Why was the heavenly god's relic trembling? Could it be that the strongest inheritance of the heavenly god's relic has appeared? Look, the sky in the north. Suddenly, someone shouted. Immediately, everyone looked at the sky in the north. 7 dazzling golden lights shot into the sky from 7 different places in the heavenly god's relic. Shocking, extremely shocking. Not only were the disciples in the wasteland shocked, but the 4 people fighting on the mountain peak were also shocked. In particular, the 7 deadly falling star sword in Fong Chen's hand began to vibrate all of a sudden, producing a series of sword chimes. Has the 7 deadly divine artifact appeared? Zhou Lei said in a deep voice. His gaze pierced through the cosmos formation and landed on the 7 beams of golden light that were rapidly merging into the sky. Zhou Lei, end this quickly. On the other side, Mochizuki shouted loudly. Okay. Zhou Lei's gaze fell on Fong Chen again. When he saw the 7 deadly falling star sword trembling, his eyes lit up. The 7 deadly falling star sword. It's really the 7 deadly falling star sword. Give it to me. Zhou Lei stretched out his hand and shouted sternly. A terrifying power swept over Fong Chen. Zhou Lei wanted to snatch the 7 deadly falling star sword. Dream on. Fong Chen activated the space-time book and fought with Zhou Lei. Damn it. Zhou Lei increased his attack and suppressed Fong Chen. However, Zhou Lei was using the space-time book to constantly move around and didn't fight him head-on. This made Zhou Lei very angry. Bang! On the other side, the all is empty was sent flying by Mochizuki's punch. Crack! There was no time. Mochizuki attacked the Qianquan formation crazily, causing cracks to appear. Then, he instantly left. he shot toward the 7 golden lights that were about to converge. There's no time. Seeing Mochizuki's action, Zhou gave up attacking Fang Chen. His figure flashed and disappeared from the mountain peak. This was the method left by the 7 deadly celestial god. Once the 7 golden lights converged in the sky, the inheritance would definitely appear. Zhou was determined to get the inheritance of the 7 deadly celestial god. He would not allow Mochizuki to snatch it away. As for the 7 deadly falling star sword, it wouldn't be too late to snatch it after he got the inheritance. The earth-shattering battle was still going on a second ago, but in the next second it stopped. "Brother Fang, let's go and take a look." All is Empty got up from the ground. He was also shocked by the 7 golden lights. "Brother, all is empty, I have an epiphany," Fang Chen said hurriedly and then sat on the ground. A gray aura spread around him. The laws were in the final stage of materialization. Chapter 1757. The rules were formless and mysterious. There were only 6 types of rules in the entire universe. These 6 types of rules were supreme and unique. Each type of rule represented a great Tao. Moreover, when the rules were cultivated to the extreme, they could produce vast power. For example, when the creation rule was cultivated to the extreme, it could create all things with a single thought. Such a terrifying method could only be achieved by the creation of rules. Of course, the corresponding destruction rule could destroy everything in the world. The reincarnation rule controlled all reincarnations in the world. The fate rule controlled all the fate in the world. The time rule and space rule were relatively stronger than the other 4 rules. Changing time and space was a very rare method. Even some unparalleled powerhouses could not change the future. Fang Chen used the true meaning of time and space as a catalyst to comprehend the ruffled form of the rules. Now, he was trying to break through. Once he succeeded, he would have his first rule. In fact, to gods, almost every one of them had their own rules. However, having a rule and using it reasonably were 2 completely different things. The reason why sky gods were more powerful than gods was not only because of the power of sky gods in their bodies, but more importantly, because they could use the power of the rules reasonably. As for true gods, they were existences who could control the rules completely. The true meaning of time and space around Fang Chen gradually faded. All is Empty had been guarding Fang Chen by his side, protecting him. All the sect disciples at the foot of the mountain had completely fallen into a state of madness. The 7 golden lights that shook the sky god's relic were gathering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Once they were all gathered, the inheritance of the 7 ultimate sky god might reappear. Therefore, everyone was blindly chasing after the 7 golden lights. Even Zhou and Mochizuki could not care less. Only Fang Chen and All is Empty did not chase after them. In the blink of an eye, the true meaning of time and space on Fang Chen had completely faded. It was replaced by the materialized ruffled form of the rules. Time, space. Fang Chen shut his eyes tightly as he muttered under his breath. The ruffled form of the rules that he had comprehended was somewhat complicated. Until now, Fang Chen did not know whether the ruffled form of the rules was the time rule or the space rule. The moment the true meaning of space-time completely dissipated, Fang Chen felt the space distorting. The world was spinning as if the world was about to be destroyed. Space. Fang Chen uttered a cry of astonishment. Immediately, the power of the space rules in the air surged into his body. Dong Fang Chen's mind trembled, and a cylindrical space rule power instantly engulfed Fang Chen like a baptism. The golden heart beat rapidly as Fang Chen's understanding of the spatial laws deepened. Space, so that's how it is. After a long time, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. With a thought, his body could quickly merge into the void. He opened his palm, and the power of space rule force lay on it. It was very shocking. Is this the spatial law? Fang Chen was secretly delighted. He had finally comprehended one of the 6 great laws. However, just as Fang Chen was secretly rejoicing, the space precepts suddenly disappeared. It was replaced by another set of rules. This is, Fang Chen's eyes widened in disbelief. Comprehending two laws at the same time? Almost without any time to think, Fang Chen immediately closed his eyes and comprehended the time precept. Success came naturally. The power of time precepts instantly entered his body. With the previous experience, the comprehension of the time precepts was much easier. A moment later, Fang Chen completely understood the two great laws and was able to control them. Boom. It was also at this time that the space-time book suddenly began to operate on its own. Am I going to break through? Fang Chen's face was full of smiles. Good things came one after another, and he was a little happy. The space-time book had a total of 18 levels, which came from the bone progenitor. He had always thought that the space-time book was just an ordinary divine art. However, when Fang Chen came to the divine realm, he realized that the space-time book was not as simple as he thought. As he guessed, as the space-time book improved, its power increased. Now that he had comprehended both the time precepts and the space precepts, the space-time book should be able to upgrade to the 18th level. Thinking of this, Fang Chen wholeheartedly focused on upgrading the space-time book. As Fang Chen was a void cultivator, he had a very deep understanding of the space-time book. Moreover, with the help of the two great laws, there was almost no obstruction. The space-time book was upgraded to the 16th level, and then to the 17th level. However, when breaking through to the 18th level, he encountered some problems. What's going on? He could not break through to the 18th level, which made Fang Chen very puzzled. Boom! He opened his hands, and the power of time precepts and space precepts rushed into his body. However, he still failed to break through to the 18th level. Forget it, the 17th level is not bad. Fang Chen sighed and said. He withdrew his aura and then stood up. Brother Fang, you broke through? All is empty, hurriedly asked. Fang Chen nodded and said, You can say so. By the way, where are they? Brother Fang, when you broke through, 7 golden lights appeared and all the gods were attracted. All is empty, said. Fang Chen looked up and found that the sky had returned to normal. The 7 golden lights had disappeared. Let's go and take a look. Fang Chen said. Crash. With a thought, Fang Chen displayed the spacetime book. The 17th level of the spacetime book was even more unpredictable. Fang Chen's figure shuttled through the void at high speed. Jie Kong, who was beside him, was dumbfounded. He could sometimes feel Fang Chen's existence, and sometimes he could not. What a monster! After a long time, All is Empty shook his head and could not help but say. At this time, Fang Chen was enjoying the pleasure of shuttling through space. The speed of shuttling through space has increased a lot. Fang Chen thought to himself, if I use the spacetime book with all my strength, I'm afraid that not many people below the heavenly god realm can catch up to me. The spacetime book was a divine technique that was tailor-made for spacetime cultivators. Moreover, spacetime cultivators' control of spacetime had reached an unimaginable level. The speed of cultivating the spacetime book to the 17th level was simply despairing. At the same time, Fang Chen also found that if he used the spacetime book to hide in the void, even All is Empty would not be able to find him. In other words, if he hid, at least divine spirit realm experts would not be able to find him. In this way, when fighting against divine spirit realm experts, he would be in an invincible position. As long as he stepped into the divine transformation realm, he would be invincible below the heavenly god realm. He might even be able to rely on the spacetime book to challenge heavenly god. Of course, it was unrealistic to think about this now. Fang Chen's goal was the 7 ultimate gods' inheritance. He could feel the 7 ultimate falling star sword trembling and letting out a soft sword hum. Presumably, this was the 7 ultimate gods' summon. In a short while, Fang Chen had already left All is Empty behind. After a while, Fang Chen appeared on a mountain peak. His gaze fell on the wasteland below the mountain peak. At this moment, the wasteland was in chaos. The disciples of the various sect were fighting over the 7 ultimate gods' inheritance. The most eye-catching battle was between Mochizuki and Zhou. Both of them were divine spirit realm experts, and their battle strength was very strong. Zhou strength is almost at the half-step divine ancestor realm. Watching the battle between the two, Fang Chen said to himself. Zhou strength was within his expectations. However, Mochizuki surprised Fang Chen. The first time he fought with Mochizuki, the latter was not so strong. It's impossible for him to have a breakthrough in such a short time. Fang Chen frowned. He felt that there was something wrong with Mochizuki. His gaze was fixed on Mochizuki. Suddenly, he caught a slight change. Every time Mochizuki attacked, an invisible Xiao Hei dot would appear on his forehead. That Xiao Hei dot contained an extremely evil aura. Could it be that Mochizuki has been possessed? Fang Chen was very clear about the evil aura of the Holy Light religion. He even personally destroyed one of the strongholds of the Holy Light religion. At this moment, after catching the Xiao Hei dot on Mochizuki's forehead, Fang Chen concluded that Mochizuki was related to the Holy Light religion. Chapter 1758. Mochizuki was related to the Holy Light religion, or Mochizuki himself was a remnant of the Holy Light religion. 5201314926. Of course, there was another possibility, that Mochizuki was possessed by the Holy Light religion. In any case, any one of these 3 scenarios was enough to make Mochizuki the target of public criticism. Whoosh, whoosh. While Fang Chen was pondering, all is empty finally arrived. He was gasping for breath, looking at Fang Chen as if he was looking at a monster. Brother Fang, you're really something. You're almost as fast as a heavenly god. All is empty said. Fang Chen was about to speak when he saw that Lei Kong was in danger. He said in a deep voice, "You go support Lei Kong, I'll go support Liang Hongfei." After saying that, Fang Chen's figure flashed and arrived at the battlefield. On the battlefield, the folding fan in Liang Hongfei's hand was damaged, and the divine darts were also broken. His clothes were covered with blood, and his face was slightly pale. Kill. The 2 divine spirit realm disciples were dealing with Liang Hongfei. Liang Hongfei's face was pale as he kept retreating. However, he was still no match for these 2 people when he was seriously injured. Fight! Liang Hongfei clenched his teeth and threw the half-broken folding fan in his hand into the sky. The few divine darts he had were instantly shot out. Liang Hongfei, you're already at the end of the line. Die. The 2 divine spirit realm experts joined hands and disintegrated Liang Hongfei's final counterattack. An attack that was powerful enough to kill Liang Hongfei instantly arrived. Liang Hongfei's face was gloomy. He didn't expect that he would end up like this. Despicable. Liang Hongfei said coldly. If they didn't sneak attack him while he was unprepared, how could he be injured? These 2 old men would only be polite to him when they met him in the outside world. So what if we're despicable? One of the old men sneered, as if he could already see Liang Hongfei dying in their hands. Whoosh! Just as Liang Hongfei was about to die, a sudden change occurred. A gust of wind blew, and Liang Hongfei disappeared. Dong! The attacks of the 2 divine spirit realm old men heavily smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. What happened? The 2 old men looked at each other, their eyes filled with doubt. 2 old fellows dealing with a young martial artist, aren't they ashamed? Suddenly, a mocking voice came from the void. The 2 of them turned their heads and saw Fang Chen walking out of the void with Liang Hongfei in one hand. Brother Fang. Liang Hongfei didn't expect that Fang Chen would come to save him at such a critical moment. Brat, do you want to die? Liang Hongfei must die today. Your appearance is of no use. The 2 said coldly. Brother Liang, you go rest first. Leave this to me, Fang Chen said. But, no buts. I can handle it, Fang Chen said firmly. Seeing this, Liang Hongfei nodded and reminded Fang Chen to be careful. Then, he left the battlefield. Brat, you're courting death. The two divine spirit realm experts attacked Fang Chen crazily. Spacetime book. Fang Chen used the spacetime book. The space law flickered, and his figure instantly hid in the void. Humph, the space law. Find him and kill him. The two of them sneered. They had seen many martial artists using the space law, so they weren't afraid. However, after a while, the smiles on their faces completely froze. Because they searched the entire battlefield, but couldn't find any trace of him. This made the two of them extremely shocked. The space law could be used to such an extent. Brat, come out and fight with us if you have the ability. One of the old men roared. Swoosh! Fang Chen's figure silently appeared behind the old man, and the 7 legendary falling star swords stabbed into his body. No. After being stabbed by the 7 legendary falling star sword, the old man screamed miserably. The destructive power of a heavenly divine artifact was extremely strong. He couldn't resist it at all. Crack! The divine spirit realm expert was killed by Fang Chen in a single move. The other old man was completely stunned. He looked up to the sky and roared in anger. However, he was helpless against Fang Chen's spacetime book. In the end, the old man gave up fighting against Fang Chen in order to survive and escaped. Fang Chen didn't bother to chase after such a small fry. While Fang Chen had rescued Liang Hongfei, Jie Kong had also helped Lei Kong out of his predicament. As time went by, the battle below suffered heavy casualties. Especially the disciples of the small sect. They didn't have any power to resist and died. As for the big sect, it was slightly better. Dong. The battle in the sky attracted Fang Chen's attention. The battle between Mochizuki and Zhou Lei had reached its climax. The more Zhou Lei fought with Mochizuki, the more frightened he was. He didn't expect Mochizuki to be so strong. Bang! Their fists collided once before they quickly retreated. In the sky, Mochizuki and Zhou Lei faced each other. The aura on their bodies was enough to make ordinary divine spirit realm experts shrink back. Mochizuki, you've been hiding your strength, Zhou Lei said coldly. He thought that the inheritance of the 7 ultimate god would definitely belong to him. However, Wang Jiangyue's strength was beyond Zhou Lei's imagination. Buzz. While Mochizuki and Zhou Lei faced each other, Fang Chen turned his head and saw 7 golden lights converging into a sword-shaped rune in the sky not far away. Light flowed around the sword-shaped rune and golden sword energy soared into the sky. Fang Chen could feel the 7 ultimate falling star sword vibrating. Whoosh! Fang Chen secretly used the spacetime book and silently arrived at the sword-shaped rune. I'll let you dogs fight each other first. Fang Chen sneered as he turned his head and glanced at the 2 people facing each other in the distance. Then, he hid in the void and tried to activate the 7 ultimate falling star sword to absorb the sword-shaped rune. Just as Fang Chen had guessed, the sword-shaped rune was smoothly absorbed by the 7 ultimate falling star sword. After absorbing the sword-shaped rune, the 7 ultimate falling star sword let out a sword cry. A divine art also appeared in Fang Chen's mind. 7 stars falling from the sky. Great! Fang Chen didn't think that he would be able to obtain the inheritance of the 7 ultimate gods so easily. He was very happy. The sudden disappearance of the sword-shaped rune attracted the attention of everyone on the battlefield. Where's the sword-shaped rune? Mochizuki asked in a deep voice. Zhou Lei turned around and also saw this scene. His face was incomparably gloomy. The sword-shaped rune disappeared. Did someone obtain the inheritance? Heavens! Who obtained the inheritance? There must be an expert hiding in the dark. Otherwise, how could they hide from us and obtain the inheritance? The chaotic battle temporarily stopped. The crowd was in an uproar. Zhou Lei and Mochizuki also temporarily stopped fighting. They went to the place where the sword-shaped rune disappeared and carefully examined it. At this time, Fang Chen had already returned to the crowd. I'll let you investigate. Fong Chen secretly sneered and then walked to the side of the dark world and the Thunder Fire Temple. How is it? Fong Chen asked. Brother Fong, thank you very much this time. Liang Hongfei's expression had eased a lot. He cupped his fists and thanked him. Lei Kong, who was standing at the side, kept expressing his gratitude. Listen to my advice. Your sect shouldn't get involved. You won't be able to obtain the inheritance of the seven ultimate god. Fong Chen advised. After a moment of contemplation, Liang Hongfei and Lei Kong had unanimously decided to give up fighting for the inheritance. Brother Fong, I also have the same idea. My Dark World and the Thunder Fire Temple will temporarily form an alliance. We will advance and retreat together and give up fighting for the inheritance, Liang Hongfei said. At this time, All is Empty also noticed that the sword-shaped rune had disappeared. The sword-shaped rune disappeared. All is Empty cried out involuntarily. However, his gaze soon landed on Fong Chen without batting an eyelid. All is Empty was sure that if there was someone who had the ability to quietly obtain the inheritance of the seven ultimate god, it would definitely be Fong Chen. He had already experienced Fong Chen's concealment ability. Seeing All is Empty's gaze, Fong Chen slightly nodded. All is Empty's face revealed a trace of a smile and secretly gave Fong Chen a thumbs up. In the sky. Damn it. Someone actually dared to steal our things, Zhou Lei said coldly. This person's strength is above yours and mine. In this easternmost land, I really can't think of any divine spirit realm expert who could steal the inheritance without us knowing. Mochizuki pondered. Could it be a divine spirit? Chapter 1759. They had fought to the death for the inheritance of the seven treasures deity. And now, the inheritance had been quietly absorbed by someone hidden in the dark right under their noses. Most importantly, they still did not know who this person was. Mochizuki and Zhou Lei's faces were gloomy. For them, this was tantamount to slapping their faces. Damn it. If I find out who it is, I will not forgive him, Zhou Lei said coldly. Mochizuki's eyes flickered, and a trace of killing intent flashed in the depths of his eyes. Bang! Mochizuki suddenly attacked Zhou Lei. The latter was caught off guard and was forced back by the former's attack. Mochizuki, the inheritance has been snatched away. Is there a need to continue the battle between us? Zhou Lei glared at Mochizuki and said coldly. In fact, Zhou Lei did not have any confidence in Mochizuki. Therefore, he was unwilling to fight to the death with the latter. Anyway, with his current strength, he was fully qualified to set foot on Lotus Mountain. There was no need to fight with Mochizuki in the deity's ruins. After leaving the deity's ruins, with the help of the Zhou family, would he be afraid of a mere Mochizuki? However, Mochizuki obviously did not think so. In his mind, the evil voice kept coming. Kill them all, and you will get everything you want. This voice gradually led Mochizuki. Mochizuki's momentary absent-mindedness was occupied by the remnant thoughts of the Holy Light Temple's protector. At this time, Mochizuki was no longer the Mochizuki of the past. He was a remnant of the Holy Light Temple. If I kill you, there will be no one to compete with me. After saying that, Mochizuki did not give Zhou Lei any chance and attacked with lightning speed. Mochizuki's big hand reached out and pressed down. Suddenly, Zhou Lei felt as if he had fallen into a quagmire and could not extricate himself. His face turned completely serious. Facing Mochizuki was like facing a god. The pressure that the latter gave him was too great. I don't believe it. Zhou Lei's unyielding character was exposed. He roared at the sky and immediately performed the Zhou family's secret technique. Zhou Lei opened his palm and concentrated divine power gathered in the center of his palm, forming an incredible cylinder. Kill! Zhou Lei roared furiously as he hurled the cylinder in his palm at Mochizuki. Seeing this, Wang Jiangyue let out an evil laugh. He then flicked his finger, and a ray of light condensed from divine power hit the pillar. Crack! The pillar exploded, and the divine power shot toward Zhou Lei. Fang Chen was the only one who could clearly see that there was an evil black light hidden within that beam of divine power. The remnants of the holy light religion are really haunting me, Fang Chen thought to himself. Then, he stood up and leaped into the sky. Bang! Fang Chen gripped the 7 Absolutes falling star sword and slashed down with all his might. Crack! On the body of the sword, 7 stars shone brightly, bursting forth with a brilliant light. A tyrannical power burst forth in an instant, slashing directly at the divine light. Hiss! The divine power quickly wrapped around the 7 Absolutes' falling star sword, as if it wanted to corrode the heavenly divine weapon. Insignificant skill, Fang Chen sneered in his heart. Then, the golden heart started to beat rapidly. The golden liquid quickly entered the heavenly divine weapon. Buzz! The insufferably arrogant divine energy radiance was gradually extinguished by the heavenly divine artifact. Fang Chen flicked his wrist and the heavenly divine weapon let out a terrifying sword cry. Then, the violent divine power was absorbed by the heavenly divine weapon. A drop of evil black light was exposed in front of everyone. Mochizuki's face changed upon seeing this. Swoosh! The 7 Absolutes' falling star sword flickered and slammed against the evil black light. Then, it shot toward Mochizuki. The latter pulled his palm, and the evil black light entered his body and disappeared. Zhou Lei was stunned by the sudden change. He was still wondering why this guy would suddenly help him. However, when he saw the drop of evil black light, he immediately understood. Holy Light Religion Remnant. Zhou Lei glared at Mochizuki. His heart was in turmoil. The more you know, the shorter you live. Mochizuki revealed his sinister side. He had long since decided to kill all of them. Join hands. Fang Chen looked at Zhou Lei and asked. Although he was against Zhou Lei and did not want to join hands with him, the situation was dire. However, the situation forced them to do so. The remaining Holy Light religion was too strong, and their means were unimaginable. Fang Chen alone could not kill Mochizuki. He could only join hands with Zhou Lei. All right, let's join hands and kill the Holy Light religion remnant. Obviously, Zhou Lei was someone who cared about the big picture. He immediately nodded in agreement. You're courting death. Mochizuki no longer hid. Evil black light emerged from his body, and he immediately used his thunderous methods. Kill. Zhou Lei took the lead and rushed in front of Mochizuki. He fought with Mochizuki. Fang Chen, on the other hand, had set up a triple array formation to trap Wang Jianzhu. Then, he held the 7 deadly falling star sword and helped Zhou Lei deal with Mochizuki. Buzz! The golden liquid emerged from the golden heart. It could effectively dissolve the evil black light on Mochizuki's body. Moreover, Mochizuki seemed to be afraid of this golden liquid. The 7 deadly falling star sword fiercely slashed down and directly hit Mochizuki's body. Mochizuki's clothes were torn. This was the first time he was sent flying by the joint attack of 2 people. Damn it! Mochizuki glared at Fang Chen and Zhou Lei. His hatred for Fang Chen was especially strong. His eyes flickered as he carefully thought of a way to deal with Fang Chen. You're all going to die. Mochizuki's palm trembled. Evil black light crazily emerged. Zhou Lei opened his mouth. With a whoosh, a laser beam shot out. It pierced through the void and shot toward Mochizuki's body. Although Mochizuki's body was surrounded by a large amount of evil black light, it was still penetrated. Golden cicada! Mochizuki's eyes widened as he cried out. He did not expect the Zhou clan to give the golden cicada to Zhou Lei. This was troublesome. The golden cicada was a very strange object. It just so happened to restrain the evil aura of the Holy Light Temple. If I was at my peak, killing you would be as easy as crushing an ant. Mochizuki's eyes were scarlet. He completely handed over his body to the remnant will of the Holy Light Temple. Fang Chen also felt that something was wrong. He had to end the battle quickly. Otherwise, it would cause trouble. Fire refining the heavens. Because of Zhou Lei's presence, Fang Chen did not want to use the timespace book. Therefore, he could only use the fire refining the heavens. A thick fire dragon roared toward the sky. With the power of the immortal flame, it rushed toward Mochizuki. The battle had entered a white-hot stage. The means of the Holy Light Temple's remnant were unimaginable. Especially that evil black light, it was extremely corrosive. If Fang Chen did not use the Golden Heart to resist and dilute it, perhaps the two of them would have already been defeated. In the wasteland below, all the disciples of the sect were completely shocked. They looked at this scene with their mouths agape. I really did not expect Mochizuki to be a remnant of the Holy Light Temple. Liang Hongfei gritted his teeth and said. On the side, Lei Kong clasped his hands together and shook his head slightly. Obviously, he could not accept this fact. The struggle between humans was only for personal interests and to compete for cultivation resources. The struggle between the heavenly realm and the Holy Light Temple was a struggle that involved the survival of the universe. Even the monks of the Thunder Fire Temple, who had no desires, hated the Holy Light Temple. Of course, other than the Divine Spirit Realm experts like them, the other weaker disciples did not know about the so-called Holy Light Temple. The battle in the sky was too intense. The energy fluctuations that were emitted made everyone's heart tremble. At the same time, everyone also regarded Fang Chen as a member of the younger generation who was at the same level as Zhou Lei. Liang Hongfei secretly rejoiced in his heart that he did not make an enemy out of this abnormal guy in Yue City. Otherwise, he did not know what the consequences would be. This guy is really abnormal. All is empty could not help but sigh. It seems that the situation in the easternmost land is going to change. Lei Kong said. Liang Hongfei looked at the battle in the sky and said faintly, Brother Fang's strength is not weaker than Zhou Lei's. In the matter of marrying the star and moon, if Zhou Lei does not use the resources of the Zhou family, it is impossible for him to compete with Brother Fang. However, when Liang Hongfei said this, he also understood. In the end, the Zhou family would definitely intervene. It would be difficult for Fang Chen to reach that step. Boom! At this moment, a deafening sound came from the sky. Chapter 1760. Wang Jiangyue's eyes were filled with an evil black light. His entire being gave off an eerie and terrifying feeling. He stared at Fang Chen and Zhou Lei opposite him, and a black light flashed in his palm. Zhou Lei, are you sure you want to join forces with him to deal with me? Mochizuki asked. Mochizuki, as a deity of the heavenly realm, you actually colluded with the Holy Light religion. I, Zhou Lei, will kill you even if I have to risk my life. Zhou Lei sneered. Fang Chen quietly watched Mochizuki from the side. The two of you can't kill me, Mochizuki calmly said, although he was slightly at a disadvantage in the battle just now. However, in a real life and death battle, he was not afraid of the two of them. The only thing that surprised him was that the guy had an aura that made him tremble. Thinking of the golden liquid that instantly disintegrated the evil black light that he released in the battle just now, Mochizuki's heart was filled with killing intent. No matter what, he must kill Fang Chen today. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to escape unscathed. The protector of the Holy Light religion had a high position in the religion. He was not willing to give up so easily after successfully possessing the body. As long as he could leave the Heavenly God's relic, he could safely return to the Holy Light religion and recuperate. However, if he wanted to kill Fang Chen, he must convince Zhou Lei. After thinking for a moment, Mochizuki had a rough idea in his mind. A strange smile appeared on his face. He looked at Zhou Lei and said, Zhou Lei, you have seen his strength. If you want to marry Star and Moon, he is your only rival. At this point, Mochizuki deliberately paused to observe Zhou Lei's expression. Sure enough, when he heard the words Star and Moon, a trace of panic flashed across Zhou Lei's face. However, Zhou Lei quickly calmed down. Humph, in the entire easternmost land, no one in the younger generation can compete with me, Zhou Lei. I will use my own strength to conquer the star and moon and conquer heavenly goddess Lian. I don't need the help of a holy light religion remnant like you. Zhou Lei disdainfully said. To be honest, Zhou Lei did not put Fang Chen in his eyes at all. The only thing that made him feel heavy was Mochizuki in front of him. I'm afraid things aren't as simple as you think. This young man was a master-level array master who could set up a fierce and domineering killing array. Moreover, he also possessed the 7 ultimate meteor sword of the 7 ultimate deity. If he breaks through to the divine transformation realm, he will definitely be a formidable opponent for you. It is very likely that he will defeat you. Mochizuki continued, at that time, even if the Zhou family behind you wants to help, it will be useless. Impossible, Zhou Lei said immediately. He glanced at Fang Chen with a complicated look in his eyes. Fang Chen could see that Zhou Lei was struggling in his heart. Mochizuki's words made Zhou Lei waver. The holy light religion remnant is really like a lingering spirit. Fang Chen sneered. We just destroyed one of your strongholds. I didn't expect that there would still be a fish that escaped the net. Mochizuki glared at Fang Chen with a sharp gaze, and then turned to look at Zhou Lei. He was waiting for Zhou Lei's reply. All the sect disciples below were also nervously waiting for Zhou Lei's reply. Naturally, they did not want Zhou Lei to agree with Mochizuki. Zhou Lei, don't listen to the holy light religion remnant. Otherwise there will be endless troubles. Yes, in front of the holy light religion remnant, you should temporarily put aside your personal grudges and join forces to fight the enemy. Lei Kong and Liang Hongfei roared at the same time. Zhou Lei, don't you want to win the heart of the beauty? Don't you want to become the king of the easternmost land, and even the king of the entire god realm? Such a tempting sentence echoed in Zhou Lei's mind. Mochizuki saw Zhou Lei's fatal flaw, so he used it to tempt the latter. Zhou Lei's face was ferocious as he made his final mental struggle. After a long time, Zhou Lei looked up to the sky and roared. He suddenly turned around and coldly said, I will withdraw from the encirclement against you. However, when we leave the god's relic, my Zhou family will definitely launch an encirclement to kill you. With that, Zhou Lei's figure flashed and left the place. Crash! There was an uproar below. All the sect disciples were dumbfounded as they watched all this. A moment later, countless curses spread out. Zhou Lei, this hypocrite, actually left at the critical moment. Zhou Lei, this bastard, actually did this. Damn it! Everyone was very angry, but there was no way to help Fang Chen. In the sky, Mochizuki's face revealed a strange smile. Looking at Fang Chen, he smiled sinisterly and said, You humans are so greedy. As long as there are enough benefits, you can drive them. Mochizuki's words were full of ridicule. Fang Chen spread his hands and didn't say anything. He originally didn't have any good impression of Zhou Lei, and now he hated him even more. Zhou Lei, I will let you know how stupid the decision you made today was, Fang Chen said inwardly. Slightly adjusting his mood, he raised his head and looked at Mochizuki. Even if he was alone, if he wanted to leave, he could easily do so. All of you, quickly leave this place. Fang Chen secretly transmitted his voice to Liang Hongfei and Lei Kong. They originally didn't want to leave, but after Fang Chen's persuasion, they left with the other sect disciples. Mochizuki didn't stop them. In any case, there was still some time before the god's relic opened. After killing Fang Chen, he could go kill them. You should be proud to die by my hands, Mochizuki sneered. It seems that Mochizuki's body has been taken over by you. If I'm not wrong, you should be the protector of the holy light religion who wants to resurrect this time, right? Fang Chen asked. Mochizuki nodded. You are very smart, but unfortunately, smart people often don't live long. Mochizuki didn't hide anything. Anyway, the dead wouldn't expose themselves. Mochizuki greedily looked at Fang Chen. The latter's body attracted his attention. If he could take over Fang Chen's body, it wouldn't take long for his strength to be completely restored. Buzz. Fang Chen arranged a 3-layer chain array. You think you can deal with this protector with just an extraordinary level array? You are too naive. The protector of the Holy Light religion had a very high status, so his knowledge was naturally very broad. A mere extraordinary level array couldn't enter his eyes. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flashed as he used the time-space book, and his body merged into the void. The smile on Wang Jiangyue's face suddenly froze. Immediately, his eyes widened as he looked around. He was shocked to find that he couldn't find any trace of Fang Chen. At this time, Mochizuki finally thought of something. The inheritance of the 7 ultimate god was secretly taken away by you. Mochizuki coldly said. You only know now, but it's too late. A voice came from the void. Then, the heavenly divine artifact suddenly stabbed out, directly stabbing toward Mochizuki. Bang! The latter threw out a punch, blocking the attack of the heavenly divine artifact, and retreated. Seeing that his attack didn't hit, Fang Chen continued to hide in the void. To be able to use the law of space to such an extent, it seems that I have really underestimated you. Mochizuki coldly said. As soon as his voice fell, Mochizuki opened his palm. Suddenly, with him as the center, the area within 100 miles instantly turned into a scarlet hell. A terrifying evil aura instantly spread out, turning the area within 100 miles into a purgatory. The green grass on the ground withered and turned yellow in the blink of an eye. Bloody domain. Mochizuki said word by word. Once the bloody domain was used, the area within 100 miles would become a purgatory. In the purgatory, he was the absolute ruler, and he could control everything. The evil black light in the purgatory was extremely corrosive. Even divine spirit realm experts would undoubtedly die if they were caught in it. Mochizuki didn't believe that Fang Chen could withstand the attack of the bloody domain. However, Fang Chen, who was hiding in the void, sneered. The space-time cultivation system allows the cultivator to completely merge with space-time, and not simply hide. Fang Chen thought to himself, unless this bloody domain can corrode space and penetrate into space, it won't be a threat to him. The Book of Time and Space had reached the 17th level, and with the law of space, Fang Chen had already merged with space, so he didn't fear the bloody domain. Brat, let's see how long you can hide. Mochizuki roared, his eyes scarlet. He spread out his hands, controlling the bloody domain to refine the grass and trees within 100 miles. Chapter 1761. Facing Mochizuki's blood domain, Fang Chen didn't fight it head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge. The precepts of space operated, and the power of the space-time book grew stronger. Hiding in the void, as long as Fang Chen didn't show himself, Mochizuki couldn't find him at all. In this way, Fang Chen could sneak attack Mochizuki, and the latter couldn't do anything. This blood domain is quite powerful. Unfortunately, it met me. Fang Chen said to himself in the void. If it were an ordinary divine spirit realm expert, facing Mochizuki's blood domain, they would definitely die. However, he wasn't afraid. The evil aura in the blood domain couldn't corrode him at all. It couldn't even get close to his body. Blood domain. Mochizuki spread out his hands and roared eerily. A terrifying evil black light instantly spread out. He wanted to use the blood domain to kill Fang Chen completely. Whoosh! In the void, a sharp sword suddenly pierced out. With incredible power, it pierced toward Mochizuki. With a bang, Mochizuki hurriedly controlled the blood domain to resist, and barely blocked the attack of the 7 deadly falling star sword. Damn it! Mochizuki's face became completely gloomy. His eyes were scarlet, and his body emitted a terrifying murderous intent. I don't believe that you can keep hiding, Mochizuki roared angrily. However, at this moment the little mouse appeared. Boss! Although Mochizuki was strong, he also had a fatal weakness. The evil black light was afraid of the golden heart. This point could be fully utilized. The appearance of the little mouse had undoubtedly greatly increased Fang Chen's combat strength. Boss, I'll try to use my innate ability to assimilate the power in the blood domain. You keep him busy, the little mouse said. Okay. Fang Chen nodded, and then continued to use the spacetime book to attack with fire, refining the heavens. Every time the 7 legendary meteor swords stabbed out, it would cause the bloody domain to shake. As time passed, Mochizuki's anger grew. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and sprinkled it on the bloody domain. The power in the bloody domain increased at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bloody domain, bloody hell! Mochizuki roared as the entire bloody domain shrunk rapidly. Fang Chen saw through Mochizuki's thoughts. He sneered and continued to attack. At this moment, the little mouse's assimilation ability had begun to show its strength. Hiss hiss hiss, the heaven-devouring divine rat's innate ability was extremely heaven-defying. Assimilation was Little Mouse's third ability. It could use its own power to assimilate the power around it. When the little mouse used its assimilation god art, it also used its clairvoyance god art. His eyes could clearly see the trajectory of the bloody domain. This way, the assimilation process would be much easier. Boss, the assimilation is a success. Hold on a little longer, the little mouse said with a smile. After receiving the news, Fang Chen increased his attack on Mochizuki to interfere with his control of the bloody domain. I'm going to kill you. Finally, after an hour of confrontation, Mochizuki was completely enraged. He desperately urged the bloody domain to kill Fang Chen in one fell swoop. Do you think you can escape by hiding in the void? Since you won't appear, I'll destroy this void. Mochizuki said coldly. He waved his hand, and the evil black light in the bloody domain burst out with a dazzling light. The terrifying power made the void tremble. Assimilation. At this moment, the little mouse roared and activated its assimilation power. The powerful power in the bloody domain instantly became chaotic. When Mochizuki noticed this, his expression changed greatly. No! Wang Jiangyue cried out involuntarily. The bloody domain was his greatest reliance. But now, the chaotic energy in the bloody domain was gradually collapsing. Kill! A trace of cold killing intent flashed through Mochizuki's mind. He immediately urged the bloody domain to kill Fang Chen before the domain collapsed. However, he still underestimated the little mouse's strength. The bloody domain that had been assimilated by the little mouse had very powerful energy fluctuations. It formed a fierce collision with the original power. Moreover, the little mouse's see-through ability could clearly see the trajectory of the bloody domain. This way, the assimilation power could destroy the bloody domain without restraint. Damn it! Who would have thought that the bloody domain would have such a problem when it was about to succeed? Bang! Mochizuki punched out with both fists and immediately forced the little mouse's body out. The little mouse grinned and revealed a wretched smile. I want you dead! Mochizuki roared. You'd better take care of yourself first. The little mouse spread its hands and said. In an instant, the bloody domain collapsed completely. The chaotic energy engulfed Mochizuki's body and formed a powerful backlash. Ah! Mochizuki looked up to the sky and let out an angry roar. Boss, do it! The little mouse hurriedly transmitted its voice. Fang Chen had long been waiting for an opportunity to act. After receiving the little mouse's command, the golden heart rapidly beat and the golden liquid completely merged into the 7 extinction meteor sword. The heavenly divine artifact was completely activated. A terrifying power swept over. Mochizuki had no time to dodge and was stabbed in the chest by Fang Chen. The golden liquid rapidly penetrated the heavenly divine artifact and drilled into Mochizuki's body. Ah! I can't accept this. The golden liquid could restrain the evil black light. The power in Mochizuki's body was disintegrating. At this moment, Mochizuki finally felt fear. He wanted to escape from here, but he didn't have the strength to do so. In the blink of an eye, the evil black light in his body was completely devoured by the golden liquid. Mochizuki's face was pale and his forehead was full of sweat. His vitality was fading. His scarlet eyes stared at Fong Qin. "Who the hell are you?" His voice was hoarse. With a crack, his body exploded. A trace of remnant consciousness instantly shot out from his body, trying to escape. Die. With a wave of his hand, the 7 extinction meteor sword accurately chopped down on the remnant consciousness. Suddenly, the remnant consciousness of the Holy Light Religion's remnant guardian vanished. In an instant, the sky and earth returned to normal. A cool breeze blew. Only the ruins on the ground could prove that a great battle had happened here. Although he killed Mochizuki, Fong Qin wasn't happy at all. "Boss!" Little Mouse walked to Fong Qin's side with a smile on his face. He and his boss were invincible under the divine realm. Fong Qin shook his head slightly and said, "If I had stepped into the divine transformation realm, this battle wouldn't have been so difficult." Little Mouse said, "Boss, with your potential, stepping into the divine transformation realm is only a matter of time. Maybe you can step into the divine transformation realm after leaving the divine relic." After thinking for a moment, he shook off the thoughts in his mind. Fong Qin said, "There's still a long time before the divine relic opens. I can use this time to improve my cultivation." After absorbing the inheritance of the 7 extinction god, he still didn't have time to look at it. Little Mouse asked, "Boss, what about Zhou Lei?" Fong Qin shook his head. He wouldn't deal with Zhou Lei for the time being. Fong Qin said, "Zhou Lei and I will definitely fight, but not now." Zhou Lei was different from Mochizuki. Although he didn't have Mochizuki's blood domain, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Killing Mochizuki could be said to be a big contribution because of the Golden Heart. But against Zhou Lei, the Golden Heart couldn't provide much help. If he forced a fight, the final result would be a Pyrrhic victory. In this case, it would affect his plan after stepping on Lotus Mountain. The loss outweighed the gain. Little Mouse said, "Boss, I've been unhappy with that Zhou Lei for a long time. After you break through, you must teach him a lesson." Fong Qin and Little Mouse left. After today, there would be no more disciples of the sky-gazing mountain in the divine relic. None of the disciples of the sect who had left before would have thought that Mochizuki would be killed by Fong Qin. In a certain area of the divine realm, this was one of the lairs of the Holy Light Religion. Crash! A protector of the Holy Light Religion suddenly appeared from a dark corner. His face was full of anger. "Mission failed," the protector said with a ferocious face. Behind him, another protector appeared. Chapter 1762. "Protector, you can't die in vain," the ferocious protector said in a deep voice. Because they were suppressed by the 7 top forces, the Holy Light Religion's development was very bumpy. To nurture a protector, one had to pay a huge price. Therefore, the death of the protector could not be ignored. Originally, the plan was very good. Protector Yu's remnant consciousness could safely return to the Holy Light Religion's nest. However, there was a change in the plan. Among the younger generation who entered the God's ruins, there are only a few who have the ability to destroy our plan. We must investigate thoroughly. The ferocious protector said, "Sky-gazing mountains Mochizuki, Zhou family's Zhou Lei, no matter who it is, they must be prepared to die for destroying our plan. When the God's ruins open, we will definitely investigate this matter. Protector Wu, please calm down." If he knew that Zhou Lei and himself were being targeted by the Holy Light Religion, he would be very depressed. For Fong Qin, this trip to the God's ruins was comparable to 30 years of bitter cultivation. Not only did his cultivation break through to the 9th level of the eternal ancient realm, but he also comprehended the laws of space and time. Furthermore, he had comprehended the laws of time and space and cultivated the space-time book to the 17th level. Of course, the most important thing was that he now had another identity, which was the extraordinary level swordsmith. There were a large number of divine tools in the Sumer ring. However, right now, the most important thing was to comprehend the inheritance of the seven ultimate God and cultivate the 7 stars falling sky divine technique. Fang Chen found a very secluded place and arranged 3 linked arrays. Then, he prepared to quietly cultivate. However, at this time, the ant egg in his body had a slight change. Looking at the ant egg, he found that there were some cracks on the surface of the egg. What's going on? Is it going to hatch? Fang Chen guessed. Previously in the beast garden, the ant egg had absorbed a large amount of energy from the royal ant family's body and had been in a dormant state. Now that there were cracks on the surface, it was very likely that the energy had reached the limit and it was about to hatch. Fang Chen informed the little mouse of this situation and took out the ant egg. The little mouse stared at the ant egg carefully. After a long time, it confirmed that it was about to hatch. Is there anything to pay attention to when the royal ant family hatches? Fang Chen asked. The imperial ant tribe is the easiest to control right after it hatches. Boss, use your will to communicate with it and let it absorb the divine spiritual stones. It will subconsciously treat you as its master, and then drip your blood to recognize you as its master, the little mouse said. Although it sounded simple, he still had to be careful and not be careless. This was the Ant Emperor tribe. If he could really control it, then it was very likely that he would have a super powerful Ant Emperor in the future. Crash Fang Chen took out the Divine Spirit Stone from his spatial ring and placed it next to the ant egg. Hiss 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 indeed, the incubation of ant eggs required energy. One by one, the godly spiritual stones turned into dust. As for the energy within it, it was absorbed by the ant egg. As time passed, more and more cracks appeared on the surface of the egg. Br Fang Chen and the little mouse anxiously waited for the royal ant tribe to hatch. After absorbing around 100,000 low-tier god spiritual stones, the surface of the ant egg was already filled with cracks. At this moment, the ant egg stopped absorbing the energy from the god spiritual stone. With a cracking sound, the cracks began to expand, and pieces of skin fell off the egg shell. It's about to hatch, the little mouse said. Fang Chen stared at the ant egg without blinking. Crack! A small gap appeared on the eggshell, and 2 tentacles slowly stretched out from the eggshell. Then, an ant the size of a thumb climbed out of the eggshell in a wobbly manner. Boss, hurry up. Although he was very curious, Fang Chen didn't waste any time. He immediately used his will to communicate with the Ant Emperor tribe. I will protect you. Fang Chen's confused voice was transmitted into the Ant Emperor tribe's mind. At first, the Ant Emperor tribe was still on guard against Fang Chen, but it gradually relaxed. Its clumsy body lay on Fang Chen's finger as it continued to play with it. While the Ant Emperor tribe relaxed, Fang Chen took the opportunity to release the divine spiritual stones. When the Ant Emperor tribe discovered the divine spiritual stones, it was very excited and rapidly absorbed the energy within them. This is the Ant Emperor tribe, Fang Chen said. Boss, don't be fooled by their small size, but their strength can't be underestimated. The little mouse pursed its lips. Although the Ant Emperor tribe had just been born, the speed at which it absorbed the divine spiritual stones was not to be underestimated. In the blink of an eye, it had absorbed more than 100,000 divine spiritual stones. Finally, it stopped absorbing. With its big belly, it lay on Fang Chen's palm. Suddenly, the Ant Emperor tribe used its sharp tentacles to prick Fang Chen. The latter felt a piercing pain, but then he discovered that the Ant Emperor tribe was absorbing his blood. Boss, the Ant Emperor tribe wants to recognize you as its master. The little mouse was delighted. Sure enough, Fang Chen discovered that after the Ant Emperor tribe absorbed his blood, a complicated message appeared in its mind. Recognize me as its master. A moment later, the recognition was successful. Fang Chen breathed a sigh of relief. He had finally dealt with this little guy. Looking at the somewhat clumsy ant emperor tribe, Fang Chen shook his head with a smile on his face. Little guy, remember, I'm your Grandpa Mouse. From now on, I'll call you Xiao Huang, the little mouse said with a smile. Fang Chen was a little speechless. After all, it was the ant emperor tribe. Little Mouse actually gave it such a name. What if it really became the ant emperor tribe in the future? Soon, the little mouse and Xiao Huang became friends. Boss, Xiao Huang has just been born and needs to absorb a lot of energy. I'll take it out for a walk and let it adapt to the outside environment in an instant, the little mouse said. Be careful, Fang Chen reminded. Boss, don't worry. When you come out of seclusion, I'll definitely give you a surprise, the little mouse said as it spread out its hands. Fang Chen was quite assured about the little mouse. The little mouse took Xiao Huang and left the triple chain formation. Fang Chen sat cross-legged as the 7 ultimate gods' inheritance appeared in his mind. Buzz. The 7 ultimate falling star sword let out a sword hum and then automatically unsheathed itself and stabbed into the ground. 7 stars shone brightly. The 7 ultimate gods' understanding of sword Dao is extraordinary. Fang Chen thought to himself, the sword Dao divine skill he left behind is really powerful. After just a simple look, Fang Chen sighed. Divine skills were also divided into high and low levels. For example, the divine skills that were passed down in the lower realm could only be said to be the most ordinary divine skills. In other words, it could not be called a real divine skill. This kind of divine skill was collectively known as the subgrade divine skill. Above the subgrade divine skill, the divine skill cultivated by the gods was known as the king-grade divine skill. For example, the fire refining the heavens technique that Fang Chen cultivated was a king-grade divine skill. Above the king-grade divine skill was the heaven-grade divine skill. Only the gods could cultivate the heaven-grade divine skill. Of course, there were also some talented young geniuses who could cultivate it. The heaven-grade divine skill was very precious. Even the gods would not easily take it out. Above the heaven-grade divine skill was the saint-grade divine skill. Subgrade, king-grade, heaven-grade, saint-grade, these were the levels of divine skills. The higher the level, the stronger the power. The higher the level of the divine art cultivated by the deities, the greater the chance of victory would be for the deities of similar strength. The 7 stars falling sky was a heaven-grade divine skill. It was the sword Dao divine skill that the 7 ultimate god was proud of. According to the records in the inheritance, this divine skill could increase the attack power by 30% when used with the 7 ultimate falling star sword. Actually, it's normal. After all, it's a divine skill left behind by the god. Fang Chen nodded slightly. He was not surprised. It was normal for the gods to cultivate the heaven-grade divine skill. I wonder what level the spacetime book is. According to Fang Chen's speculation, the spacetime book should not be a king-grade divine skill. It was very likely that it was a heaven-grade divine skill. This could also explain why he could not successfully cultivate the 18th level. Of course, this was just speculation. If he wanted to truly understand the level of the spacetime book, he would have to wait until he completely cultivated it. After thinking for a moment, Fang Chen's gaze fell on the inheritance again. Looking at the 7 stars falling sky, Fang Chen felt a little helpless. If he wanted to cultivate the heaven-grade divine skill, he had to be at least a god. This was because gods had divine power and could use the heaven-grade divine skill. Guarding a mountain of treasures without getting anything was really a bad feeling. However, Fang Chen was not discouraged. It seems that I can only accept the sword Dao inheritance of the 7 ultimate god and break through the bottleneck in one go, Fang Chen said to himself. He was now only a step away from the divine transformation realm. Chapter 1763. While Fang Chen was comprehending the inheritance left behind by the 7 treasures god, Little Mouse was sweeping through the god's ruins with Xiao Huang. There were treasures everywhere in the god's ruins. However, there were some places that ordinary gods could not find at all. The god-devouring rat clan had a very sensitive sense of smell. Together with the royal ant clan, they were a perfect match. Every time they found a treasure, Little Mouse would let Xiao Huang absorb the energy first. Xiao Huang had just been born and was in the growth stage. Time flew by. After the earth-shattering battle, Yi Zichen's expression changed. All the disciples in the sect were a little scared. They no longer took risks blindly. Instead, they were looking for some hidden places to safely wait for the opening of the god's ruins. The huge god's ruins were empty. There was no one in sight. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In the past half a year, Fang Chun had completely accepted the inheritance left behind by the Seven Treasures God. The Seven Treasures God's understanding of the sword principle was unique. For Fang Chun, it was infinitely useful. Moreover, what excited Fang Chun the most was that the Seven Treasures God's sword principle mentioned the destruction law. Seeing the word destruction, Fang Chun was even more excited. The destruction of the sword master. He had never forgotten these 4 words. However, it was too difficult to comprehend the destruction law. In half a year, Fang Chun's understanding of the sword principle had greatly improved. At the same time, he had some ideas about the destruction law that belonged to him. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Fang Chun opened his eyes. He had completely comprehended the sword principle. The next step was to cultivate the 7 stars falling in the sky and break through to the divine transformation realm. Fang Chun contacted Little Mouse. After confirming that the latter was not in danger, he continued to cultivate. He could not be too impatient when breaking through to the divine transformation realm. Fang Chun used the past half a year to accumulate divine power. Now that he had accumulated enough, it was time to break through. First, Fang Chun adjusted his mental state to the best. Secondly, he fully activated the golden heart and the golden liquid spread all over his body. Entering the divine transformation realm from the eternal realm was a fundamental change. The long river of laws in his body would transform into monstrous waves, and then form a divine power vortex. The divine power whirlpool was where the divine power was stored. It was also the source of the god's power. Fang Chun felt that there wasn't enough energy. He took out a large number of divine spirit stones from his spatial ring and began to absorb the energy within them. He held a divine spiritual stone in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the godly spirit was reduced to powder, and the godly power within was absorbed by Fang Chun. Just like that, Fang Chun began to absorb the energy within the god spirit stones in large quantities. Only after absorbing over 1 million low-tier god spiritual stones did he finally feel full. At this moment, he began his final sprint. Boom! A terrifying power spread out from his body. Fang Chun could clearly feel that his primordial spirit seemed to be transforming. At the same time, his body was slowly changing. Mortal divine body? The biggest difference between a mortal physique and a divine physique was that a divine physique could contain divine power, while a mortal physique could not. Transforming a mortal physique into a divine physique was a long process. This process was also the process of tempering a martial artist's temperament. Fortunately, Fang Chun was already prepared and was not worried about this at all. This process lasted for a full month. Only then did the mortal physique completely transform into a divine physique. After the transformation, Fang Chun felt a surge of power, and the perfect sword body became even more tyrannical. So strong. The perfect sword body operated, and sword-shaped runes covered the surface of his skin. It was as if there was a layer of powerful divine armor on his body, raising his defense to the extreme. The divine physique had been perfectly transformed. Next, he just needed to transform the long river of laws into a divine power whirlpool. Fang Chun's body was filled with extremely rich divine power. With the passage of time, his cultivation base also gradually increased. 3 days later, Fang Chen opened his eyes, and there was an excited smile on his face. Is this the divine transformation realm? After half a year of bitter cultivation, he finally broke through to the divine transformation realm. Now, he could be considered a true god. Looking at the divine power whirlpool in his body, which was surging with vast divine power, Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although he was only in the divine transformation realm, he had taken a relatively important step. Divine power. Fang Chen's mind moved, and divine power instantly surrounded his body. Fang Chen only gently punched out, and suddenly, a small hill in the distance directly exploded. As expected of the divine power, Fang Chen couldn't help but praise. Immediately, he took out the hidden star sword and poured divine power into it. Buzz! The hidden star sword burst out with a loud and clear sword sound. When he used the divine weapon before, he couldn't pour divine power into it. Now that he had broken through to the divine transformation realm, he poured divine power into the divine weapon. The power of the hidden star sword had increased by twofold. Fang Chen smiled and said, "Sure enough, only by using divine power to activate the divine weapon can its true power be exerted." Fang Chen guessed that with his strength, if he faced Zhou Lei again, he could easily defeat him. If people in the outside world knew about Fang Chen's strength, they would definitely be shocked, and even cause a sensation. A weak god who had just broken through to the divine transformation realm could instantly kill a divine spirit realm expert. He could be called invincible below the divine realm. Breaking through to the divine transformation realm was a reasonable thing. Fang Chen didn't get carried away. After all, there were many experts in the divine realm, and gods were only a part of the lowest level. If he wanted to establish a foothold in the divine realm, he had to at least reach the divine realm. Fang Chen believed that he was not too far away from the divine realm. Let's try the 7 stars falling sky. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to practice the 7 stars falling sky. The 7 stars falling sky only had a total of 7 moves. If all 7 moves were used, it could shoot down the sky. This divine art was also the divine art that the 7 ultimate celestial god had relied on to become famous. Its offensive power was unimaginably strong. Practicing the sword Dao divine skill was more difficult for others. But for Fang Chen, it was a lot easier. It was all because of the golden heart. It was no exaggeration to say that without the golden heart, there would be no Fang Chen today. The golden heart was subtly changing Fang Chen's talent in the sword Dao. Practicing the sword Dao divine skill was even more natural. Soon, Fang Chen had practiced the first move of the 7 stars falling sky. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flickered as he suddenly waved the 7 stars falling sky sword in his hand. The first star on the sword emitted extremely bright starlight. Wild divine power poured into the 7 stars falling sky sword. Suddenly, a sword light that was hundreds of feet thick instantly burst out, carrying a sword aura that made people tremble as it struck a mountain in the distance. Crack! The mountain was forcefully split in half by Fang Chen. Buzz! Retracting his divine power, Fang Chen looked at the 7 stars falling sky sword in his hand with a smile on his face. This is only the first move, but its power has already surpassed the fire refining the heavens technique. If I practice it to the extreme, I can even shatter the heavens, let alone shoot down the stars. Fang Chen secretly sighed. Just as Fang Chen was testing the power of the 7 stars falling sky, Little Mouse's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Boss, we have some trouble," Little Mouse said. "Tell me the address," Fang Chen said hurriedly. After Little Mouse sent the address, Fang Chen quickly used the space-time book and rushed to the place where Little Mouse was at the fastest speed. "Boss, don't worry. We are not in danger for the time being. We are just trapped here and can't get out," Little Mouse said. Only then did Fang Chen relax. Along the way, Fang Chen learned the details of the situation. It turned out that Little Mouse and Xiao Huang had accidentally stepped into a dangerous place and secretly ate the spiritual herbs in the field. They were trapped by the guardian beast in a certain elegant valley. Big guy, didn't we just eat some of your spiritual herbs? Do you have to be like this? Little Mouse looked at the divine beast in front of him and said, Damn you guys, how dare you eat the spiritual herbs that I painstakingly planted? I must teach you a lesson, the divine beast roared angrily. Xiao Huang, who was at the side, was stammering. No one knew what to say. Xiao Huang, don't be afraid. Master Mouse is here. Little Mouse and the divine beast confronted each other and did not make a move. This was because they had already fought before. This divine beast was very powerful and could resist Little Mouse's innate magical power. Little Mouse had suffered a lot because of it, but this divine beast could not do anything to Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. Chapter 1764. This was a pangolin with an extremely strong defense. Its entire body was like a divine armor, and it was huge. In front of the Little Mouse, it was like a small mountain. Facing the pangolin's insane defense, the Little Mouse was helpless. Big guy, I advise you to let me go quickly. Otherwise, when my boss comes, you'll be finished, the Little Mouse said. The reason why he was so confident was because Fong Chen was on his way. No matter how powerful your boss is, he's no match for me, the pangolin sneered. Crash! At this moment, Fong Chen appeared. His body landed in front of the Little Mouse. Xiao Huang was very happy to see Fong Chen. You've grown so big. Fong Chen was a little surprised. Xiao Huang had grown to the size of a palm in such a short time. Boss, I told you that I'll give you a surprise after you finish cultivating. The Little Mouse smiled and said, I take Xiao Huang to eat treasures of heaven and earth every day. Of course, he'll grow quickly. You're this little guy's boss? The pangolin asked in a rough voice. Fong Chen turned his head and noticed the pangolin. Yes, I'm his boss. Fong Chen nodded. He could feel the violent power of the pangolin, but he was not afraid. Human, let me see what you're capable of. Right after the pangolin's voice left its mouth, it unleashed a powerful attack at Fong Chen. Bang! Seeing the pangolin's attack, Fong Chen suddenly punched out. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A creaking sound came from the pangolin's body. The violent power came from Fong Chen's fist and bombarded the pangolin's armor, forcing the pangolin to retreat. How can you be so strong? The pangolin was shocked. The human in front of him was too strong. The power of a single punch was actually able to make him feel pain. What do you think, big guy? Are you regretting it now? Little Mouse laughed. Humph, I don't believe that you can break through my defense, the pangolin said in a deep voice. Just as it was about to continue attacking, the Little Mouse's eyes suddenly lit up and it said, Big guy, why don't we make a bet? Do you dare? What kind of bet? Pangolin stopped and stared at the Little Mouse. If my boss defeats you, how about you give this field to us? Asked the Little Mouse. Humph, you want to defeat me? Impossible, Pangolin said directly. However, I'm quite curious about this fellow. You don't have to defeat me. As long as you can last 10 moves against me, I will admit defeat immediately. Pangolin had the strength of a divine spirit realm expert. Even an ordinary divine spirit realm expert wouldn't be a match for him. A mere soul transformation expert wanted to defeat him? Pangolin had his own pride, and he didn't want to take advantage of a human. That was why he said such a thing. Little Mouse was inwardly delighted, and then it said, Big guy, it's a promise. You can't go back on your word. Don't worry. Us pangolin race place great importance on promises. After saying that, the pangolin looked straight at Fong Chen and said, Human, make your move. Otherwise, you won't have another chance. Fong Chen looked at the pangolin, and with a thought, he took out a heavenly divine artifact. Kill. Pangolin roared and his body was covered in armor. A terrifying power instantly swept out. At the same time, Fong Chen also used the 7 stars falling sky. Whoosh! The first star on the 7 stars falling star sword flickered, and a terrifying sword light shot out. Poochie! That seemingly ordinary sword light pierced through the pangolin's armor and directly through his body. Bang! The pangolin's huge body fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed out from his wound. This scene shocked Little Mouse. He opened his eyes wide and looked at the injured pangolin. Boss's strength has reached such a level. Little Mouse muttered to himself. Xiao Huang, who was beside him, jumped up and down excitedly. Pangolin's defense is strong, but it can't withstand the attack of the 7 stars falling sky. Fang Chen looked at the pangolin and said to himself. He had controlled his strength and the sword light didn't pierce through the pangolin's vital points. Therefore, although it looked like it was injured, it was only a minor injury. Big guy, how is it? My boss is strong, right? Little Mouse said gloatingly. The pangolin woke up from its shock and slowly got up. It looked at the human in front of it with fear. You win. The pangolin lowered its proud head. This field belongs to you, but I have a request. Big guy, you're cheating, Little Mouse said in a low voice. Fang Chen waved his hand and signaled the pangolin to continue. Can you tell me what divine technique you used just now? The pangolin asked. 7 stars falling sky. Hearing this, the pangolin cried out in surprise. It looked at Fang Chen in shock and finally its gaze fell on the 7 stars falling sky sword. You received the inheritance of the 7 stars god? The pangolin asked, breathing heavily. Fang Chen nodded and didn't hide anything. Ha ha ha, I'm finally free. After receiving Fang Chen's confirmation, the pangolin laughed wildly. Boss, this guy is crazy. Looking at the inexplicable pangolin, the Little Mouse curled his lips and said, Could it be that it's trapped here? Fang Chen secretly guessed. After laughing wildly, the pangolin looked gratefully at Fang Chen and said, Human, thank you. If not for you, I don't know how long I would have to stay in this damned place. What happened? When I was young, I accidentally entered this place. The 7 stars god saw that I was too weak, so he didn't kill me. He only imprisoned me here and said that one day, his inheritance would appear and someone would obtain it. Only then would I be able to leave this place. The pangolin sank into his memories. All these years, I've thought of many ways, but it's all to no avail. I can only be trapped here and live alone. The pangolin pointed at the field and said, These are the products of my loneliness. Hearing this, Fang Chen and Little Mouse suddenly understood. So, I want to thank you. The pangolin's heart was filled with gratitude towards Fang Chen. Of course, a large part of the reason was that Fang Chen's strength had exceeded his imagination. Big guy, you look quite pitiful. Why don't you leave with us? Little Mouse asked. Okay. The pangolin smiled. Fang Chen asked the pangolin what had happened in the god's ruins back then, but the latter was at a loss. In the end, Fang Chen could only give up. The pangolin quickly became friends with the Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. The 3 of them were very lively. Big guy, you're so big. You don't fit in with us, Little Mouse complained. That's easy. The pangolin chuckled, and then its huge body instantly disappeared. In an instant, a palm-sized pangolin lay on Little Mouse's shoulder. How was it? Pangolin smiled. In the following time, Fang Chen took the 3 of them to search for the supreme treasures in the god's ruins. In the blink of an eye, the 3-year period was almost up. A trembling sound came from the god's ruins. All the disciples of the sect who had been hiding in the dark appeared on the ground one after another. Their faces were full of smiles. The feeling of surviving a calamity was simply too good. Haha, we can finally leave alive. I'm still alive, I'm still alive. I won't take risks easily anymore. I've really had enough of this damn place. Many people complained that the god's ruins were too dangerous. Now, the 3-year period was finally up. All the disciples of the sect gathered in the wasteland in the center of the god's ruins. Because there would be a path to leave. The Dark World, the Thunder Fire Temple, and other large and small sect members quickly arrived. All is empty also came. He looked around and didn't see Fang Chen. Where's Brother Fang? All is empty asked. Lei Kong and Liang Hongfei shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. In recent years, they had been cultivating hard and didn't pay attention to the outside world. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of breaking air came from the distant sky, followed by a vast aura. It's Zhou Lei. His aura has become stronger. Oh my God, has Zhou Lei broken through? Why do I feel my primordial spirit trembling when facing him? He hasn't broken through. Zhou Lei is still a god, but his strength must have reached an incredible level. Zhou Lei's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. In the crowd, the sound of discussion could be heard. Chapter 1765. Facing Mochizuki's blood domain, Fang Chen didn't fight it head-on. Instead, he chose to dodge. The precepts of space operated, and the power of the space-time book became more and more powerful. Hiding in the void, as long as Fang Chen didn't show himself, Mochizuki couldn't find him at all. In this way, Fang Chen could sneak attack Mochizuki, and the latter couldn't do anything. This blood domain is quite powerful. Unfortunately, it met me. Fang Chen said to himself in the void. If it were an ordinary divine spirit realm expert, facing Mochizuki's blood domain, they would definitely die. However, he wasn't afraid. The evil aura in the blood domain couldn't corrode him at all. It couldn't even get close to his body. Blood domain. Mochizuki spread out his hands and roared eerily. A terrifying evil black light instantly spread out. He wanted to use the blood domain to kill Fang Chen completely. Whoosh! In the void, a sharp sword suddenly pierced out. With incredible power, it pierced toward Mochizuki. With a bang, Mochizuki hurriedly controlled the blood domain to resist, and barely blocked the attack of the 7 deadly meteor sword. Damn it! Mochizuki's face became completely gloomy. His eyes were scarlet, and his body emitted a terrifying killing intent. I don't believe that you can keep hiding, Mochizuki roared angrily. However, at this moment Little Mouse appeared. Boss! Although Mochizuki was strong, he also had a fatal weakness. The evil black light was afraid of the golden heart. They could make full use of this point. The appearance of Little Mouse had undoubtedly greatly increased Fang Chen's combat strength. Boss, I'll try to use my innate ability to assimilate the power in the blood domain. You keep him busy, Little Mouse said. Okay. Fang Chen nodded, and then continued to use the space-time book to attack with fire refining the heavens. Every time the 7 legendary meteor swords stabbed out, it would cause the bloody domain to shake. As time passed, Mochizuki's anger grew. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and sprinkled it on the bloody domain. The power in the bloody domain increased at a speed invisible to the naked eye. Bloody domain, bloody hell! Mochizuki roared as the entire bloody domain shrunk rapidly. Fang Chen saw through Mochizuki's thoughts. He sneered and continued to attack. At this moment, the Little Mouse's assimilation ability had begun to show its strength. Hiss hiss hiss, the heaven-devouring divine rat's innate ability was extremely heaven-defying. BR assimilation was Little Mouse's third ability. It could use its own power to assimilate the power around it. When the Little Mouse used its assimilation god art, it also used its clairvoyance god art. His eyes could clearly see the trajectory of the bloody domain. This way, the assimilation process would be much easier. Boss, the assimilation is a success. Hold on a little longer, the Little Mouse said with a smile. After Fang Chen received the news, he increased his attack on Mochizuki to interfere with his control of the bloody domain. I'm going to kill you. Finally, after an hour of confrontation, Mochizuki was completely enraged. He desperately urged the bloody domain to kill Fang Chen in one fell swoop. Do you think you can escape by hiding in the void? Since you won't appear, I'll destroy this void. Mochizuki said coldly. He waved his hand, and the evil black light in the bloody domain burst out with a dazzling light. The terrifying power made the void tremble. Assimilation. At this moment, the little mouse roared and activated its assimilation power. The powerful power in the bloody domain instantly became chaotic. When Mochizuki noticed this, his expression changed drastically. No! Wang Jiangyue cried out involuntarily. The bloody domain was his greatest reliance. But now, the chaotic energy in the bloody domain was gradually collapsing. Kill! A trace of cold murderous intent flashed through Mochizuki's mind. He immediately urged the bloody domain to kill Fang Chen before the domain collapsed. However, he still underestimated the little mouse's strength. The bloody domain that had been assimilated by the little mouse had very powerful energy fluctuations. It formed a fierce collision with the original power. Moreover, the little mouse's see-through ability could clearly see the trajectory of the bloody domain. This way, the assimilation power could destroy the bloody domain without restraint. Damn it! He was about to succeed, but who would have thought that the bloody domain would have such a problem? Bang! Mochizuki punched out with both fists, forcing the little mouse's body out. The little mouse grinned and revealed a wretched smile. I want you dead! Mochizuki roared. You'd better take care of yourself first. The little mouse spread its hands and said. In an instant, the bloody domain collapsed completely. The chaotic energy engulfed Mochizuki's body, causing a powerful backlash. Ah! Mochizuki looked up to the sky and roared furiously. Boss, do it! The little mouse hurriedly transmitted its voice. Fang Chen had long been waiting for an opportunity to act. After receiving the little mouse's command, the golden heart rapidly beat. The golden liquid completely merged into the 7 extinction meteor sword. The heavenly divine tool was completely activated. A terrifying power swept over. Pucci! Mochizuki had no time to dodge at all. Fang Chen's sword pierced his chest. The golden liquid rapidly penetrated the heavenly divine tool and drilled into Mochizuki's body. Ah! I can't accept this. The golden liquid could restrain the evil black light. The power in Mochizuki's body was disintegrating. At this moment, Mochizuki finally felt fear. He wanted to escape from here, but he didn't have the strength to do so. In the blink of an eye, the evil black light in his body was completely devoured by the golden liquid. Mochizuki's face was pale. His forehead was full of sweat. His vitality was fading. His scarlet eyes stared at Fang Chen. Who the hell are you? His voice was hoarse. With a crack, his body exploded. A tiny remnant thought instantly shot out from his body, trying to escape. Die! With a wave of his hand, the 7 extinction meteor sword accurately chopped down on the remnant thought. Suddenly, the remnant thought of the Holy Light religion's remnant protector disappeared. In an instant, the sky and the earth returned to its calm state. A cool breeze blew. Only the ruins on the ground could prove that a great battle had happened here. Although he killed Mochizuki, Fang Chen wasn't happy at all. Boss! Little Mouse walked to Fang Chen's side with a smile on his face. When he and his boss joined forces, they were invincible under the divine realm. Fang Chen shook his head slightly and said, If I had stepped into the divine transformation realm, this battle wouldn't have been so difficult. Boss, with your potential, stepping into the divine transformation realm is only a matter of time. Maybe you can step into the divine transformation realm after leaving the divine relic, Little Mouse said. After thinking for a moment, he shook off the thoughts in his mind. There's still a long time before the divine relic opens. I can use this time to improve my cultivation, Fang Chen said. After absorbing the inheritance of the 7 extinction god, he hadn't had time to look at it. Boss, what about Zhou Lei? Little Mouse asked. Fang Chen shook his head. He wouldn't deal with Zhou Lei for the time being. Zhou Lei and I will definitely fight, but not now, Fang Chen said. Zhou Lei was different from Mochizuki. Although he didn't have Mochizuki's blood domain, his strength couldn't be underestimated. Killing Mochizuki could be said to be a big contribution because of the Golden Heart. But against Zhou Lei, the Golden Heart couldn't provide much help. If he forced a fight, the final result would be a Pyrrhic victory. In this case, it would affect his plan after stepping on Lotus Mountain. The loss outweighed the gain. Boss, I've been unhappy with that Zhou Lei for a long time. After you break through, you must teach him a lesson, Little Mouse said. Fang Chen and Little Mouse left. After today, there would be no more disciples of Sky-Gazing Mountain in the Divine Relic. None of the disciples of the sect who had left before would have thought that Mochizuki would be killed by Fang Chen. In a certain area of the Divine Realm. This was one of the lairs of the Holy Light religion. Crash! A protector of the Holy Light religion suddenly appeared from a dark corner. His face was full of anger. Mission failed, the protector said with a ferocious face. Behind him, another protector appeared. Chapter 1767. While Fang Chen was comprehending the inheritance left behind by the Seven Treasures God, Little Mouse was sweeping through the god's ruins with Xiao Huang. There were treasures everywhere in the god's ruins. However, there were some places that ordinary gods could not find at all. The god-devouring rat clan had a very sensitive sense of smell. Together with the royal ant clan, they were a perfect match. Every time they found a treasure, Little Mouse would let Xiao Huang absorb the energy first. Xiao Huang had just been born and was in the growth stage. Time passed. After that earth-shattering battle, Yi Zichen's expression changed. All the disciples in the sect were a little scared. They no longer took risks blindly. Instead, they were looking for some hidden places to safely wait for the opening of the god's ruins. Within the enormous heavenly deity ruins, it was completely empty. Not a single figure could be seen. Half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In this half a year, Fang Chen had completely accepted the inheritance left behind by the Seven Treasures God. The Seven Treasures God's understanding of the sword principle was unique. For Fang Chen, it was infinitely useful. Moreover, what excited Fang Chen the most was that the Seven Treasures God's sword principle mentioned the destruction law. Seeing the word destruction, Fang Chen was even more excited. The destruction of the sword master. He had never forgotten these 4 words. However, it was too difficult to comprehend the destruction law. In half a year, Fang Chen's understanding of the sword principle had greatly improved. At the same time, he also had some ideas about the destruction law. Whoosh! At a certain moment, Fang Chen opened his eyes. He had completely comprehended the sword principle. The next step was to cultivate the 7 stars falling in the sky and instantly break through to the divine transformation realm. Fang Chen contacted Little Mouse. After confirming that the latter was not in danger, he continued to cultivate. He could not be too impatient when breaking through to the divine transformation realm. Fang Chen used the past half a year to accumulate divine power. Now that he had accumulated enough, it was time to break through. First, Fang Chen adjusted his mental state to the best. Secondly, he fully activated the golden heart and the golden liquid spread all over his body. Entering the divine transformation realm from the eternal realm was a fundamental change. The long river of laws in his body would transform into monstrous waves, and then form a divine power vortex. The divine power whirlpool was where the divine power was stored. It was also the source of the god's power. Fang Chen felt that there wasn't enough energy. He took out a large number of divine spirit stones from his spatial ring and began to absorb the energy within them. He held a divine spiritual stone in his hand. In the blink of an eye, the godly spirit was reduced to powder, and the godly power within was absorbed by Fang Chen. Just like that, Fang Chen began to absorb the energy within the god spirit stones in large quantities. Only after absorbing over 1 million low-tier god spiritual stones did he finally feel full. At this moment, he began his final sprint. Boom! A terrifying power spread out from his body. Fang Chen could clearly feel that his primordial spirit seemed to be transforming. At the same time, his body was slowly changing. Mortal divine body? The biggest difference between a mortal body and a divine body was that a divine body could contain divine power, while a mortal body could not. Transforming a mortal body into a divine body was a long process. This process was also the process of tempering a warrior's mind. Fortunately, Fang Chen was prepared and was not worried about this at all. This process lasted for a full month. Only then did the mortal body completely transform into a divine body. After the transformation, Fang Chen felt a surge of power, and the perfect sword body became even more powerful. So strong. The perfect sword body operated, and sword-shaped runes covered the surface of his skin. It was as if there was a layer of powerful divine armor on his body, raising his defense to the extreme. The divine body had been perfectly transformed. Next, he just needed to transform the long river of laws into a divine power vortex. Fang Chen's body was filled with extremely rich divine power. With the passage of time, his cultivation base also gradually increased. 3 days later, Fang Chen opened his eyes, and there was an excited smile on his face. Is this the divine transformation realm? After half a year of bitter cultivation, he finally broke through to the divine transformation realm. Now, he could be considered a true divine being. Looking at the divine power vortex in his body that was surging with vast divine power, Fang Chen nodded with satisfaction. Although he was only in the divine transformation realm, it was a relatively important step. Divine power. Fang Chen's mind moved, and the divine power instantly surrounded his body. Fang Chen only gently punched out, and suddenly, the small hill in the distance directly exploded. As expected of the divine power, Fang Chen could not help but praise. Immediately, he took out the hidden star sword and injected the divine power. Buzz! The hidden star sword burst out with a loud sword cry. When he used the divine weapon before, he could not inject the divine power. Now that he had broken through to the divine transformation realm, the divine power was injected into the divine weapon. The power of the hidden star sword had increased by twofold. Fang Chen smiled and said, "Sure enough, only by using the divine power to activate the divine weapon can its true power be exerted." Fang Chen guessed that with his strength, if he faced Zhou Lei again, he could easily defeat him. If the outside world knew about Fang Chen's strength, they would definitely be shocked and even cause a sensation. A weak divine being who had just broken through to the divine transformation realm could instantly kill an expert of the divine spirit realm. He could be called invincible below the divine realm. Breaking through to the divine transformation realm was reasonable. Fang Chen did not get carried away. After all, there were many experts in the divine realm, and divine beings were only a part of the lowest level. If he wanted to establish a foothold in the divine realm, he had to at least reach the divine realm. Fang Chen believed that he was not too far away from the divine realm. Let's try the 7 stars falling sky. Fang Chen sat cross-legged and began to practice the 7 stars falling sky. The 7 stars falling sky only had a total of 7 moves. If all 7 moves were used, it could shoot down the sky. This divine art was also the divine art that the 7 ultimate deity relied on to become famous. Its attack power was incredible. Practicing the sword Dao divine art was more difficult for others. But for Fang Chen, it was much easier. It was all because of the golden heart. It was no exaggeration to say that without the golden heart, there would be no Fang Chen today. The golden heart was subtly changing Fang Chen's talent in the sword Dao. Practicing the sword Dao divine art was even more natural. Soon, Fang Chen had practiced the first move of the 7 stars falling sky. Whoosh! Fang Chen's figure flickered as he suddenly waved the 7 stars falling sky sword in his hand. The first star on the sword emitted extremely bright starlight. Wild divine power poured into the 7 stars falling sky sword. Suddenly, a sword light that was hundreds of feet thick instantly shot out. It carried a sword aura that made people tremble as it struck a mountain in the distance. Crack! The mountain was forcefully split in half by Fang Chen. Buzz! Retracting his divine power, Fang Chen looked at the 7 stars falling sky sword in his hand with a smile on his face. This is only the first move, but its power has already surpassed the fire refining the heavens technique. If I practice it to the extreme, I can even shatter the heavens, let alone shoot down the stars. Fang Chen secretly sighed. Just as Fang Chen was testing the power of the 7 stars falling sky, Little Mouse's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. "Boss, we have some trouble," Little Mouse said. "Give me the address," Fang Chen said hurriedly. After Little Mouse sent the address, Fang Chen quickly used the spacetime book and rushed to the place where Little Mouse was at the fastest speed. "Boss, don't worry. We are not in danger for the time being. We are just trapped here and can't get out," Little Mouse said. Only then did Fang Chen relax. Along the way, Fang Chen learned the details of the situation. It turned out that Little Mouse and Xiao Huang had accidentally stepped into a dangerous place and secretly ate the spiritual herbs in the field. They were trapped by the guardian beast in a certain elegant valley. "Big guy, didn't we just eat some of your spiritual herbs? Do you have to be like this?" Little Mouse looked at the divine beast in front of him and said, "Damn you guys, how dare you eat the spiritual herbs that I painstakingly planted? I must teach you a lesson," the divine beast roared angrily. Xiao Huang, who was at the side, was stammering. No one knew what to say. "Xiao Huang, don't be afraid. Master Mouse is here." Little Mouse and the divine beast confronted each other and did not make a move. This was because they had already fought before. This divine beast was very powerful and could resist Little Mouse's innate magical power. Little Mouse had suffered a lot because of it, but this divine beast could not do anything to Little Mouse and Xiao Huang. Chapter 1768. This was a pangolin with an extremely strong defense. Its entire body was like a divine armor, and it was very big. In front of the Little Mouse, it was like a small mountain. In the face of the pangolin's abnormal defense, the Little Mouse was also full of helplessness. "Big guy, I advise you to let me go quickly. Otherwise, when my boss comes, you'll be finished," the Little Mouse said. The reason why he was so confident was because Fang Chen was on his way. "No matter how powerful your boss is, he's no match for me," the pangolin sneered. Crash! At this moment, Fang Chen appeared. His body landed in front of the Little Mouse. When Xiao Huang saw Fang Chen's arrival, he was very happy. "You've grown so big." Fang Chen was a little surprised. It hadn't been long since they last met, but Xiao Huang had grown to the size of a palm. "Boss, I said that I'll give you a surprise after you finish cultivating." The Little Mouse smiled and said, "I take Xiao Huang to eat treasures of heaven and earth every day. Of course, he grows quickly." "You're this little guy's boss?" the pangolin asked in a rough voice. Fang Chen turned his head, and only then did he notice the pangolin. "Yes, I'm his boss." Fang Chen nodded and said. He could feel the violent power on the pangolin's body, but he was not afraid. "Human, let me see what you're capable of." As soon as the pangolin's voice fell, he launched a tyrannical attack on Fang Chen. Bang! Seeing the pangolin's attack, Fang Chen suddenly punched out. A deafening sound resounded through the sky. A creaking sound came from the pangolin's body. Fang Chen's fist emitted a violent force and bombarded the pangolin's armor, forcing the pangolin to retreat. "How can you be so strong?" The pangolin was shocked. The human in front of him was too strong. The power of a single punch was actually able to make him feel pain. "What do you think, big guy? Are you regretting it now?" Little Mouse laughed. "Humph, I don't believe that you can break through my defense," the pangolin said in a deep voice. Just as it was about to continue attacking, the Little Mouse's eyes suddenly lit up and it said, "Big guy, why don't we make a bet? Do you dare?" "What kind of bet?" Pangolin stopped and stared at the Little Mouse. "If my boss defeats you, how about you give this field to us? asked the little mouse. Humph, you want to defeat me? Impossible, Pangolin said directly. However, I'm quite curious about this fellow. You don't have to defeat me. As long as you can last 10 moves against me, I will admit defeat immediately. Pangolin had the strength of a divine spirit realm expert. Even an ordinary divine spirit realm expert wouldn't be a match for him. A mere divine transformation realm cultivator wanted to defeat him? Pangolin had its own pride. It was unwilling to take advantage of humans. Therefore, he said such words. When the little mouse heard this, he was secretly delighted and said, Big guy, it's a deal. You can't go back on your word. Don't worry. We pangolin people value promises very much. After the pangolin finished speaking, he looked straight at Fang Chen and said, Human, make your move. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Fang Chen looked at the pangolin. With a thought, he took out a heavenly divine artifact. Kill. The pangolin let out a furious roar. Its entire body was covered in armor, and a terrifying power instantly swept over. At the same time, Fang Chen also used 7 stars falling sky. Whoosh! The first star on the 7 stars falling sky sword shone, and a terrifying sword light shot out from it. Poochie! This seemingly ordinary sword light pierced through the pangolin's armor and directly into its body. Bang! The pangolin's huge body fell heavily to the ground. Blood flowed out from its wound. This scene shocked the little mouse. It opened its eyes wide and looked at the injured pangolin. Boss's strength has actually reached such a level. The little mouse muttered to itself. Xiao Huang, who was beside it, jumped up and down excitedly. Although the pangolin's defense is strong, it can't withstand the attack of 7 stars falling sky. Fang Chen glanced at the pangolin and said to himself. He had been careful with his attack just now. The sword light didn't pierce through the pangolin's vitals. Therefore, although it looked like it was injured, it was actually only a minor injury. Big guy, how is it? My boss is strong, right? The little mouse said gloatingly. The pangolin woke up from its shock and slowly got up. It looked at the human in front of it with fear. You win. The pangolin lowered its proud head. This field belongs to you, but I have a request. Big guy, you're cheating. The little mouse said in a low voice. Fang Chen waved his hand, indicating for the pangolin to continue. Can you tell me the divine skill you used just now? The pangolin asked. 7 stars falling sky. Hearing this, the pangolin exclaimed in surprise. It looked at Fang Chen in shock, and finally its gaze fell on the 7 stars falling sky sword. You've received the inheritance of the 7 stars god? The pangolin asked, breathing heavily. Fang Chen nodded and didn't hide anything. Ha ha ha, I'm finally free. After receiving Fang Chen's confirmation, the pangolin laughed wildly. Boss, this guy is crazy. Looking at the confused pangolin, the little mouse curled its lips and said, Could it be that it's trapped here? Fang Chen guessed inwardly. After laughing wildly, the pangolin looked gratefully at Fang Chen and said, Human, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I don't know how long I would have to stay in this damned place. What happened? When I was young, I accidentally entered this place. The 7 stars god saw that I was too weak, so he didn't kill me. He only imprisoned me here, saying that one day, his inheritance would appear and someone would obtain it. Only then would I be able to leave this place. The pangolin sank into its memories. All these years, I've thought of many ways, but it's all to no avail. I can only be trapped here and live alone. The pangolin pointed at the field and said, These are the products of my loneliness. Hearing this, Fang Chen and the little mouse suddenly understood. So, I want to thank you. The pangolin's heart was filled with gratitude towards Fang Chen. Of course, a large part of the reason was that Fang Chen's strength was very strong, beyond its imagination. Big guy, you look quite pitiful. Why don't you leave with us? The little mouse asked. Okay. The pangolin smiled. Fang Chen asked the pangolin what happened in the god's ruins, but the latter was at a loss. In the end, Fang Chen could only give up. The pangolin quickly became friends with the little mouse and Xiao Huang. The three of them were very lively. "Big guy, you're so big. You don't fit in with us," the little mouse complained. "That's easy." The pangolin smiled, and then its huge body disappeared in an instant. In an instant, a palm-sized pangolin lay on the little mouse's shoulder. "What do you think?" the pangolin smiled. In the following time, Fang Chen led the three of them to search for treasures in the god's ruins. In the blink of an eye, the 3-year period was almost up. A trembling sound came from the god's ruins. All the disciples of the sect, who were hiding in the dark, appeared on the ground. Their faces were full of smiles. The feeling of surviving a calamity was simply too good. "Haha, we can finally leave alive. I'm still alive, I'm still alive. I won't take risks easily anymore. I've really had enough of this damn place." Many people complained that the god's ruins were too dangerous. Now, the 3-year period was finally up. All the disciples of the sect gathered in the wasteland in the center of the god's ruins. Because there would be a path to leave. The Dark World, the Thunder Fire Temple, and other large and small sect members quickly arrived. All is Empty also came. He looked around and didn't see Fang Chen. "Where's Brother Fang?" All is Empty asked. Lei Kong and Liang Hongfei shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. In recent years, they had been cultivating hard and didn't pay attention to the outside world. Whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air came from the distant sky, followed by a vast aura. "It's Zhou Lei. His aura is stronger. God, has Zhou Lei broken through? Why do I feel my primordial spirit trembling when facing him?" "He hasn't broken through. Zhou Lei is still a god, but his strength must have reached an incredible level." Zhou Lei's appearance instantly attracted everyone's attention. In the crowd, the sound of discussion could be heard without end. Chapter 1769. In these 3 years, Zhou Lei had undergone an earth-shattering transformation. 1357-924-6810. Everyone, please search for the most complete novel. His appearance immediately became the focus of everyone's attention. All the sect disciples were talking about Zhou Lei. At the same time, they were also wondering why Fang Chen hadn't appeared yet. Zhou Lei looked around and didn't see Fang Chen. He narrowed his eyes and waited for the heaven god's ruins to open. In the crowd, All is Empty muttered, "Why isn't Brother Fang here yet?" However, just as All is Empty finished speaking, Fang Chen appeared. Compared to Zhou Lei's imposing aura, Fang Chen was much more low-key. Fang Chen didn't emit any aura. He had even deliberately concealed his strength in order to make Zhou Lei lower his guard. "I didn't expect you to still be alive." Zhou Lei glanced at Fang Chen and sneered. "If you're not dead, how could I be dead?" Fang Chen retorted. Rumble. At this moment, a deafening sound echoed throughout the heaven god's ruins. A void gate appeared in the sky. "It's finally open. We can finally go out." Everyone cried out in surprise and laughed cheerfully. One by one, the disciples of the various sects entered the gate of the void. Lotus Mountain was surrounded by clouds all year round. Without Heaven God Lian Yi's permission, no one could step on Lotus Mountain, not even heaven gods. Heaven God Lian Yi cultivated on Lotus Mountain all year round. But today, she left Lotus Mountain. At the foot of Lotus Mountain, Heaven God Lian Yi looked at the void gate in the sky expressionlessly. Behind her were many experts from the sect, waiting for their juniors to come out. "They're coming out. Someone's coming out." Yeah, the disciples of the Dark World. The first to come out were the disciples of the Dark World, led by Liang Hongfei. They didn't suffer much damage. The higher-ups of the Dark World were very excited when they saw Liang Hongfei and the others. Yu 1. The heaven god's ruins were safe. Being able to come out alive at least proved that their choice was right. "How was it? How was your harvest?" the higher-ups of the Dark World asked. Liang Hongfei grinned and nodded. the upper echelons of the dark world became even more excited. Not long after, the Thunder Fire Temple also came out. The upper echelons of the Thunder Fire Temple were very happy. They quickly welcomed the disciples of the Thunder Fire Temple. As time passed, one disciple after another walked out of the Void Gate. Some of the weaker sect's disciples had suffered heavy losses even if they managed to escape. This made the sect feel very helpless. "Zhou, come over here." As soon as Zhou came out, he was called over by the higher-ups of the Zhou family. After Zhou, Feng Chen slowly walked out. The Sky Prison Saint and the Ice Dragon Spirit King had been waiting for a long time, but they hadn't seen Feng Chen yet. Their hearts were filled with anxiety. But now, after seeing Feng Chen, he could finally breathe a sigh of relief. "Ha ha ha, this kid." The Ice Dragon Spirit King laughed loudly. Feng Chen was the last one to walk out, and then the Void Gate disappeared. "Celestial Goddess Lien Yi, please wait. The disciples of our Sky-Gazing Mountain have yet to come out." An elder of the Sky-Gazing Mountain called out. Celestial Goddess Lien Yi, who was in the middle of closing the Heaven God's ruins, frowned slightly, a hint of displeasure on her face. "The survivors have all come out." After saying this, Celestial Goddess Lien Yi waved her hand, and the Void Gate disappeared. The Heaven God's ruins were completely closed. Hearing Celestial Goddess Lien Yi's words, the elder of the Sky-Gazing Mountain was shocked. The disciples of the Sky-Gazing Mountain who had entered the Heaven God's ruins this time were led by Mochizuki. Why hadn't a single one come out? Could it be that the other sect was deliberately targeting the Sky-Gazing Mountain? At this thought, the elder of the Sky-Gazing Mountain emitted a terrifying aura. He glared at the surviving disciples of the Heaven God's ruins. "Tell me, what happened to the disciples of the Sky-Gazing Mountain?" The elder of the Sky-Gazing Mountain casually grabbed a weak disciple and shouted. You too. I don't know." The disciple shook his head furiously, indicating that he didn't know. The elder of the Sky-Gazing Mountain's expression darkened. He turned to look at an armored disciple. "Sect Master Capricorn, please tell me what happened in the Heaven God's ruins." The Capricorn sect had a good relationship with the Sky-Gazing Mountain. Since the elder of the Sky-Gazing Mountain had asked this, the Demon Scorpion sect's sect master couldn't refuse. Tell me everything you know." Sect Master Capricorn nodded. A disciple beside him glanced at Feng Chen, then told him everything about how Feng Chen and all is empty teamed up to kill the disciples of the Sky-Gazing Mountain, as well as how Feng Chen fought Mochizuki. The foot of the Lotus Mountain was in an uproar. Countless higher-ups of the sect widened their eyes in disbelief as they stared at Feng Chen and all is empty. "What? Those two dared to kill the disciples of the Sky-Gazing Mountain? No way. The Sky-Gazing Mountain has the strong Bai Li Xingyan and the famous Mochizuki. How could they be killed? Those two must have used some despicable method. Otherwise, they wouldn't have succeeded." Everyone whispered amongst themselves. The Sky-Gazing Mountain's elder was filled with killing intent as he stared at Feng Chen and all is empty. "Were the disciples of the Sky-Gazing Mountain killed by you?" Facing the pressure of the Sky-Gazing Mountain's elder, all is empty coldly said, "That's right. The disciples of the Sky-Gazing Mountain were killed by the two of us." "Damn it." The Sky-Gazing Mountain's elder immediately attacked. "Elder Wang, are you going to interfere in the battle of the younger generation?" The Lightning Fire Temple's abbot put his palms together to block the elder's attack. They were killed by all is empty in the Heaven God's ruins because they were too weak. Could it be that Elder Wang wants to take revenge for them? "Bald Donkey from the Lightning Fire Temple, this matter has nothing to do with you," said the Sky-Gazing Mountain's elder coldly. "The Sky-Gazing Mountain is really domineering. If your disciples kill the disciples of another sect, can the other sect also attack your disciples?" mocked the Dark Sector Lord. "You!" The Dark Sector Lord's words left the Sky-Gazing Mountain's elder speechless. At the foot of the Lotus Flower Mountain, the higher-ups of the sect were whispering amongst themselves. Although they agreed with the Dark Sector Lord's words, they didn't dare openly become enemies with the sky-gazing mountain. They didn't like the sky-gazing mountain. They often acted tyrannically in the easternmost land, willfully killing the innocent. This wasn't the first time. What about me? Did I say something wrong? Sneered the Dark Sector Lord. The sky-gazing mountain's elder's expression sank. After thinking for a moment, his gaze fell on Fong Qin. You three. The reason the Lightning Fire Temple's abbot and the Dark Sector Lord had attacked was because all is empty. All is empty's background was fine if they didn't touch him. But this brat wasn't even a god. He shouldn't have any background. Boom. The sky-gazing mountain's elder waved his hand, and a wild aura immediately pressed down on Fong Qin. Elder Wang, what is the meaning of this? The Ice Dragon Spirit King and the Sky Prison Saint both berated. At the same time, the two joined forces to resist Elder Wang's aura. Humph, so it's the trash from the Xingsun sect. Elder Wang sneered. The Lightning Fire Temple and the Dark Sector were extremely powerful, and the sky-gazing mountain was a little wary. But the Xingsun sect was nothing. Elder Wang, do you want to vent your anger on the Xingsun sect? Said the Ice Dragon Spirit King coldly. If you want to fight, the Xingsun sect will accompany you to the end. The Sky Prison Saint's attitude was extremely tough. Fong Qin had been watching quietly all this while. He was even more dissatisfied with the sky-gazing mountain. Enough. Just as the atmosphere was getting heavy, a delicate voice was heard. Everyone was fearful when they heard this. The woman in the palace dress, Goddess Lien Yi, slowly walked over. Her gaze swept across the crowd and finally fell on the sky-gazing mountain's elder. The disciples of the sky-gazing mountain deserved to be killed. This matter is over. The disciples who came out of the god's relic alive are all guests of the Lotus Mountain. Elder Wang, are you going to attack the guests of the Lotus Mountain? Goddess Lien Yi smiled. Although she was smiling, Elder Wang couldn't help but tremble. Goddess Lien Yi, you must be joking. Why would I attack the guests of the Lotus Mountain? Elder Wang immediately changed his tone and said with a smile. In that case, this matter is over, said Goddess Lien Yi indifferently. Elder Wang nodded and glared at Fong Qin fiercely. Fong Qin looked at Goddess Lien Yi with a myriad of thoughts. As expected of Goddess Lien Yi, she made the sky-gazing mountain retreat with one sentence. Fong Qin sighed inwardly. The strong were respected no matter where they were. Fong Qin looked thoughtfully at Goddess Lien Yi, then stepped forward and clasped his hands. Senior Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi, I have something to say. Chapter 1770. Senior Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi, I have something to say. Fong Qin's clear voice rang out. Everyone looked at each other. Wasn't this guy a bit too tactless? Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi had just said that this matter was over. Did he really think that Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was gentle and easy to get along with? Many disciples of the sect were preparing to watch Fong Qin make a fool of himself. Elder Wang of the sky-gazing mountain sneered in his heart. Did this idiot really think that Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi would have a good impression of him just because she spoke a few words for him? Impudent! You're just a puny cultivator. You don't have the right to speak here. Elder Wang yelled. In reality, he was just trying to flatter Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi. Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was just about to leave when she suddenly heard Fong Qin's voice. She frowned slightly. Senior, what I want to say is of great importance. It may affect the survival of the entire easternmost land. Fong Qin ignored Elder Wang and continued. What arrogance! You're really arrogant. It concerns the survival of the entire easternmost land. It's not something a puny cultivator like you should know. Elder Wang took advantage of this opportunity to mock Fong Qin. Even the Sky Prison Saint and the Ice Dragon Spirit King were secretly tugging at Fong Qin's sleeve. They saw that Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi was a bit displeased. Elder Wang, don't get too cocky. Speaking of which, this matter is related to your sky-gazing mountain. Fang Chen glared at Elder Wang. Then, his gaze fell on Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi was a bit curious about Fang Chen. Immediately afterward, her divine sense enveloped Fang Chen. Upon doing so, Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi was quite surprised. What secrets does this kid have that even I can't see? Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's face was as calm as an ancient well, but her heart was a bit shaken. She had immediately seen through Fang Chen's disguise. However, it was strange that she couldn't see through a soul formation stage cultivator. With this in mind, Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi said, "Speak." Elder Wang of the Sky Gazing Mountain wanted to use this opportunity to mock Fang Chen, but he didn't dare to say anything after hearing Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's words. "Senior." Fang Chen transmitted his voice using his divine sense. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's expression changed slightly. If it was an ordinary matter, there would be no need for divine sense transmissions. She waved her hand and instantly formed a domain. Then, she said, "Speak. No one can eavesdrop in my domain." Hearing this, Fang Chen said slowly, "Senior, all is empty and I did kill the disciples of Sky Gazing Mountain. That Mochizuki was also killed by my scheme. But..." Fang Chen paused for a moment and then continued, "In the battle with Mochizuki, I found the evil aura of holy light religion on him. Therefore, I concluded that he has something to do with holy light religion." The three words holy light religion clearly startled Heavenly God Lian Yi. "Are you sure?" Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi asked in a deep voice. "Junior once encountered the remnants of holy light religion with Big Brother Han Long in the extreme south, so I have some understanding of the evil aura of holy light religion. After entering the heavenly god's ruins, Junior discovered the evil aura more than once. I even destroyed a holy light religion nest." Fang Chen said frankly. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's clear eyes stared straight at Fang Chen. After a long time, she fell into deep thought. With her strength, she could completely see that Fang Chen wasn't lying. "Senior." Fang Chen was just about to speak when he was interrupted by Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi. "I know what you mean. You suspect that Sky Gazing Mountain has something to do with holy light religion. This is understandable. However, I will take care of this matter, so you don't have to worry," Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi said. In reality, even if Fang Chen was worried, he wasn't qualified to participate. Whoosh. After dispelling the domain, Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi glanced at Elder Wang of Sky Gazing Mountain and said, "The higher-ups of the disciples who successfully came out of the heavenly god's ruins can also step onto Lotus Flower Mountain." After saying this, Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi returned to Lotus Flower Mountain. Elder Wang of Sky Gazing Mountain glared fiercely at Fang Chen, then flicked his sleeves and turned to leave. All the disciples of Sky Gazing Mountain had been killed, so he naturally didn't have the right to step onto Lotus Flower Mountain. "Fang Chen, let's go." This place was too dangerous, so Spirit King Han Long quickly led Fang Chen up Lotus Flower Mountain. "Zhou, do you know this person?" the higher-ups of the Zhou family asked. "I've fought with him before. He's a transcendent formation master. However, he's not much of a threat," Zhou said softly. The higher-ups of the Zhou family nodded. Lotus Flower Mountain was called a mountain peak, but it was actually a chain of peaks. The peaks around Lotus Flower Mountain were all peaks where the disciples of Lotus Flower Mountain cultivated. Only the tallest peak was the true Lotus Flower Mountain. Lotus Flower Mountain was particularly lively today. The gates were open to the public, and the various large sects' disciples came to Lotus Flower Mountain one after another. When Fang Chen stepped onto Lotus Flower Mountain, he was also stunned. "This is Lotus Flower Mountain?" Fang Chen's heart trembled. This was practically a paradise. It was too beautiful. Countless flower petals fluttered in the air, giving Lotus Flower Mountain a trace of immortality. It's said that in the past there were true gods cultivating here. That's why the divine energy on Lotus Flower Mountain is especially dense. It's a legendary cultivation holy land, whispered the Sky Prison Saint. That's right. There were many legends about Lotus Flower Mountain in the past. However, ever since Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi took over the mountain and became its queen, those legends gradually disappeared, said Spirit King Han Long. He had only been able to step onto Lotus Flower Mountain because of Fang Chen. Fang Chen, you're really something. You actually managed to kill a disciple of Sky Gazing Mountain. Ha ha, I'm so happy to see that old bastard's face. Laughed Spirit King Han Long. Fang Chen, have you reached the soul transformation realm? That was the question the Sky Prison Saint was most concerned about. Fang Chen nodded. I was lucky enough to reach the soul transformation realm. I knew you'd be able to obtain an unexpected harvest. The Sky Prison Saint was very happy. However, Spirit King Han Long said, Fang Chen, you might have survived the heavenly god's ruins and passed the most basic trial. However, the disciples you'll be facing next won't be simple. I know, but I'm not afraid, said Fang Chen. Let's go. Let's not talk about that. Let's familiarize ourselves with Lotus Flower Mountain. Such beautiful scenery isn't something you can see all the time. The Sky Prison Saint hastily changed the topic. All the sect members were arranged to stay on Lotus Flower Mountain. At night, Fang Chen sat alone in his courtyard to cultivate. Suddenly, his medallion vibrated. Raising his head, he saw a flawless face appear in his line of sight. Brother Chen. As soon as Fang Chen appeared, Star and Moon sensed him. She was already impatient to see Fang Chen. Why are you here? Asked Fang Chen. Brother Chen, I missed you. Star and Moon sat down next to Fang Chen, leaning her head on his shoulder. It's not good for your master to find out, said Fang Chen. Star and Moon playfully stuck out her tongue. Master is busy. He won't find out. Hearing this, Fang Chen nodded. He was just about to speak when he felt a scorching breath hit him in the face. Star and Moon's red lips pressed against his own. Heaven and earth went still. The next day, Empyrean God Lien Yi gathered all the sect members in the plaza on Lotus Flower Mountain. On the way there, Fang Chen ran into Zhou Lei. Fang Chen. Zhou Lei called out. Fang Chen stopped and looked at Zhou Lei. Star and Moon is mine. No one can take her away from me, Zhou Lei whispered in Fang Chen's ear. Fang Chen clenched his fists, his heart burning with anger. However, he forced himself to restrain himself. Right now, it was not time to fight with Zhou Lei. Zhou Lei, some things are not as beautiful as you think. Fang Chen sneered and turned to leave. Watching Fang Chen's back as he left, Zhou Lei's eyes flashed with killing intent. However, until now, Zhou Lei had not remembered that this person was the weak warrior he had met when he accompanied Star and Moon to the lower realm. It was no wonder that Star and Moon did not remember him. It had been many years since that time. Zhou Lei had to face countless gods every day. How could he remember a warrior who was as weak as an ant? Brat, keep being arrogant. You won't be able to be arrogant for much longer, Zhou Lei said darkly. When Fang Chen arrived at the plaza, it was already packed with people. Fang Chen looked ahead and saw Empyrean God Lien Yi. Chapter 1771. Do you see that beautiful palace lady? Just as Fang Chen was staring at Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi and the beautiful palace lady, the Sky Hell Saint suddenly spoke in a low voice. Fang Chen nodded, a bit puzzled. Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi usually treats people coldly. But when she's with that beautiful palace lady, her smile is so sincere. I think the two of them must have a very good relationship, Fang Chen said. You're right. That beautiful palace lady has a powerful background. Not only is she Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi's junior sister, but she's also the Empress of the Xianshu Empire, the Sky Hell Saint said. Fang Chen's heart trembled. He couldn't help but take a few more glances at the palace lady. He didn't expect her to be Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi's junior sister. Is Empyrean Goddess Lien Yi's master a true god? Fang Chen asked. The Ice Dragon Spirit King shook his head. No. If he's not a true god, How can he teach Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi? Fang Chen asked. Kid, you've only been in the God realm for a short time, so you don't know enough about it. Who told you that a heavenly god's master has to be a true god? The Ice Dragon Spirit King laughed. Fang Chen paused, then seemed to understand. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the Sky Hell Saint continued, Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi's master is also a top-tier Empyrean god. However, he travels the world and is no longer in the easternmost land, so very few people know of his existence. When Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi and the Palace Lady were accepted as disciples, they were only gods. Fang Chen nodded in understanding. On the path of cultivation, it was common for disciples to surpass their masters. Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi's situation was quite normal. However, Fang Chen glanced at the beautiful woman in the palace gown with interest. Fang Chen could feel a faint aura coming from the beautiful woman in palace attire. She gave people a feeling of fear just by looking at her. Perhaps this is the aura of a superior, Fang Chen said to himself. It's said that Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi publicly accepted a husband for her disciple, which caused the palace lady to be extremely displeased. From the looks of it, there doesn't seem to be any conflict between the two of them, said the Sky Prison Saint. By the way, Big Brother Han Long, is the Xianshu Imperial Court also in the easternmost region? Why haven't I heard of it before? Fang Chen was curious as to why there were no disciples from the Xianshu Empire among the disciples who had entered the Tianshan relic. Speaking of which, the Xianshu Empire is considered to be above the rest in the easternmost land. They have never interfered with the conflicts in the easternmost region. Plus, they are very powerful. No sect is willing to provoke the Xianshu dynasty. There are two elite heavenly gods in the Xianshu dynasty. One of them is the beautiful woman in palace attire, and the other is the immortal void god. The heavenly prison saint said, the Xianshu dynasty and the Lotus Mountain have a very good relationship. A large part of the reason is the beautiful woman in the palace gown. It's said that this beautiful woman and heavenly goddess Lian Yi were the two most beautiful women in the easternmost lands. It was just that their paths of love were indeed completely different. The immortal Void Empress was married to the immortal Void God, which became a much-told story in the easternmost land. As for heavenly goddess Lian Yi, her luck was quite bad. The man she loved had abandoned her. From then on, heavenly goddess Lian Yi hated male cultivators. That's why there are so few male disciples on the Lotus Mountain. The Frost Dragon Spirit King took over the conversation. That's why heavenly goddess Lian Yi is very interested in choosing a husband for the Star and Moon sect. If you can't obtain her approval, then no matter how powerful you are, it won't matter. Fang Chen nodded slightly upon hearing this. At the very front of the plaza, heavenly goddess Lian Yi and the immortal Void Empress stood side by side on the rostrum. Even though time had passed, it couldn't leave any marks on their faces. Their elegance hadn't diminished at all. Everyone, the fact that you've set foot on the Lotus Mountain means that you've received my initial approval. However, if you want to marry my disciple, you'll have to go through a series of selections and receive my approval in the end. Heavenly Goddess Lian, he said indifferently. During this process, there's a high chance that you'll die. So if you want to withdraw now, you'll have to remember. Otherwise, your life will be forfeit. Heavenly Goddess Lian Yi's words triggered a wave of discussion. Many sects members were evaluating the strength of their own sect's disciples. The Zhou family was the most decisive. All of their disciples withdrew, leaving only Zhou Lei behind. My Zhou family only wants Zhou Lei, the Zhou family's upper echelon said solemnly. In the Dark Worlds area, the Dark Worlds master wanted Liang Hongfei to compete, but the latter's gaze fell on Fang Chen. In the end, he sighed and said, Realm Master, I choose to give up. Hongfei, this is a rare opportunity. Are you going to miss it? Asked the Dark World's master. Liang Hongfei shook his head helplessly. Even if he wanted to compete, it wouldn't help. Putting aside whether or not he could get past Zhou Lei, he couldn't even get past Fang Chen. Besides, Fang Chen was very good to him. He didn't want to compete with Fang Chen because of this. Realm Master, Fang Chen and I are good friends. Liang Hongfei's words finally moved the Dark World's master. The latter nodded in agreement with Liang Hongfei's decision. The Dark World's master giving up was rather surprising. Many people's gazes fell on the area where the Dark World's disciples were. Hearing this, Fang Chen was a little surprised. He immediately looked at the Dark World's area. He happened to meet Liang Hongfei's gaze. "Thank you." Fang Chen transmitted his voice. "Brother Fang, I hope you can succeed," Liang Hongfei said. After the Dark World withdrew, only the Thunder Fire sect was left. Needless to say, the Thunder Fire Temple would definitely withdraw. Some other sects also withdrew from the competition one after another. In the end, only 5 people were prepared to continue competing. These 5 people were Zhou Lei of the Zhou family, Fang Chen of the Xingsun sect, Heixia of the Capricorn sect, Hua Feilong of the Taihua dynasty, and the lone traveler Gu senator among the 5. Zhou Lei was already very familiar with them. As for the other 3, Fang Chen was a little surprised. When he met Heixia of the Capricorn sect in the Heavenly God's relic, they only exchanged a quick glance. He didn't expect Heixia to have hidden his strength so well. He had also reached the Divine Spirit realm. No wonder he dared to compete. Fang Chen had never seen Hua Feilong of the Taihua dynasty before. He had never heard of such a person at all. This person had hidden his strength quite well. Lone Ranger Gu Sen looked like a beggar from the outside, and he looked very wretched. But no one dared to underestimate him. Some people even thought that Gu Sen had the strength to challenge Zhou Lei. There are really crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Fang Chen sighed. He had thought that his biggest competitor was Zhou Lei. Who would have thought that several of them would appear at once? "Have the 5 of you thought it through?" Heavenly God Lien Yi asked. "Senior Heavenly God Lien Yi, we have already thought it through," Zhou Lei said apologetically. "Good. In that case you can't blame others if you die," Heavenly God Lien Yi said indifferently. Then, she pointed her finger in front of her. Suddenly, a towering mountain near Lotus Mountain appeared in front of everyone's eyes. This mountain was covered in ice and snow, and the environment was very harsh. This mountain is called Weeping Ice Peak. It is covered by the laws of ice all year round, and the temperature is extremely cold. There is a frost water god's pearl on the mountain. Those who obtain it will remain, and those who do not will be eliminated. Boom! The plaza was in an uproar. Heavenly God Lien Yi's test was too shocking. Just hearing the name Weeping Ice Peak was enough to make one's heart pound. Oh no, I didn't expect Heavenly God Lien Yi's test to be so demanding. The Sky Hell Saint frowned. That's right. The Weeping Ice Peak has been sealed for so many years, but she opened it for her disciple to choose a husband. It seems that Star and Moon really is Heavenly God Lien Yi's favorite disciple. The Frost Dragon Spirit King also sighed. On the rostrum, Empress Yen Su glanced at the snow-covered mountain with a complicated expression. Then, she said in a low voice, "Senior sister, why do you have to do this?" The Weeping Ice Peak had its own legend. However, this legend was a bit sad. Heavenly God Lien Yi had met and fallen in love with that man on the Weeping Ice Peak. Later, she was also abandoned by that man on the Weeping Ice Peak. Too many painful memories were buried on the Weeping Ice Peak. Who would have thought that Heavenly God Lien Yi would open it this time? Let bygones be bygones. You know how painful it is, so why persist? Heavenly God Lien Yi said indifferently. Although she said that, Empress Yen Su could still sense the turmoil in Heavenly God Lien Yi's heart. Sigh. Empress Yen Su sighed, shook her head, and left. Below, everyone was staring at the Weeping Ice Peak in shock. Chapter 1772. Brother Fang, it's best if you don't challenge the Weeping Snow Peak, advised the Ice Dragon Spirit King. He knew just how dangerous the Weeping Snow Peak was. With Fang Chen's current strength, he would definitely die. He didn't want to see his little brother die on the weeping snow peak. That's right. Fang Chen, I also don't recommend you go, said the heavenly purgatory saint. However, I also know about your obsession. If you can't accomplish it, a heart devil will appear in your cultivation. At that time, the consequences will be unthinkable. Just what kind of danger does the weeping snow peak have? Why did everyone's expressions change when they heard about it? Asked Fang Chen. Brother Fang, let me explain it to you, said the Ice Dragon Spirit King. Originally, the weeping snow peak wasn't that dangerous. However, after the incident with heavenly goddess Lian Yi, snow suddenly began to fall from the sky above the weeping peak. Countless snowflakes fell onto the weeping snow peak, completely covering it. The weeping snow peak is covered in snow all year round. Of course, that's nothing. The most important thing is that, after that, some curious gods went up to explore, but they never returned. In the end, some powerful heavenly gods discovered annihilation frigid water on the weeping snow peak. Annihilation frigid water. Fang Chen's expression changed a bit upon hearing that. Others might not know, but he did. Because he possessed the undying flame, he paid special attention to the things that countered flames. In the divine world, there were 3 types of ultimate waters. The first was chilling heavenly water. This ultimate water could instantly freeze a god's yuan spirit. It was extremely terrifying. The second was annihilation frigid water. Even heavenly gods wouldn't be able to resist this ultimate water. Their yuan spirit would be forcibly frozen. As for the third type, practically no one in the divine world had ever seen it. It had always existed in legends. As for annihilation heavy water, even true gods feared this ultimate water. There's actually annihilation frigid water on the weeping snow peak? Fang Chen's eyes widened. The Ice Dragon Spirit King nodded. The ice snow water god pearl that heavenly goddess Lian Yi told you to find is formed from annihilation frigid water. That's why I advised you to give up. Otherwise, you'll lose your life. The annihilation frigid water was something that even heavenly deities could not resist. If a deity were to come in contact with it, they would definitely die. But I might not necessarily encounter the annihilation frigid water, Fang Chen said stubbornly. It's obvious that the ice snow water divine pearl is in the annihilation frigid water. How did you get it? Asked the Ice Dragon Spirit King. Fang Chen fell silent. His mind was filled with information about the annihilation frost water. Lotus Mountain, in a snow-covered area. Star and Moon, dressed in purple, leaned against a bluestone and looked down at the beautiful scenery below. There was an unconcealable smile on her face. Thinking that she would soon be able to be with Brother Chen forever, she was very excited. Empress Xianxu suddenly appeared. Uncle Master. Seeing Empress Xianxu, Star and Moon hurriedly called out. Usually, when Master is busy cultivating, the person who interacts with her the most is Empress Xianxu. Star and Moon had a very good impression of Empress Xianxu. Do you know what the first test of your master's test is? Asked Empress Xianxu. Star and Moon shook her head. Doesn't know. Please tell me, Uncle Master. Ice Snow Weeping Peak, looking for the Ice Snow Water Divine Pearl, said Empress Xianxu softly. What? Star and Moon's expression changed. She cried out involuntarily. She looked somewhat anxiously at Empress Xianxu. Uncle Master, why would my master open the Ice Snow Weeping Peak? Those who participate in the test are all gods. How could they survive on the Ice Snow Weeping Peak? Seeing Star and Moon so anxious, Empress Xianxu was somewhat surprised. Why are you so anxious? Star and Moon stammered, unable to speak. Are you hiding something from me? Asked Empress Xianxu softly. Star and Moon lowered her head and said somewhat apologetically, Uncle Master, I didn't mean to hide it from you. Let's hear it. Could it be that there's someone among these young talents that has taken a fancy to? Empress Xianxu smiled. To be valued by Star and Moon, who was as proud as a phoenix, they must be extraordinary. However, Empress Xianxu really couldn't figure out who among the 5 people were. "Uncle Master, you also know that I came from the lower realm," said Star and Moon. Empress Xianxu nodded. Of course she knew this. Emperor Zongjian used the last of his strength to send Star and Moon to the God realm. Afterwards, God Lien Yi took her as a disciple. When I was in the lower realm, I was already married. The reason I was able to be revived by Emperor Zongjian was entirely because of my husband. He received Emperor Zongjian's inheritance and begged him to revive me. Star and Moon said. And now, after going through untold hardships, cultivating bitterly from the lower realm until now, he ascended to the God realm. After learning that I was taken in as a disciple by Master, he resolutely prepared to participate in Master's test in order to openly take me away from Lotus Mountain. At this point, Star and Moon's emotions became somewhat unstable. But, after all, his cultivation time is too short. Now that Master has opened the Weeping Snow Peak, he's in danger. Star and Moon spoke of her worries. Empress Xianxu heard this and a smile appeared on her face. From your words, I can tell that your husband loves you very much. For you, he didn't hesitate to cultivate diligently from the lower realm and ascended to the God realm to find you. I'm also very touched by this, Empress Xianxu said. But you also know your master's temper. She certainly won't take back what she says. But Star and Moon's heart was in a mess. She was very anxious. Uncle Master, you have to help me. Empress Xianxu affectionately stroked Star and Moon's head. She said softly, You still haven't told me who your husband is. He's Fang Chen. So it's him. Empress Xianxu smiled. She was rather curious about this guy. Uncle Master, you've seen him? Star and Moon asked. Empress Xianxu nodded. Star and Moon continued to ask, Uncle Master, how do you feel? This person has cultivated to the soul transformation realm at such a young age. His potential is extraordinary. As for how he will treat you, we still have to observe. Empress Xianxu said. But since you're begging me, I'll help him. Whether or not he succeeds will depend on his luck. Thank you, Uncle Master. In the square, everyone was still very wary of the Weeping Snow Peak. Even Zhou Lei didn't dare to rashly go there. Anyway, there's still a long time. Don't recklessly take risk. The Zhou family's higher-ups said. At this time, Fang Chen was discussing countermeasures with the Sky Prison Saint and the Ice Dragon Spirit King. Brother Ice Dragon, the temperature on the Weeping Snow Peak is extremely low. Can I use the flame laws to cover my body and step in? Fang Chen asked. The Ice Dragon Spirit King shook his head. This method was useless. Because of the annihilation frigid water, there won't be any flames on the Weeping Snow Peak. But any flames that come close will be instantly extinguished. The annihilation frigid water was the ultimate water that even heavenly gods feared. Although the undying flame was strong, it wasn't strong enough to resist the annihilation frigid water. This matter needs to be carefully considered. We can't be careless, said the Sky Prison Saint. Fang Chen was very anxious. Just as he was about to speak, a gentle voice suddenly sounded in his mind. The annihilation frigid water changes every 3 days. That's the best time to ascend the Weeping Snow Peak. Hearing this voice, Fang Chen was stunned. Then, he caught sight of the beautiful woman in palace attire in the distance. Why would she help me? Fang Chen was very surprised. This woman was Heavenly Goddess Lien Yi's junior sister. Logically speaking, she shouldn't help him. Could it be? That should be the case. It must be you. Fang Chen clenched his fist. He was very excited. At the same time, he transmitted his Thank you, senior. Little fellow, you is very affectionate towards you. I also hope you can succeed, said the Empress Xianxu. Even though she didn't think Fang Chen would succeed. After receiving the Empress Xianxu's guidance, Fang Chen began to seriously observe the changes on the weeping snow peak. The annihilation frigid water changes every 3 days. That's the best time to ascend the peak. Fang Chen muttered to himself. In other words, the annihilation frigid water's activity is traceable. Thinking of this, Fang Chen was secretly delighted. Chapter 1773. The weeping peak was covered in ice and snow all year round, and the annihilation frigid water flowed. It was extremely cold, and no one could approach it. This was also one of the wonders of the Lotus Mountain. Of course, only divine God Lien Yi could ascend the weeping peak, but she was unwilling to set foot on this sad place. This round's test was indeed a little more difficult. Not only Fang Chen, but the others were also thinking about how to ascend the weeping peak. The biggest problem in front of them now was not how to find the ice-snow water pearl, but how to ascend it. This was a very big problem. If they recklessly stepped on the weeping peak, their primordial spirit would definitely be frozen. Fang Chen recalled what the Empress Xianxu said just now, and finally combined it with his own opinion. He believed that the annihilation frigid water's activity could be traced. Knowing this, Fang Chen undoubtedly walked in front of the others. Finally, after observing for 2 hours, Fang Chen's face showed a bright smile. I see. Fang Chen's heart suddenly became clear. The weeping peak seemed to be covered in ice and snow, and the annihilation frigid water flowed. But in fact, the ice and snow covering it was a formation. What a unique formation! Fang Chen couldn't help but sigh. An expert who could set up such a formation was definitely not an ordinary person. The ice and snow is just a cover. The real fatal thing is the annihilation frigid water hidden in the ice and snow. At this moment, Fang Chen finally understood why everyone's expression changed when they talked about the weeping peak. Even a divine god who doesn't understand formations and recklessly steps on it will only end up dead. Fang Chen only glanced at the annihilation frigid water hidden in the ice and snow, and felt his scalp go numb. This formation can hide the annihilation frigid water under the ice and snow. What is the principle behind it? After discovering this special formation, Fang Chen racked his brains. As long as it was a formation, there should be a way to crack it. Fang Chen couldn't crack it, and it could only be said that his understanding of formations was not deep enough. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In these 3 days the others didn't act rashly. As for Fang Chen, he kept his eyes closed as he tried to comprehend this mystical formation. Until a certain moment, Fang Chen suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, he could clearly feel that the annihilation frigid water in the formation had retreated directly. Could this be the so-called annihilation frigid water alternation? Fang Chen was puzzled. But moments later, the annihilation frigid water appeared again. Suddenly, the weeping snow peak was filled with an extremely cold aura. Fang Chen was stunned for a moment before he felt somewhat helpless. After the water, the annihilation frigid water rain returned. This meant he's within a breaths, and then he's and enter. Otherwise, if he's water's frigid water, he's the esses of his water frigid water. Freef. If they missed the opportunity to use the annihilation frigid water, they would have to wait for the next opportunity. Fang Chen was not bothered by this. However, the others were clearly a little anxious. Especially Zhou Lei. The Zhou family even sent some cold-resistant treasures. One day, Zhou Lei suddenly burst into laughter. A set of flaming armor appeared on his body. Dense flames surrounded him, and there were complicated patterns on the armor. Seeing this, everyone was shocked. The Zhou family's treasure, the Hellfire armor. Immediately, the square was filled with exclamations. All the sect's disciples stared at Zhou Lei with their eyes wide open. The other sect's higher-ups frowned. The Zhou family used such a method to let Zhou Lei ascend the peak. It's said that only true gods can break the Zhou family's Hellfire armor, someone said. Zhou Lei can easily ascend the weeping snow peak with this armor. It's not fair. Many people had opinions about the Zhou family, but they didn't dare to say it. In the void, Empress Xianxu looked at the people below and smiled. I didn't expect the Zhou family to spend so much. Humph, the Hellfire armor is powerful, but with Zhou Lei's strength, he can only use it once, God Lian, he said coldly. In the square. After putting on the Hellfire armor, Zhou Lei's face was full of smiles. He glanced at the other competitors and said, Everyone, I, Zhou Lei, will go first. After saying that, the Hellfire armor on Zhou Lei's body exploded with scorching flames. Whoosh! Zhou Lei's body flashed and he instantly appeared in front of the peak. Then, Zhou Lei quickly climbed. Wherever Zhou Lei passed by, the ice and snow that covered the weeping peak instantly melted. Everyone shook their heads. It seemed that Zhou Lei would have no problem reaching the peak. However, at this moment, Zhou Lei suddenly let out a miserable cry. As Zhou Lei shouted, the karmic fire armor instantly expanded and enveloped Zhou Lei completely. The hellfire armor was resisting the annihilation cold water. Fang Chen looked at this scene calmly. The hellfire armor exploded with a vast aura and repelled the annihilation cold water. Let's go. Zhou Lei felt pain all over his body. However, he finally climbed up the peak and disappeared in front of everyone. This hellfire armor is really powerful, Fang Chen said in his heart. It can resist the corrosion of the annihilation cold water with its defense alone. However, Zhou Lei is too weak. I guess it can only be used once. Fang Chen was not afraid of the hellfire armor. How could Zhou Lei be able to fully control such a powerful armor? On the second day after Zhou Lei stepped onto the peak, Fang Chen finally took action. Whoosh! Under everyone's gaze, Fang Chen came to the bottom of the peak. Is this guy crazy? Does he want to resist the annihilation cold water with his physical body? The ignorant are really fearless. Annihilation cold water is not something that can be resisted with his physical body. The Xingsun sect has really declined. They accept just anyone. Yeah, I think this guy is going to die here. Many people were pessimistic about Fang Chen. They thought that he would definitely die. The Heavenly Prison Saint and the Ice Dragon Spirit King stared at Fang Chen nervously. They were afraid that something would happen to him. Standing at the foot of the peak, Fang Chen was surrounded by thick immortal flame. That's the immortal flame. This guy actually has the immortal flame. However, even so, it's not enough for him to step onto the peak. Humph, he's courting death. Who can he blame? Although people were surprised that Fang Chen had the immortal flame, it was not that shocking. In their opinion, Fang Chen wanted to use the immortal flame to force his way up. However, Fang Chen would not be so reckless. I don't understand the core mystery of the formation at all, but at least I know how it works. I hope I can succeed this time, Fang Chen said to himself. He took a deep breath. His golden heart beat rapidly, and golden liquid covered his body. Just as Fang Chen was getting ready, the annihilation cold water suddenly dissipated rapidly. Right now! Fang Chen leaped and his figure shuttled through the void. His palms hit the void in a disorderly manner. Bang bang bang, streaks of undying flame were scattered all over the weeping snow peak. Shuttling! Fang Chen shouted in his heart. He had already broken a small hole in the formation. He wanted to rush through before the annihilation cold water returned. Rumble rumble, in just a breath's time, the annihilation cold water returned. The terrifying cold air caused Fang Chen's body to stagger, and he almost fell from the sky. Seeing this, everyone was full of mockery. Haha, I bet that he can't last 3 breaths. Trash like him dares to compete with Zhou Lei. He's courting death. He probably thinks the annihilation cold water is just SOSO. What an ignorant idiot. Seeing Fang Chen stagger, everyone thought that Fang Chen could not hold on. Only the Empress of Xianxu and Empyrean Goddess Lian Yi knew that Fang Chen had succeeded. Whoosh! Fang Chen's body turned into a stream of light, and he rushed into the formation at a speed invisible to the naked eye. At this moment, the annihilation cold water returned, and the formation was quickly repaired. In the void. Seeing this, the Empress Xianxu smiled knowingly. This kid is extraordinary. He can comprehend it with just a little guidance from me. Goddess Lien Yi frowned slightly and glanced at the Empress Xianxu.